Chapter 1345. Zhou Tong had only stayed in the three realms for 10 years. During this period of time, he had visited some minor worlds that he had never visited before. He had also casually left behind some fortuitous encounters for his descendants before leaving the three realms once more. After leaving this time, Zhou Tong was basically in a state of leisure travel. This was also a compulsory course for him after coming to every new world. Sometimes, he would transform into a mortal and enter certain chaotic worlds to experience life in the mortal world. Sometimes, he would transform into an ancestor god who roamed the world and randomly explore some ruins. Sometimes, when he was free, he would even establish a sect in certain worlds and become the founder of a certain sect. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000,000 years had passed. In the Atlas chaotic world. According to this treasure map passed down by my ancestor, Qing Shao Zhu Shen's place of inheritance is here. A man with a bloody smell all over his body came in front of a stone wall and could not help but laugh loudly. Qing Shao Zhu Shen, the legendary supreme of Saber Dao in our world, Zhu Shen, the #1 Saber Master. As long as I inherit his inheritance, the entire world will be mine. When the time comes, good and evil will be decided by me. Life and death will be in my control. The man punched the stone wall and revealed the passage behind it. He then strode in. Inherit the inheritance? You think too much. Whether you can survive or not depends on your luck. Zhou Tong hid on a mountain peak not far away and watched from afar. Indeed, not long after the man entered, there was a scream from inside. Then, the man's aura dissipated. After I transferred the inheritance, the trap I set up still left a chance for survival. Looks like you're not very lucky. Zhou Tong shook his head. However, the way of karma is almost there. Zhou Tong's way of comprehending and cultivating the way of karma was very simple. That was, he would pluck the strings of fate and observe the mysteries of karma. Over the past 1,000,000 years, he had walked in the mortal world and saved many people who deserved to die in fate. He had also sent heavenly punishment to those who were still alive in fate. He had also set up 9 deaths and 1 death situations to observe fate and the way of karma. After 1,000,000 years, he finally grasped the Tao of karma more or less. It's time to go. Zhou Tong's figure then turned into nothingness, completely disappearing from this chaotic world. Who? In the void outside the towering chaotic world, Zhou Tong appeared out of thin air, overlooking the circular chaotic world. The Tao of karma is indeed immensely helpful to my Tao integration. After returning to the primordial chaos, Zhou Tong stood quietly in the void and looked around the chaosverse. Distance was no longer an obstacle. Space-time was no longer an obstacle. Countless chaos worlds, stars, and eternities were all branded into Zhou Tong's eyes. A single glance was enough to see through countless territories. He also saw many chaotic worlds where plants sprouted, grew, bloomed, and bore fruit. He also saw the cycle of life and death of countless mortal lives. He also saw many cultivators embarking on the path of cultivation and gradually transcending life and death. He also saw countless demons, ghosts, monsters, and monsters. Everything in the world was within his eyes. Everything was connected by the threads of karma in the unseen world. In this moment, Zhou Tong slowly closed his eyes and quietly meditated on his ultimate Tao of fire. Enveloped by the Tao of karma at all times, Zhou Tong once again began to meditate on his ultimate Tao of fire. During this time, he sensed 3 points that made him feel rather uneasy. They were very likely to be points where his ultimate Tao of fire would go awry during his Tao merge in the future. The Tao of karma was an extraordinarily difficult Tao of the chaosverse, but it was also an extraordinarily profound Tao. Generally speaking, eternal emperors only knew how to follow the invisible threads of karma and slay all of their enemies' clones. They didn't know much about anything else. However, some emperors who were skilled in the Tao of karma were able to control karma. They were able to grasp all karma and order in their hands. When that happened, karma would no longer be a restraint, but a power that they could control. Of course, it was extremely difficult to reach such heights in the Tao of karma. Even though Zhou Tong had the assistance of the Stonefire Pearl, as well as some of the grand Taos he had learned from his past life, as well as the accelerated flow of time when he meditated on the Tao, it had still taken him quite a bit of time to succeed. However, now that he had mastered his Tao, Zhou Tong felt as though he viewed the entire Chaosverse in a completely different light. Ordinary hegemons and emperors couldn't compare to him at all. The Taos of the five elements, the Taos of yin and yang, the Taos of life and death, the Taos of strength, the Taos of lightning, the Taos of spacetime, and the Tao of karma. My ultimate Tao of fire actually has 3 points that could go awry. This Omega Tao is extraordinarily difficult. Zhou Tong was secretly stunned. Whatever. I'll just keep meditating. No matter how many Taos I learn, they'll still help me in my Tao merge. The Tao of formations and the Tao of refinement should be the final 2 critical paths. Zhou Tong began to meditate on the invisible threads of karma, and he more or less understood where the flaws in his Omega Tao lay. There are 3 areas where I can go awry. I still need to carefully meditate on them. Zhou Tong took a step forward, arriving at a territory he had never visited before. As he meditated on the Tao, he observed the society and life of this world. What followed next was a period of peace and quiet. Zhou Tong wandered through the universe by himself, continuing to meditate on the mysteries of the Tao of formations and the Tao of refinement. These 2 Taos required the most peace and quiet. Setting up formations, alchemy, artificing, all of them required a quiet and meticulous process. Zhou Tong's mastery of these 2 Taos continued to rise at a steady pace. As his mastery of these 2 Taos increased, strands of insight into the Omega Tao of fire began to appear in Zhou Tong's mind. These insights allowed him to slowly fix the 3 flaws in his Omega Tao. During this period of time, Zhou Tong traversed countless dangerous places throughout the universe. He also visited a few alternate universes and saw the battlefields left behind by the cultivator civilizations and the Sith, as well as the Tao scars left behind by countless experts. But of course, during this period of time, he did occasionally attack a few times and slay some fairly powerful eternal emperors. These few simple attacks alone caused his reputation to skyrocket, and he became publicly acknowledged as one of the most monstrously talented Tao Lords in the entire Chaosverse. During this period of time, he had also gone to search for items that would be useful to him in his Tao merge, such as the Tao merge Fire Cloud Flower, the Incense Spirit Fruit, and the Cloud World Jadeite. Unfortunately, the Incense Spirit Fruit and the Cloud World Jadeite were no longer of much use to him in his Tao merge. As for the Tao merge Fire Cloud Flower, even if he accelerated time, it would still take several chaos cycles for it to mature. Chapter 1346. In the blink of an eye, several chaos cycles had passed. In the heart of the Icewind Sea, beside a cold pond, Zhou Tong and the 2 Sourcewalkers sat nearby, drinking wine and chatting. 2 relatively perfect lifeforms were born in the primal chaos. One of them was the Chaos mythological beasts, while the other was the ancient cultivators. Chaos mythological beasts were extraordinarily talented, but generally had low comprehension abilities. Ancient cultivators, on the other hand, were mostly humanoid. Although they didn't have the same talent as the Chaos mythological beasts, their comprehension abilities were much higher. In the quintessence of the chaotic universe, there were also 2 types of higher life forms. One was the Chaos primordials with lower intelligence, while the other was the humanoid life forms with higher intelligence. They were the so-called Sourcewalkers. Chaos primordial were the upgraded version of Chaos mythological beasts, while Sourcewalkers were the upgraded version of ancient cultivators. The Chaos primordials had very low intelligence. They were like children, but they had nearly indestructible bodies. The Source Walkers, on the other hand, were not as talented, but they could constantly improve themselves through cultivation. They were a very powerful and terrifying race in the universe. However, Source Walkers had always been arrogant and didn't take other cultivators seriously. Zhou Tong had helped them a little, which was why they allowed Zhou Tong to pick the Tao Integration Fire Cloud flower here. Tribulation Flame, the Tao Integration Fire Cloud flower you want is about to bloom, one of the Source Walkers said. Naturally, Zhou Tong had long been looking at the budding flower bud. Whoosh! Soon, the flower began to bloom without any warning. A mysterious flame energy permeated the air and turned into a dazzling crimson flower. The Tao Integration Fire Cloud flower. This kind of use of flame energy is already on the level of an emperor. The uniqueness of the flame energy kept appearing in Zhou Tong's eyes. After a long while, the light in his eyes dimmed. Then, he waved his hand and plucked the Tao Integration Fire Cloud flower. He put it away in a jade box. At the same time, he set up a time deceleration formation in the box. There was a time limit to the Tao Integration Fire Cloud flower. After plucking it, it had to be used within 1,000 years. Otherwise, it would be useless. Therefore, this time deceleration formation was very energy-consuming. Everyone, I've disturbed you all these days. It's time for me to go, Zhou Tong said to the Source Walkers beside him. It's far too difficult to reach the Tao Integration Ultimate Tao. I hope you can become the first Ultimate Emperor Tribulation Flame. The Source Walkers smiled as they bade Zhou Tong farewell. After leaving the Icewind Sea region, Zhou Tong immediately rushed to the Supreme Cave Abode without stopping. You're back, the Source Walkers, Tribulation Flame energy. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, How can it be so fast? The Heart of Eternity is only unraveled to the 63rd level now. There's still a very long way to go before it's completely unraveled. Of the world goddesses of the world. With that, Zhou Tong directly entered the 8 Trigrams Palace in the Supreme Cave Abode. Of the Tribulation Flame energy, 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 Tribulation Flame energy. Tao Integration Ultimate Tao Integration, I hope you can succeed. Tribulation Flame energy didn't dare to disturb Zhou Tong. Instead, he stood guard outside. At the same time, Zhou Tong took out a jade box as soon as he entered the secret room. The jade box opened, revealing a complete flower surrounded by clouds of fire, the Tao Integration Fire Cloud flower. In the original story, Ji Ning only used this flower to simulate Tao integration for 3 years. However, for me, it shouldn't be a problem to double the time. Simulating it for 6 years should be a piece of cake. Zhou Tong looked at the flower and the Stonefire Pearl in his body. Both the Tao Integration Fire Cloud flower and the Stonefire Pearl were supreme Tao integration treasures in this world. Most importantly, the core of their power was fire. This kind of supreme treasure would only be of ordinary help to the unification of Sword Principle and Saber Principle. For conflicting principles like the Water Element Principle, its effect might be greatly reduced. However, for Zhou Tong's Fire Element Principle, it would be of greater help. Begin Tao integration. Zhou Tong immediately closed his eyes and looked into his body. His divine body was made up of 108,000 divine crystals. Each divine crystal contained his divine power, soul, and true spirit. It also contained all of Zhou Tong's understanding of the ultimate fire Tao. In the chaotic space of the golden pill, the Tao tree stood tall. Every leaf and branch was the materialization of all of Zhou Tong's understanding of the fire Tao. There was also the heart world. The vast and mighty flame world was filled with endless mysterious scenes, and the huge volcano at the core of the heart world was firmly suppressing the entire world. His divine body, golden pill, heart world, and Tao heart, everything had reached the most perfect state. At the same time, countless insights reverberated through his mind. The Tao integration required him to gather all of his insights and undergo a qualitative change. It allowed the Tao tree in the Jindan chaotic space to grow an eternal flower. It allowed the godly body to transform into an eternal godly body. It allowed the godly crystal to transform into the heart of the world. It allowed the heart world to take a step forward and become more real. Let's begin. Zhou Tong willed it. Instantly, boom! Every single divine crystal in his body began to disperse on its own, and then he began to rapidly advance towards a higher level of life. At the same time, the Tao tree within his body began to tremble as countless insights gathered at the top of the Tao tree. At this moment, if someone were standing next to him, they would discover that his body had begun to glow with dazzling flames. Countless flames spread out from Zhou Tong, and the aura emanating from these flames alone was enough to stun even the most powerful of eternal emperors. These flames weren't true flames. They were the light of the Tao, the light of the ultimate fire Tao. When a Tao Lord underwent the Tao integration, their body would involuntarily glow with the most dazzling light. This was also the most dazzling moment of their life. Only this sort of dazzling light could truly unleash the Tao integration fire cloud flower's power. Rise! Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at the Tao integration fire cloud flower. The light of the ultimate fire Tao radiating from his body shone upon the Tao integration fire cloud flower. Instantly, the Tao integration fire cloud flower began to transform under Zhou Tong's guidance. The fiery clouds formed by the fire cloud flower's flames began to condense into a semi-translucent humanoid figure. This humanoid figure was identical to Zhou Tong's. This was the incarnation formed by the Tao integration fire cloud flower. This was a supreme Tao integration treasure because it could allow a Tao Lord to simulate their own Tao in an extremely short amount of time. This was a simulation of Tao integration. In this state, as soon as a cultivator discovered something amiss, they would be able to correct it in time during the actual Tao integration. This would greatly increase the cultivator's chances of succeeding in the Tao integration. Let's begin the virtual Tao integration. Zhou Tong immediately began the virtual Tao integration. Chapter 1347. As the Tao unification began, a towering Tao tree soon appeared in the body of the Tao unification fire cloud flower clone. The power of the Tao unification fire cloud flower was limited, so Zhou Tong only simulated the Tao tree in the golden pill. He didn't simulate the divine body or the heart world. Moreover, Zhou Tong was only using the Tao unification fire cloud flower to verify his own Tao. As long as there were no problems with his Tao, there wouldn't be any problems later. Time passed by slowly. The Tao unification fire cloud flower clone was undergoing Tao unification, and all the insights of the ultimate fire Tao were gathered in the Tao tree. Finally, a thick branch began to grow in the center of the Tao tree. 2 leaves grew out of the branch, one exuding a mysterious aura, while the other exuded a boundless aura. And in the center of these 2 leaves, there was an inconspicuous little flower bud that was slowly growing. The simulation of Tao unification is very successful. My Tao path didn't go wrong. That's right. I've already reached the pinnacle of my ultimate Tao of fire, and I've even derived the same result from the ultimate Tao of fire of my predecessors. How could my Tao be wrong? Zhou Tong's confidence was unprecedentedly strong. Moreover, with the help of the Supreme Stone Platform and the Stone Fire Pearl, Zhou Tong entered an unprecedented state of perfect enlightenment. All the insights were perfectly integrated into this state of enlightenment. Time passed year after year. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The flower bud in the Tao tree had already grown to its limit. It couldn't grow anymore, and all the insights of the ultimate fire Tao were perfectly contained by this flower. My previous calculations were correct. The Tao integration fire cloud flower is a fire-type power, so it's the most helpful to my Tao integration ultimate fire Tao. Now, it still has half of its power left, so it can last for another 3 years. Zhou Tong was slightly delighted. Tao unification of the ultimate fire Tao was much more difficult than ordinary Tao. The time it would take was almost the limit of Tao unification, 9 years. If he could save 6 years, then he would have enough time to solve any problems he encountered in the Tao unification. Begin to bloom. With a thought, Zhou Tong immediately controlled the flower bud that he had transformed into to bloom. Buzz. In just a few moments, the flower bud began to slowly bloom. Zhou Tong remained cautious throughout the entire process. He would not let go of any chance of making a mistake. That's right. It's been correct until now. There's still no problem. Hold on. Zhou Tong was very cautious. As the flower of eternity bloomed, his eternal ultimate flame Tao began to take shape. Everything was perfect without a single mistake. This also meant that his Tao was still perfect and flawless up until now. Time passed year after year. Finally, another 3 years passed. Zhou Tong's expression changed as all the flames and mist within the Tao integration fire cloud flower had completely dissipated. His simulated Tao integration clone also shuddered slightly before disappearing into thin air. The virtual Tao integration process naturally came to an end. Just as I expected, the Tao integration fire cloud flower can only last until half of my flower of eternity blooms. Although Zhou Tong was shocked, he quickly regained his composure. Everything was exactly as he had expected. However, it's still not bad. It saved me 6 years of time. Furthermore, there's not a single mistake in these 6 years. My ultimate flame Tao can't possibly go wrong. Zhou Tong quickly calmed down. He quickly adjusted his state of mind, divine body, and the Tao tree in his golden pill chaotic space. Then let's begin the real Tao integration now. Zhou Tong made up his mind. Although the virtual Tao integration had taken place for 6 years, only a few moments had actually passed due to the flow of time. Buzz! In almost an instant, Zhou Tong's Tao integration speed suddenly increased countless times. Within his divine body, every single divine crystal was transforming at an unimaginable speed. In just a few breaths, he was able to surpass what an ordinary Tao integration cultivator would achieve in 1 or 2 years. At the same time, the Tao tree in his body also formed a new branch and grew 2 new leaves. In a few breaths, it had already grown to the extreme. Then, it suddenly bloomed. Boom! The instant the eternal flower bloomed, Zhou Tong's body glowed with unprecedented brilliance. A terrifying pressure also surged out in all directions. Even the cave-dwelling spirit, who was waiting outside, was greatly shaken. He couldn't help but lower his head. This was a fear that stemmed from the most fundamental source of life. It was like a pig facing a fierce tiger. What an intense and scorching aura! Is this the eternal ultimate flame Tao? The cave-dwelling spirit was extremely shocked. In his senses, the palace Zhou Tong was cultivating in was like a giant furnace. The light of the flame Tao was incomparably fierce. It was lofty and contained unimaginable power. In almost an instant, it surpassed the so-called ruler of the eternal emperors and even neared the level of an autarch. All the formations and restrictions in the supreme cave dwelling had been activated, perfectly isolating Zhou Tong's aura. Otherwise, his Tao integration aura alone would be enough to shake the entire realm. As expected of an ultimate Tao. If he succeeds, only autarchs in the entire Chaosverse will be able to match him, the cave-dwelling spirit said to himself. He couldn't imagine how powerful an eternal ultimate emperor would be, because this universe had never given birth to such an existence. He also couldn't guess what kind of power an eternal ultimate emperor would possess. But now, just from this aura alone, the cave-dwelling spirit was certain that if Zhou Tong succeeded in his Tao integration, he would truly be able to match an autarch. An eternal ultimate Tao. I hope you succeed. That way, the things Master left behind will be worth it. The cave-dwelling spirit was filled with anticipation. By now, Zhou Tong had reached the late stages of his Tao integration. Half of the eternal flower in his Tao tree had bloomed. Next was something he hadn't simulated before. Zhou Tong was very cautious. He slowed down his Tao integration, allowing the eternal flower to bloom bit by bit. The existence of the Tao integration fire cloud flower had bought him 6 years of time. Thus, he had enough time to let the eternal flower bloom smoothly. Even if he encountered any problems along the way, he would have enough time to react. That's right. I've been correct all the way up to this point. Oh, the petals are trembling. Something seems off here, right? I seem to have made a mistake here. There's still time and opportunity to make up for it. I've made it. This took me half a year, but I've finally made it through. Let's continue. That's right. I've been correct all the way up to this point. Time passed, 1 year after another. Zhou Tong's Tao integration progressed steadily. Chapter 1348. It's been 7 years. I wonder how his Tao merge is going. The spirit of the Azure Flower Estate stood outside, quietly awaiting Zhou Tong's results. That terrifying pressure of the Tao of Fire had persisted within the estate for a full 5 years. The flower of eternity within Zhou Tong's body continued to bloom. I've finally reached the final moment. Zhou Tong sensed the flower of eternity within the Tao tree within him, as well as his brand new divine body and divine crystal. He now understood that the Tao merge had reached the final, most critical step. During the past few years, Zhou Tong had long since developed a complete version of the eternal Omega Fire Tao. In fact, he'd already simulated it multiple times during the Tao merge process and was absolutely certain that there were no flaws whatsoever. But of course, whether or not this Tao was correct would depend on the results of the Tao merge. Zhou Tong's mind stirred, rumble. The flower of eternity instantly fully bloomed, radiating with the light of the Tao of Fire. At the same time, the divine crystal within his divine body instantly transformed into a brand new structure, one formed from the eternal Omega Fire Tao. The stable, perfect flower of eternity seemed to be able to bloom forever, never to wither. The flower of eternity. Zhou Tong couldn't help but smile. His Tao of Fire Tao had finally succeeded in the Tao merge. He looked within himself and saw that the towering Tao tree that was 540,000 meters tall had suddenly bloomed with an unimaginable flower. The flower radiated with eternal light that was like fire and constantly flashed. This was a flower of eternity formed from the eternal Omega Fire Tao. His flower of eternity was far more dazzling and beautiful than the flowers of eternity of any emperor or hegemon. Rumble. Deep within the Chaosverse, an invisible surge of power instantly descended upon Zhou Tong's side, carrying a hint of joy. The joy of the prime essences of the Chaosverse really is. Zhou Tong couldn't help but smile. However, my breakthrough isn't over yet. I'm still missing a breakthrough in my heart world. During the Tao merge, both the transformations of immortal energy and divine power were very simple. In addition, all of the energy used up was provided by the Azure Flower Estate, an autarka's estate. However, it would be troublesome for him to make a breakthrough in his heart world. Because the more he attained a breakthrough in his heart world, the more real it would become. Moreover, its scope would expand to the point it could rival a region. Such a huge force would probably cause the entire universe to tremble. By then, the Sith would definitely know that this universe had given birth to an Omega Emperor. Although it seemed as though the Sith had been defeated during the Primordial War, Zhou Tong knew that the Sith hadn't actually left. In fact, there was an Omega Autarch hidden amongst them. Zhou Tong wouldn't be so foolish as to reveal his existence to the Sith right now. If he really did reveal his existence to the Sith, Omega Autarch Aer would probably attack him at all costs. Only by entering the quintessence of the Chaos-verse and borrowing its boundless power would he be able to complete his heart world with ease. Furthermore, it wouldn't expose its existence. Still, is this what it feels like to be an eternal emperor? This feels rather similar to the great perfection of Zhu Shen back in the world of immortals. Zhou Tong calmed himself down, carefully meditating on the changes that had just occurred to his body. The first thing he felt was that his divine will had transformed into an eternal, indestructible divine will. This sort of divine will was very similar to the invulnerable divine will of Zhu Shen back in the world of immortals. Rumble silently, Zhou Tong released his divine sense and left the Azure Flower Cavern in the blink of an eye. This cavern had been set up by a paragon, and was protected by countless formations and restrictions, but now it was completely unable to block his divine sense. His awe-inspiring divine will transcended the limits of spacetime, instantly covering the entire Flame Dragon Realmverse. The Flame Dragon Realmverse was the name of the endless territories Zhou Tong had previously adventured through. The Badlands Territory, the Vast Heaven Territory, and the other territories were just a part of the Flame Dragon Realmverse, which was collectively known as the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Now, however, the enormous Flame Dragon Realmverse was completely covered by Zhou Tong's divine will. The three realms, the Badlands Everworld, Vast Heaven Palace, the Dao Alliance, everything was under Zhou Tong's observation. Jining actually still went to the Brightshore Kingdom? Is this fate or destiny? After Zhou Tong's divine will covered the Brightshore Kingdom, he instantly sensed his own disciple Jining. Still, why is he still only a world-level cultivator? Zhou Tong was rather surprised. Logically speaking, multiple chaos cycles had passed. Jining was still a world-level cultivator? Given his level of comprehension, this shouldn't be the case. Can it be that when he was adventuring through the universe, he accidentally entered a place where time flowed at a different rate? Zhou Tong took a brief look at Jining. He instantly discovered that aside from the Tao of the Sword, Jining also had extremely deep insights into the Tao of Time. In fact, Jining's insights into the Tao of Time weren't that much weaker than Zhou Tong's own Tao of the Sword. So when he entered the Chaos Vortex, he really did accidentally enter a place where time flowed at a slower rate? Oh, I understand now. Every single genius needs a certain amount of karmic luck to rise to power. Because of me, Jining's karmic luck has weakened, which is why his development has stagnated for so long. After using the Tao of Karma to analyze the situation, Zhou Tong quickly came to a conclusion. Mangia. With a thought, Zhou Tong's consciousness, which had been silent all this while, instantly manifested. Far away in the Brightshore Kingdom, a white-bearded old man with 6 curved horns suddenly shuddered as he awoke from his meditation. When he sensed the vast, endless amount of divine sense descending upon him and emanating a scorching aura, he immediately turned solemn. Brightshore greets you, Autarch. Hegemon Brightshore was a hegemon who was an eternal emperor. He could be considered one of the most supreme of eternal emperors, but for such a terrifyingly powerful divine sense to suddenly descend upon him, he didn't have to think for a moment to realize that this was the divine sense of an autarch. Jining is my disciple. Since he's entered your Brightshore Kingdom, I'd like to ask you to take care of him. Zhou Tong sent mentally to Hegemon Brightshore, then pointed out to him who Jining was. Upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, Hegemon Brightshore finally let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Autarch. As long as Jining is with me, nothing will happen to him. There's no need to take too much care of him. Just follow the rules of your Brightshore Kingdom. If there's a need, just give him a hand. There's no need to be too particular about it, Zhou Tong continued. Understood. Brightshore nodded in assent. As soon as Hegemon Brightshore agreed, Zhou Tong's divine sense immediately vanished without a trace. I didn't expect this kid to be an autarch's disciple. Hejem and Brightshore's gaze towards Ji Ning instantly changed. What a lucky kid. He was able to catch the autarka's eye. Chapter 1349. Rumble. The doors to the autarka's estate suddenly swung open. Zhou Tong retracted his aura, then slowly walked out. Tao Lord, you've succeeded in the Tao merge. The estate spirit's eyes lit up. He could clearly sense that Zhou Tong was different now, and that Zhou Tong was radiating a hint of joy. Zhou Tong smiled, and the aura of an eternal emperor flashed across his body. Congratulations on succeeding in the Tao merge, Eternal Emperor. You are now the first Omega Emperor in the history of the Chaosverse. The estate spirit was overjoyed. The good fortune his master had left behind had finally produced a supreme expert. I'll take this estate spirit with me. Is that all right with you? Zhou Tong looked at the estate spirit. You've succeeded in the Tao merge, Eternal Emperor. Aside from the autarchs, no one in the Chaosverse can surpass you. You've also broken through the heart of eternity to such a degree. Creating the 10th Chaos Seal shouldn't be an issue for you, the estate spirit said. My master created the Azure Flower Estate for the sake of producing a dazzlingly talented cultivator so that he could complete his unfinished path. You are qualified to do so, Eternal Emperor. You can do whatever you want with this estate spirit. Zhou Tong nodded. Although he hadn't reached the standard yet, the estate spirit could already tell that it would be very difficult for anyone like Zhou Tong to appear in the Chaosverse in the future. The estate spirit continued, Eternal Emperor, if you wish, you can release the hegemons and emperors imprisoned here. That's simple enough. With but a thought, Zhou Tong quickly gained control over all of the formations within the estate spirit. At the same time, he sent a mysterious flame into the memories of all of the eternal emperors, burning away all of the things they shouldn't have known about. He then made them swear lifeblood oaths that they would never commit evil again. Instead, they had to do good deeds and accumulate good karma, converting all of their negative karma into karmic virtue. The most important reason why these eternal emperors had been imprisoned here by the autarchs was because they were the type of people who liked to commit evil in the outside world. Zhou Tong naturally wanted to ensure that their negative karma wouldn't continue to grow. I can leave after making a life-bonded oath? For a time, the group of imperial emperors did not hesitate at all and directly made the oath. Compared to the endless imprisonment, the outside world was more interesting. Even if they were bound by the oath and had to go against their character, they could still go out and do good deeds. Scram! After swearing a lifeblood oath, Zhou Tong casually tossed them through one space-time tunnel after another, sending them to various parts of the Chaosverse. Withdraw. After these people left, Zhou Tong immediately kept the entire Immortals Cave. This Immortals Cave was something that Ji Zun had spent a lot of effort to create. Even Zhou Tong couldn't create something similar in a short period of time. After putting away the cave, Zhou Tong casually tapped his finger, causing the void to explode. A passageway leading to the quintessence of the Chaosverse was formed, and he hurried towards it. The quintessence of the Chaosverse was the core of the entire universe. It possessed terrifying power, and ordinary eternal emperors couldn't enter it at all. Apart from autarchs and ultimate eternal emperors, or creatures born of the quintessence like the chaos primordials and sourcewalkers, other cultivators couldn't move about at all. At Zhou Tong's current level of strength, he could travel at incredible speed. Before long, he arrived at the quintessence of the Chaosverse. As soon as he entered the quintessence, he was like a mortal who had fallen into water. Endless power surged in all directions. Even hegemonic emperors might instantly lose their lives upon entering this place, and even other verse lords who possessed other verses would find it difficult to take even a single step here. Rumble! The source roared, a terrifying oppressive force pressing down on Zhou Tong's body. However, Zhou Tong only had to release a tiny bit of his eternal ultimate fire Dao's quintessence, and the boundless pressure instantly vanished without a trace. The Fire Tao's quintessence was a part of the quintessence of the Chaos Verse to begin with. Zhou Tong entered the quintessence like a fish entering water. He was completely unhindered. But is this the quintessence of the Chaos Verse? Zhou Tong continued forward. From what he could see, the quintessence seemed to be formed from countless lakes. Each lake represented a portion of the quintessence's power. There was the Fire Tao's quintessence, the Metal Tao's quintessence, the Lightning Tao's quintessence, the Sword Tao's quintessence, the Pill Tao's quintessence, the Painting Tao's quintessence, and many other quintessences. Every single quintessence was unfathomably vast, surging like an ocean. Just by walking here, Zhou Tong could instinctively sense the profound and unfathomable Taos and sense the mysteries of these Taos. At the same time, he also compared the mysteries of these Taos with the secret arts and legacies he knew. Instantly, his understanding of the Taos of this world began to skyrocket. Only a place like this can be considered the number one holy land of cultivation in the universe. Zhou Tong was slightly delighted. Cultivating here was the same as constantly observing the laws of the universe. It was as if every single Tao of the universe was perfectly displayed in front of him, and there was only one thing he needed to do, and that was to comprehend it. Oh, the Lightning Emperor's treasure art that I've rededuced seems to have some flaws. I can still make up for them. Zhou Tong suddenly stopped in front of a Thunder Tao's quintessence and studied it for a moment. Instantly, boundless insights emerged in his heart. The Lightning Emperor's treasure art had already been completely improved by Zhou Tong before he reached Taomerge, and it was also at the level of the Lord of the Sacred City. But now, after entering the quintessence of the chaotic universe, the boundless aura of the great Tao surged into his heart, making him somewhat dissatisfied with his previous modifications. This treasure art could still be improved to the ruler level. It's not just the Lightning Emperor's treasure art. The Heavenly Horned Ant's treasure art can also be improved. So the Tao of Strength can be displayed in this world in such a way. Oh, this is Sword Tao's quintessence. My grass symbol sword technique can also be improved. If I modify it like this, the brand new sword technique will be even more powerful. So yin and yang can be transformed and circulated in such a way. My previous thinking was a bit off. Oh, if I modify it again, it'll soon be at the ruler level. As he walked through the quintessence of the chaotic universe, more and more insights surged into his heart. Zhou Tong couldn't help but begin to reconsider his vicious 10 treasured art. Then, he would take it a step further and transform it into a Tao that was more suitable for this world, and improve it to a higher level. Chapter 1350. This is a feeling I've never felt before. The clearest ripples of the myriad Taos. The more Zhou Tong comprehended, the more he understood the vast and powerful traces of the myriad Taos of this quintessence. These traces of the myriad Taos overlapped with the countless divine abilities, secret arts, and legacies that Zhou Tong had seen before, as well as the myriad Taos of other worlds. In the blink of an eye, he gained an even clearer impression of the grand Taos of this quintessence, and his understanding of them deepened. The sovereign grand Tao of darkness, the sovereign grand Tao of destruction, the sovereign grand Tao of time, the sovereign grand Tao of pure yang, the sovereign grand Tao of blade, the sovereign grand Tao of archery. Zhou Tong comprehended one great Tao after another. Just by walking through the quintessence of the Chaos Verse, it took him only 100 years to comprehend over a dozen hegemonic great Taos. This cultivation speed was so fast that it would be unimaginable in any other world. I've spent so many years in the coiling dragon world. Perhaps only the time when the heavenly horned ant true fate was in the coiling dragon world and the universe was fully formed could I comprehend more than this. Zhou Tong was secretly shocked. However, I'll leave the matter of comprehending the Tao for later. For now, I'll quietly use the various quintessences to forge my heart world. With a thought from Zhou Tong, suddenly rumble? The quintessence of the entire quintessence seemed to sense something. Endless power surged from all of the quintessences towards Zhou Tong and was devoured by him on a large scale. Rumble! The entire quintessence of the quintessence shook because of Zhou Tong's devouring. However, the quintessence of the quintessence didn't seem angry at all. Instead, it seemed to be overjoyed, like a mother giving her everything to her child. The power of the quintessence spontaneously merged into Zhou Tong's body. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was a small courtyard in the quintessence of the quintessence. There was an ordinary-looking wooden house in the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by a small fence. What's going on? Someone else entered the quintessence of the quintessence? Within the courtyard, a figure wrapped in the power of time suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. Can it be that another autarch has appeared in the Chaosverse? Not far away, another person also spoke up. However, logically speaking, we should have sensed it when one becomes a supreme being. How did it happen so quietly? Could it be that the one who became the supreme being this time is a fellow Taoist who is good at concealment? Concealment? That's impossible. I don't recall such an existence existing in the chaotic universe. There aren't even any sovereigns. How could he suddenly become an autarch? The third figure frowned. However, everyone should be able to sense the faint joy that the prime essences of the Chaosverse are feeling right now. When we became autarchs, the prime essences of the Chaosverse were delighted as well, but they weren't as happy as they were now. This person's Tao is definitely not to be underestimated. The Supreme Being enveloped by the power of time continued to speak. But no matter what, let's go and take a look together. If a new fellow Taoist appears, we can go and meet him and tell him about the dangers he's about to face, as well as some things about the Empyrean realm. The Empyrean who grasped the power of time stood up and began to rush towards Zhou Tong. Within the prime essences of the Chaosverse, Zhou Tong was still devouring vast amounts of energy to fill up his heart world. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a mysterious fluctuation not far in front of him that was slowly approaching him. It was a fluctuation of time. At that moment, time seemed to have turned into an incomparably violent demon that could destroy the world at any moment. Even though Zhou Tong grasped the sovereign Tao of time, he still felt that the fluctuation of time in front of him was somewhat difficult to grasp. But soon, the fluctuation of time slowly dissipated. He saw a figure approaching him from the prime essences of the Chaosverse like an ethereal swan. It was the figure of a woman. She didn't look very beautiful, but she had a unique temperament that carried with it a mysterious and mighty fluctuation of time. The originally violent and unfathomable time around her was like a ripple of water, calm and serene without the slightest hint of abnormality. Tribulation fire greets the Supreme Being. Zhou Tong turned to look at the Supreme Being who grasped the power of time. You, Emperor? Ultimate Emperor? The female Supreme Being didn't reply. She just looked at Zhou Tong in shock. Before meeting him, she had made countless guesses. But when she saw Zhou Tong, she was truly shocked. This was because the moment they met, they could sense each other's realms. Zhou Tong could sense the strength of the Supreme Being's time essence. Similarly, the female Supreme Being could also sense how terrifying Zhou Tong's eternal ultimate fire Tao was. Regardless of whether it was the time essence or the eternal ultimate fire Tao, although their paths were different, they stood at the same height. The various Supreme Beings in the universe had basically fused Supreme Taos when they were Samsara Tao Lords. Then, they fused their Supreme Taos and became sovereigns. After that, they broke through the sovereign level step by step until they became Supreme Beings. As for Zhou Tong's eternal ultimate Tao, although he was still at the Emperor level, it had indeed reached the same height as the Supreme Beings to a certain extent. But of course, it was only at the same height. In terms of breadth, it was far inferior to the Supreme Beings. If Zhou Tong were to fight against an autarch, perhaps Zhou Tong wouldn't be at a disadvantage in terms of offense and defense. But in other areas, Zhou Tong definitely wouldn't be a match for the autarchs. That's right. I trained in the Tao of Ultimate Fire and worked extremely hard, but I finally succeeded in the Tao merge not too long ago, Zhou Tong said. Haha, Skyfeeder greets Emperor Tribulation Fire. The female Supreme Being introduced herself. She was the only female Supreme Being in the entire Chaos-verse, Skyfeeder. Who would have thought? Our Chaos-verse actually gave birth to an Omega Emperor without anyone noticing. Ha 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 ha. Autarch Skyfeeder was quite excited. Since the dawn of time, there has been no lack of freakishly talented Tao Lords who walked the path of Omega Taos. But without exception, all of them failed the Tao merge. Who would have thought that an Omega Emperor who succeeded in the Tao merge would finally appear? The Tao merge truly is a path of death, Zhou Tong said softly. He thought back to his own Tao merge. He had clearly saved 6 years of time. If everything went smoothly, he would have only had 3 years left to complete the Tao merge. However, he had spent 7 of those 3 years because there had been something off about his Tao. The Tao merge of an Omega Tao truly was far more difficult than Zhou Tong had anticipated. Haha, fellow Taoist, you are the first Omega Emperor of our Chaosverse. I need to immediately notify Titanos, Bolin, and the others. Autarch Skyfeeder was quite excited. The temporal energy around her quickly transformed into a ripple that shot off into the distance. Chapter 1351. The Vast Sea of Primordial Chaos. Autarch Skyfeeder's former wooden house. Aside from the few autarchs who had been unable to leave after receiving the news, all of the other autarchs had appeared. Zhou Tong had just finished expanding his heart world, and he had appeared as well. 5 autarchs were currently within the wooden house, along with Zhou Tong's group of 6. Aside from Autarch Skyfeeder, whom he had already met, Zhou Tong turned to look at the other 4 autarchs. One of them was a bald old man dressed in long black robes. He had a pair of golden eyes, and a pair of fleshy whiskers on his head fluttered in the wind. He was the longest living autarch of all, and he was in control of the Karma Taobirth essence, Autarch Titanos. The second was a muscular man dressed in loose green robes, who had a pair of curved horns on his head. His eyes were pitch black, like bottomless abysses, and he emanated a sense of pressure that caused others to tremble. He was the youngest autarch to have mastered the destruction Taobirth essence, Autarch Akong. The third autarch was a white-haired man who had a hint of decadence about him. His aura was very strange, as though he existed between life and death, as though he was the origin of all life, but also as though he was the final destination of death. This autarch was Autarch Bolin, who had mastered the Claw Taobirth essence. However, Autarch Bolin had spent countless years researching life and death in order to master another Taobirth essence, which was why he had this aura that existed between life and death. The final autarch looked incomparably noble, as though he was the most perfect life form in the universe. This was Autarch Stonerule, the master of the illusion Taobirth essence. Cultivators with incomplete Tao hearts would be obedient and become his slaves or golems if they stood in front of him. With the 5 autarchs gathered together, the entire room was filled with a celebratory atmosphere. Haha, an Omega autarch. Our universe has finally produced someone like him. Autarch Titanos looked at Zhou Tong, then couldn't help but roar with laughter. I don't know how long I've waited either. Finally, an emperor who has mastered an eternal Omega Tao has appeared in our civilization. I had no idea when such a monarch would appear. After all, reaching the 4th stage of an Omega Tao is incredibly rare, and succeeding in the Tao integration is even more difficult. Paragon Stonerule raised his cup. Let me offer you a toast, fellow Taoist Tribulation Flame. Zhou Tong chuckled and clinked his glass against Supreme Stonerule's before draining it in one gulp. After bragging for a bit, the autarchs turned serious and exchanged a few glances. In the end, it was Autarch Titanos who spoke out. Tribulation Fire, you should know that the Sith have yet to truly be wiped out. Although I've never been to the Sith homeland, I can guess as much, Zhou Tong said. You guessed it. The Autarchs were startled, then nodded. It made sense that Ning would be able to guess it. There were quite a few high-level emperors in the Chaosverse who were able to guess it. After skipping the topic, Autarch Titanos continued, countless years ago, we were cultivating without a care in the world. We even reached the Autarch level one after another. Even if there were any conflicts between us, it was an internal affair of our civilization. But all of a sudden, the Sith appeared. Do you know where they came from? Autarch Titanos looked at Zhou Tong. If even you, Autarchs, don't know where they came from, then there can only be one explanation. They came from outside the Chaosverse. Zhou Tong said softly. In truth, after reaching my current level of cultivation and being able to connect with the prime essences of the Chaosverse at will, I already knew that the size of the Chaosverse is limited. You are correct. The Sith did indeed come from outside our Chaosverse. They came from another Chaosverse within the infinite void, Autarch Titanos said. The infinite void is filled with countless enormous celestial bodies, the largest of which is the Chaosverse. However, there are very few Chaosverses. You can count them on one hand. Once an Omega Emperor becomes an Omega Autarch, he'll be qualified to bind a Chaosverse and become its Lord of Chaos. From there, he'll be able to control the power of the entire Chaosverse. As he spoke, Autarch Titanos glanced at Zhou Tong. Look at how vast the prime essences of this Chaosverse are. You should know how powerful the Lords of Chaos are. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. After entering the prime essences, he had learned that every single prime essence within the Chaosverse was infinitely powerful. Even the combined power of all the people in this room wouldn't be as vast as a single prime essence. Autarch Titanos continued, the Sith came from another Chaosverse, and that Chaosverse was ruled by an exalted Lord of Chaos. Thus, their cultivation civilization was extremely advanced, and their techniques were unfathomably profound. However, since a Chaosverse already had a Lord of Chaos, it couldn't possibly give birth to a second one. Thus, the Sith invaded our Chaosverse in an attempt to take control of it. But of course, because they were outsiders, they were suppressed by our Chaosverse and were clearly much weaker than we were. This was why we were just barely able to defeat them in that war. But once they took control of our Chaosverse, they would have modified the environment of our Chaosverse to suit them. By then, all of us would have died. This is a war of life and death. We can't back down. Autarch Titanos looked at Zhou Tong. So, you want me to become an Omega Autarch, then bind this Chaosverse to prevent the Sith from attacking us again? Zhou Tong asked. Tribulation Fire, it seems you already have a good grasp of the situation in our Chaosverse. It's good that you know this, but I won't say anything else. Whether or not our cultivator civilizations will be able to enjoy our freedom will depend on you. You are our civilization's only Omega Emperor, after all, Autarch Titanos said. That's right. The future of our civilization will depend on you. The other Autarchs all spoke out as well. Zhou Tong said, I naturally wouldn't treat the lives of the countless living beings of this Chaosverse as child's play. However, becoming an Autarch isn't something that can be done on a whim. I hope that you can share with me some of your insights and secrets regarding becoming an Autarch. This was the most important reason why he had come to meet with the Autarchs. He had seen the Tao of Autarch Awakener of the Azure Flower Estate and knew how he had become an Autarch. He could use his experiences as a reference, but he wanted to know how the other Autarchs had succeeded. He also wanted to know how the other Autarchs had succeeded in becoming an Autarch. But of course, we definitely won't hide the insights we gained when we became Autarchs from you. The sooner you become an Omega Autarch, the safer our Chaosverse will be. Autarch Skyfeeder was the first to speak out. That's right. The other autarchs all nodded. Chapter 1352. Within the quintessence of the Chaosverse. Tribulation Flame, do you know what it means to be an autarch? Just as Zhou Tong and the other autarchs were discussing the Tao of autarchs, Autarch Titanos suddenly spoke up. What is your understanding of the autarch level? Zhou Tong. The way I see it, an autarch is someone who has raised their Tao to the level of one Tao begets all Taos. That's what an autarch is. Zhou Tong immediately thought of the Skyheart seal of the Shrouded Heaven realm. In the Shrouded Heaven realm, something like the Skyheart seal would appear after confirming one's Tao. When a Grand Emperor confirmed one's Tao, one would be able to suppress all Taos with a single Tao. Only when one merged with the Skyheart seal would one become a complete Grand Emperor. At that time, a Grand Emperor would be able to combine all Taos with a single attack, which would contain inconceivable power. In some sense, the Grand Emperors of the Shrouded Heaven realm already possessed some of the basic concepts of the autarchs of the desolate Chaosverse. Of course, the Grand Emperors of the Shrouded Heaven realm were far from comparable to the autarchs of the desolate Chaosverse. Although Grand Emperors were able to suppress all Taos with a single Tao and merge with the heart of the heavens, their Tao hadn't reached the level of one Tao begets all Taos. As long as they lost their Skyheart seals or headed to other universes, their strength would weaken. One Tao begets all Taos. That is indeed an ability that only autarchs possess. Like this, Autarch Titanos smiled as he reached out with his hand. Seemingly endless strands of silk coiled around his palm, twisting and turning into fire, frost, lightning, sword, ki. Autarch Titanos was helping Zhou Tong conceal his ability to one Tao begets all Taos. I cultivate the Tao of karma, which is why I'm able to one Tao begets all Taos. But do you think that if someone else cultivated the Tao of karma to the same level, their Tao begets all Taos would be the same as mine? Autarch Titanos looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, your Tao of karma isn't an Omega Tao. Even if someone else reaches the Tao of karma, their Tao of karma might not be the same as yours. He paused for a moment before continuing. As far as I know, Omega Taos are all the same. If someone else cultivates the ultimate fire Tao and succeeds in the Tao unification, then our Tao will be exactly the same. At most, our personalities and habits will be different, resulting in different ways of using it. That's all. Autarch Skyfeeder smiled and said, You're right. Omega Taos are indeed the same for all eternal emperors, but as you said yourself, everyone has different personalities and habits, which is why there are differences in how they use their Omega Taos. And these differences will be further magnified when one becomes a supremacy. In other words, even if it's the same Tao, there will be differences after reaching the utmost exalted level. Autarch Bolin chuckled as well. Look at me. Although I've mastered the Claw Tao birth essence, I've already studied the Tao of life and death very deeply. There's no one amongst the autarchs who surpasses me in this regard. Thus, even if someone reaches the autarch level using the same method as me, there will still be a major difference between us. The method we use to break through to the autarch level is to constantly improve our other Taos to the hegemonic level. Once we've accumulated enough, we'll naturally be able to comprehend the concept of one Tao begets all Taos. By then, we'll become autarchs as well. Autarch Akon continued, however, your eternal Omega Tao might be a bit different from what we've imagined. Your eternal Omega Tao is already comparable to our autarch Taos. What you need to do isn't to accumulate as much as we have. Instead, you need to fuse all of the other Taos into your eternal Omega Tao. Perhaps you'll then be able to reach the autarch level, Autarch Stonerule said. Still, no matter what, let's first show you our Tao paths. As Autarch Titanos spoke, a crystalline wisp of divine sense flew out of his forehead and landed in front of Zhou Tong. Autarch Titanos wasn't the only one. The other 4 autarchs all took out wisps of their own divine sense and sent them to Zhou Tong's side. For a moment, 5 dazzling stars seemed to appear around Zhou Tong. Each star contained the Tao of the autarch, and even the autarch's comprehension of the autarch's divine sense when he had advanced to the autarch level. Zhou Tong immediately sat down in the lotus position and began to absorb the wisps of the autarch's divine sense. Each wisp of autarch's divine sense was like a whole new world. Zhou Tong followed the information provided by the wisps of autarch's divine sense, carefully observing each autarch's interpretation of their grand Taos. Within each wisp of autarch's divine sense, Zhou Tong felt as if he had experienced over 100 million years, but in reality, only a few moments had passed. By the time all 5 wisps of autarch's divine sense were consumed, only 2 hours had passed in the outside world. After completely absorbing the 5 autarchs' understanding of the autarch's Tao and the one Tao begets all Taos, Zhou Tong now had a whole new understanding of the autarch level. So that's how it is. So this is what it means to be an autarch. Zhou Tong had gained many new insights, especially after observing the autarch's Taos. He now had a whole new understanding of how his eternal Omega Tao would advance to the autarch level. This feels a bit similar to an immortal emperor's technique, but it's clearly different in some ways, Zhou Tong mused to himself after a moment of thought. If an eternal Omega Tao wanted to become an autarch Omega Tao, the first step was to upgrade countless other Taos to the hegemonic level, then slowly integrate them into one's own eternal Omega Tao. An eternal Omega Tao was like an ocean, with hundreds of rivers flowing into it. However, the rivers flowing into the ocean were different. Naturally, the ocean itself was different as well. This was actually the difference between the autarch Omega Taos, something that every single cultivator was completely different from each other. A autarch Omega Tao is probably equivalent to half an immortal emperor's technique. This sort of deduction process will be of tremendous value to me when I deduce immortal emperor's techniques in the future. Zhou Tong couldn't help but think to himself. Once an immortal emperor's technique was deduced, there was still a process of perfecting it. Only by perfecting an immortal emperor's technique would one truly be able to stand firmly at the immortal emperor level. Celestial Emperor Huang's technique had been perfected through countless drops of blood in the river of time. Without this process, who knew how long it would have taken him to perfect an immortal emperor's technique? Deducing a autarch Omega Tao should be of tremendous help to my original body in researching immortal emperor's techniques in the future. It might even save me a lot of time. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that the Taos of this world would be of tremendous benefit to his original body. Chapter 1353. However, the most important thing right now is to deal with this world. Upon coming to this conclusion, Zhou Tong immediately turned to look at the autarchs. Autarchs, please keep the fact that I have mastered an eternal Omega Tao a secret. Keep it a secret? Are you afraid that the Sith will ambush you or? Autarch Skyfeeder frowned slightly. She felt that Zhou Tong should first reveal his eternal Omega Tao, then use it to nurture the other geniuses of the Chaosverse. Only when they had more eternal Omega Emperors would their Chaosverse truly grow powerful. By then, they would no longer have to fear the Sith. However, Zhou Tong's actions puzzled her. Zhou Tong said, even the cultivators of our Chaosverse have to be at least an Omega Autarch in order to bind the prime essences of our Chaosverse. The Sith will find it far more difficult to do so than we do. Do you really think that the Sith wouldn't have an Omega Autarch amongst their ranks? Omega Autarchs? The other Autarchs were startled, but they quickly fell silent. It really was as Zhou Tong had guessed. Ordinary Autarchs weren't qualified to bind the prime essences of their Chaosverses. If they didn't have an Omega Autarch, there shouldn't be much point in them taking over this Chaosverse. But an Omega Autarch, The Sith Omega Autarch who has bound the prime essences of our Chaosverse probably wouldn't risk invading our Chaosverse, Autarch Skyfeeder said. Just because they aren't doesn't mean that they don't have a second Omega Autarch in their Chaosverse. Zhou Tong said, if they do have a second Omega Autarch, then everything makes sense. A second Omega Autarch. All of the Autarchs fell silent. Zhou Tong continued, thus, I hope that you can keep my information a secret for now. You can spread the word about Omega Daos throughout the Chaosverse, but don't reveal that we have mastered an eternal Omega Dao. Only Daolords of the fourth step are qualified to learn about eternal Omega Dao. That's not a bad idea. It doesn't matter if the Civ have a second Omega Autarch or not. It's always a good thing to be on guard against them. If a conflict arises, we'll be able to salvage the situation. You can promote Omega Daos, but you cannot divulge any information regarding eternal Omega Daos. The other Autarchs all nodded, agreeing with Zhou Tong's reasoning. The Civ truly did need to be wary of them. Although they had won the previous war, all of the Autarchs knew that the Sith probably still had other trump cards up their sleeves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to persist for so long. Next, I'll need to comprehend the Tao within the quintessence of the Chaosverse. Hopefully, I'll be able to comprehend my Autarch Omega Tao as soon as possible, Zhou Tong said as he walked out of the wooden hut and took out Autarch Awakener's Azure Flower Cave abode. That's Cheese Cave? So you've obtained Awakening's inheritance. The other Supremes came to a realization after seeing this cave abode. They all understood that Zhou Tong might have received great help from Supreme Awakener. I'll help you maintain 1,000-fold time acceleration. Autarch Skyfeeder continued. This is the prime essences of the Chaosverse, after all. I can only guarantee that time will be sped up for the first 1,000 times. If it goes any faster, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Many thanks, Autarch Skyfeeder. Zhou Tong immediately nodded in thanks. He then entered the Azure Flower Cave abode and began to quietly cultivate atop the stone dais within the second hall. Next to him, Autarch Skyfeeder began to maintain 1,000-fold time acceleration for Zhou Tong's cave abode. As the very first Omega Emperor, all of the Autarchs understood that Zhou Tong was very likely to be the savior of this Chaosverse. So long as he could become an Omega Emperor and then bind the Chaosverse, he would no longer have to fear the invasion of the other Chaosverses. 1 year after another passed. Zhou Tong sat quietly in the lotus position within the main hall, cultivating. He didn't immediately begin to meditate on the various grand Daos. Instead, he took out the Heart of Eternity and began to decipher the runes on its surface. Sharpening a blade would not delay the work of chopping wood. To do a good job, one had to first sharpen the tools. The mist energy which perfectly contained divine power, immortal energy, and heart force was truly powerful. With this sort of energy nourishing his soul and true soul, Zhou Tong would be able to understand and analyze the Grand Daos at an even faster rate. Thus, when he entered secluded meditation, Zhou Tong prioritized the Heart of Eternity. He wanted to first create the complete Azure Flower Seal. After he entered secluded meditation for an entire chaos cycle, crack! A soft sound rang out as Zhou Tong finally broke through the 99th seal of the Heart of Eternity. At the same time, the sphere seemed to have activated some sort of mechanism. It quickly disintegrated, revealing the interior of the sphere. Rumble, a streak of light appeared, coalescing into Autarch Awakener's figure. The Heart of Eternity contained the last words which Autarch Awakener had left behind. The words contained a detailed explanation of why Autarch Awakener had created the 9 Chaos Seals. He had been influenced by the Sith, which was why he had come up with this technique. At the same time, he had left behind countless flawed versions of the 9 Chaos Seals throughout the universe. In truth, Autarch Awakener had already fixed many of the flaws in the 9 Chaos Seals. For example, only world-level cultivators could train in them, but he had still left behind the flawed seals. This was because anyone who failed to train in the 9 Chaos Seals before becoming a world-level cultivator couldn't be considered a true genius. Finally, the Heart of Eternity contained the complete version of the 9 Chaos Seals, as well as some of Autarch Awakener's insights into the 10th Chaos Seal, as well as 2 possible paths to complete it. My young friend, I've spent countless years meditating on it, but I was unable to make any progress. In the end, I gave up. I hope that you will be able to create the 10th Chaos Seal and resolve the crisis facing our civilization. Even in death, I will still be grateful. Autarch Awakener's illusory figure said these final words, then quickly vanished. After reading the last words, Zhou Tong immediately began to browse through the Heart of Eternity, searching for the techniques which Autarch Awakener had left behind. The first thing he saw was the completed version of the 9 Chaos Seals. There were no requirements for training in it, and world-level cultivators, Downlords, and Emperors could all train in it. In addition, the brand-new version of the 9 Chaos Seals could be used outside the body like immortal energy. This was a true, flawless version of the 9 Chaos Seals. However, this was just the 9 Chaos Seals. These Chaos Seals were only able to convert the energy of Samsara Downlords. They were useless against Emperors. The most important thing is Autarch Awakener's thoughts regarding the 10th Chaos Seal. Infinity everlasting and void everlasting. Zhou Tong began to carefully analyze these 2 techniques. In truth, these 2 techniques were of great value to Zhou Tong as a reference. Autarch Awakener's Chaos Seals were based on the Sith, and the Sith themselves had the power of True Soul everlasting. Thus, the core of Autarch Awakener's 10th Chaos Seal was True Soul everlasting. Chapter 1354. The 2 paths of True Soul indestructibility are Peerless Indestructibility and Void Indestructibility. Zhou Tong thought about the problem left behind by Supreme Awakener and compared the 2 paths with himself. The so-called Peerless Indestructibility was the growth of the soul and True Soul. It was like Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, causing the soul and True Soul to grow and multiply endlessly. The so-called Void Indestructibility was the reversal of the True Soul's collapse. With one's will as the core, the void gave birth to thoughts so that even if the True Soul collapsed, it could reform and reverse. The reason for the collapse of the True Soul in this world is because the origin of the chaotic universe is constantly attracting the dissipated True Soul. Without the absorption of the origin of the chaotic universe, anyone in this world would have their True Soul indestructibility. Zhou Tong had some doubts. But is there such a thing in Shrouding Heaven realm? Zhou Tong didn't want to use this method only in this desolate chaotic universe, but also in the hope that this method could be used in all the worlds in the universe. The immortal Emperor of Shrouding Heaven realm is also a bit strange. It seems that as long as one person remembers him, he can come back to life even if he dies. Does this count as a different way of using True Soul indestructibility? Zhou Tong couldn't help but compare the supreme True Soul indestructibility of this world with the immortal Emperor of Shrouding Heaven realm. If Shrouding Heaven's immortal Emperor's True Soul is also indestructible, then this True Soul is somewhat similar to the Infinity Indestructible mentioned by Sovereign Awakener, but it's also somewhat similar to the Void Indestructible characteristic. The more Zhou Tong analyzed and pondered, the more he understood about the immortal Emperor realm. Many of the immortal Emperor's characteristics were both in line with the Void Indestructibility and Peerless Indestructibility. It was called Void Indestructibility because the immortal Emperor could be resurrected as long as someone remembered him. This was very much in line with the Void Indestructibility characteristic, but it was somewhat different. For example, the immortal Emperor didn't rely on his own will to create the Void Indestructibility, but he needed to rely on others. It was said to be infinite and indestructible because once an immortal Emperor was killed, it would definitely be destroyed in all aspects, including the aspect of the true spirit. However, as long as one's breath remained, it would be able to recover to its peak like 1, 2, 2, 3, and so on. This was a bit like the undying void characteristic. The true spirit would grow and multiply endlessly, never to be destroyed. A complete immortal emperor should have a complete infinity invincibility, plus an incomplete void invincibility. However, in this desolate chaos verse, void invincibility can be perfected. I just don't know if infinity invincibility will work. Zhou Tong was rather suspicious as well. He suspected that the Sith had mastered the infinity everlasting technique as well. The Sith. Zhou Tong paused for a moment, then came to a halt and walked out of his estate. How's your training in tribulation fire coming along? Autarch Skyfeeder, who had been maintaining temporal acceleration this entire time, was slightly startled. I'm currently analyzing Autarch Awakener's 9 Chaos Seals, but I haven't made much progress since so little time has passed. I'm planning to go pay a visit to those imprisoned Sith Exalt. Perhaps I'll be able to gain some insights from them, Zhou Tong said. I know about Awakener's technique, but it's incredibly difficult to perfect it. Ever since Awakener committed suicide, I've spent some time researching it. Although I've gained some insights, I haven't made much progress. As she spoke, Autarch Skyfeeder sent a strand of her godsense to Zhou Tong. After accepting it, Zhou Tong sent his godsense into it. He quickly understood what Autarch Skyfeeder had gained insights into this technique. She was more inclined towards the path of infinity everlasting, and her insights into this path were much deeper than Autarch Awakener's. Still, she had only taken half a step forward. Autarch Skyfeeder has mastered the Tao of Time. The Tao of Time is without beginning or end, it is boundless and infinite. Thus, her path is more inclined towards infinity everlasting. Zhou Tong spent a bit of time analyzing the Tao of Time, then was able to completely understand the direction in which Autarch Skyfeeder's research had taken her insights into. Still not enough. Zhou Tong couldn't help but sigh when he saw what Autarch Skyfeeder's path was like. He put away his residence and left the quintessence. After leaving the quintessence, Zhou Tong made a beeline for the Blaze Sun domain. The Chaos Verse was boundlessly vast, and many treasured lands had been formed by the convergence of endless amounts of energy. As for the areas closest to the prime essences of the Chaosverse, they were the 8 most mysterious regions. These 8 regions represented the greatest treasured lands in the entire Chaosverse. They were home to countless strange lifeforms, source walkers, and even chaos primordials. They were the places with the most experts and the most opportunities in the entire Chaosverse. Of the 8 regions, the Blaze Sun domain was the place with the greatest concentration of fire energy. Because the Blaze Sun domain was very close to the quintessence, Zhou Tong was able to see it very quickly after leaving the quintessence. Rumble. Looking at the Blaze Sun domain from afar was like looking at a dazzling sea of fire. The stars in the sky were like dazzling balls of fire, and countless flaming meteors danced about in the void. The Blaze Sun domain, this place is truly a treasure trove. If I had been born in this place when I first arrived, my path would have been much smoother. It would have been much easier for me to meditate on the Tao of ultimate fire here as well. Zhou Tong mused to himself as he stared at the distant region. Still, I heard that Nuwa is here as well? Zhou Tong suddenly willed his enormous godsense to silently descend upon the Blaze Sun domain, then quickly scanned it. I found her, but she's still too weak. She's only a Tao Lord of the 3rd step. Zhou Tong immediately sensed how powerful Nuwa was. Still, it makes sense. No matter how much of a genius she is, there's no way she can compare to someone like me, who has a cheat code. The Daos I gained from other worlds can be transformed into something comparable to the Archons of the sacred cities. I'm not confident in being able to defeat an Omega Sith Autarch yet. It's best if I don't go see her. Zhou Tong's god sense instantly swept past Nuwa, then turned towards the place where the Sith Exalt had been imprisoned. His god sense very naturally swept across the entire Blaze Sun domain, then came to a halt atop an enormous continent. This was the place where the Sith Exalt had been imprisoned, the Earthfire continent. Rumble! As soon as his god sense reached the continent, he immediately sensed that it was covered in an endless sea of fiery light. The flames covered an area of more than 10 billion kilometers, and they were like the wrath of the heavens pressing down upon the figure at the very center of the continent. That figure was the imprisoned Sith Exalt. He was seated in the lotus position within the flames, his entire body emanating an aura of boundless might as he did his best to resist the endless waves of fiery light. Within the area covered by the fiery light were a series of cultivators. Some of them had even built their own buildings here, and they were all scattered around the Sith Exalt. Zhou Tong didn't use his god sense to scan the Sith Exalt. Instead, he manifested it next to the other cultivators, emanating an aura of tremendous power that transformed into a single sentence. All cultivators are to immediately depart from the Earthfire continent. Chapter 1355. All cultivators, immediately depart from the Earthfire continent. This voice was filled with tremendous power, and when it was combined with the terrifying pressure of divine sense, all of the cultivators present immediately had the same thought: the autarch had arrived. Countless living beings instantly awoke from their meditations, then transformed into streaks of light that flew away from the Earthfire continent. Just as they left the earthly fire continent, a crimson-red restriction appeared. It transformed into a giant curtain of flames that enveloped the entire earthly fire continent, isolating it from everything else. The cultivators all hovered outside the Earthfire continent, staring at it curiously. They had tried to send their divine sense into it, but as soon as their divine sense touched that crimson curtain of flames, it was completely incinerated. The autarch has ordered all cultivators to leave the Earthfire continent. The autarch wants to see the imprisoned Sith Exalt. Is he going to kill him? That curtain of flames is so powerful. He lives up to his reputation as an autarch. One Tao begets all Taos. Even though the autarch hasn't mastered the fire Tao birth essence, a casual flaming barrier like this surpasses the power of a hegemon. Countless cultivators stared in astonishment at the sight before them. Many of them waited quietly, eager to see the autarch. The vast majority of cultivators in the universe had never seen an autarch before. In fact, they had only occasionally heard of legends regarding autarchs. This was the first time they had ever been so close to an autarch. Alas, their wait was destined to be a disappointment. Zhou Tong didn't want to show his face at all. Within the curtain of flames that covered the Earthfire continent. Rumble! Explosions rang out one after another around the imprisoned Sith Exalt as boundless amounts of fiery might gathered around him, then transformed into the most scorching of energies to attack him. These attacks seemed ferocious, but in truth they were completely different. This was because these barriers didn't stop there. If they were only capable of inflicting physical pain, there was no way they would be able to torment the Sith Exalt. The fiery energy was like steel needles or sharp knives that pierced into the Sith Exalt's body, stabbing into his soul and true soul. This was a soul-tearing agony. Moreover, those attacks weren't just painful. They also contained illusions and many other powers. It was an endless torment. In addition, one could see that the Sith Exalt's body was covered with a series of strange formation diagrams, as well as an enormous formation diagram that spanned 10,000 kilometers around him. The formation diagrams in the outside world and the formation diagrams imprinted on his body caused him endless torment for all eternity. Oh ah! The Sith Exalt let out a low growl as his azure eyes stared intently at Zhou Tong, who had suddenly appeared nearby. Who was this? Has the Chaosverse given birth to a new autarch? The Sith Exalt's heart was filled with hatred. He hated all living beings in this universe, especially the autarchs. It was because they were the ones who had imprinted the formation diagram, causing him to suffer pain and torment that he would never be able to release. A new Jizun? But something doesn't feel right. Is he really a sovereign? No, he isn't an ordinary autarch. He doesn't have the aura of an autarch, but he truly does have the power of an autarch. He gives me the feeling that he is superior to me. In this universe, even at my peak, I probably wouldn't have been a match for him. The more the Sith Exalt thought about it, the more shocked he felt. He had already come to a critical conclusion. Can it be that he is an eternal emperor? There's only one possibility for an eternal emperor to give me this feeling. There's no mistaking it. He's definitely an Omega Emperor. Their Chaosverse has finally given birth to someone who is in control of an eternal Omega Tao. The Sith Exalt's eyes began to glow with a dazzling light. He's definitely an Omega Emperor. Damn it! Why haven't I heard anything about him? How did their universe give birth to someone like him without anyone noticing? The Sith Autarch's eyes were filled with madness. Zhou Tong walked towards the imprisoned Sith Exalt, then said leisurely, "Judging from the look on your face, you should know who I am by now. Your universe has finally given birth to an Omega Emperor. Haha. I, Dauber, admire very few people in your civilization. You are one of them." Although the Sith Exalt's face was twisted with savagery, his voice was still calm and steady. "It doesn't matter whether you admire me or not." Zhou Tong looked at the Sith Exalt, then said softly, "I've only come because I'm interested in some of your Sith techniques. What do you think? Are you interested in teaching me the true soul everlasting technique of yours?" "Hehehe. You want my Sith techniques? Don't you know that I've been bound by lifeblood oaths? I've given you everything I can give you long ago. If I can't, my true soul will immediately crumble if I ask for it. No one will be able to save me," the Sith Exalt growled. "Rather than break my oath and die, I'd rather die by your hands. Kill me. I know you have the power to do so." A savage light flashed through the Sith Exalt's eyes. "Stop trying. Do you really think I don't know why you've been imprisoned?" Zhou Tong chuckled. "Don't even think about it. There's no way I'll do as you wish." The reason why the Sith had become such a major threat to the Chaosverse was because of their abilities. The souls and true souls of cultivators killed by the Sith would never return to the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Instead, they would be absorbed by the Sith using secret arts. The Sith, however, were different. After they died in battle, their souls and true souls wouldn't be devoured by the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Instead, they would return to the prime essences of the Sith Chaosverse. The energy of the Chaosverse was limited, and roughly half of it was concentrated on cultivators. Thus, in a sense, cultivators could be considered a type of resource. If this continued, the Sith would kill more and more cultivators. By then, the entire Chaosverse would weaken and fall under the Sith's control. In order to make up for the losses of the Chaosverse, the autarchs of this universe came up with a solution. They would trap the Sith captives within a formation and torture them, allowing the energy of the Chaosverse to slowly seep into their bodies and slowly absorb their energy. The cultivation methods and secret arts of the cultivators weren't as good as the Sith's, and so they had no choice but to use this method to slowly absorb the Sith's energy. In the end, the cultivators were simply too weak, and their cultivation methods were simply too weak. This was why things had turned out this way. Chapter 1356. Damn you! Damn you! All of you deserve to die. Seeing that his scheme had failed, the Sith Exalt Dauber was instantly enraged. He immediately attacked, his hands expanding in size as he furiously clawed towards Zhou Tong. His hands seemed to contain a mysterious aura, as though he wanted to draw Zhou Tong into an illusion. "Dauber, you want to attack me? You're dreaming." Zhou Tong snickered, then sent out a thought, "Boom." A terrifying fire Dao domain instantly descended upon this place, causing an endless sea of flames to fill the area. Every single strand of fire was more powerful than a full-force strike from a hegemon. The endless sea of flames transformed into long serpents that coiled around Dauber's murderous palms. However, Dauber wasn't someone to be trifled with either. He was a Sith autarch after all. Every single finger on his palms began to slowly tremble, causing even space and time around them to change. Boom! 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 Every single finger collided with Zhou Tong's flames, causing them to explode with unfathomable amounts of power. However, Zhou Tong's flames were endless. No matter how Dauber tried to shake them, the flames would never be extinguished. In the end, all of the flames transformed into a long dragon that completely bound Dauber. Eternal Omega Daos live up to their reputation. Even something as intangible as fire is able to possess such terrifying binding power. I really am envious. If only I could master an Eternal Omega Dao as well. Dauber let out a sigh. I know that I can't kill you, but I still want to see the power of the Eternal Omega Dao of Fire. Alas, I've been bound here. I can't even force you to use your full power. Dauber felt a bit of regret. Force me to use my full power? You want to die, right? If you die, you'll be freed from this endless torment. In fact, you might even be able to be reborn in your Sith universe, Zhou Tong said. Don't try to fool me. You know quite a bit. It seems you've become an Omega Emperor quite some time ago. Your civilization really knows how to keep secrets. The Sith Exalt laughed coldly. Even the cultivators in the outside world have been kept in the dark by you, right? This heavenly flame curtain really is a wonderful thing for isolating all information. Halfway through his words, the Sith Exalt let out yet another muffled grunt of pain. Zhou Tong wasn't bothered by his attitude. He just continued, Dauber, I know that there must be an ultimate supremacy in your group. However, the pain you're suffering now is equivalent to suffering for him. Do you feel balanced in your heart? Do you think you should fight and suffer for him in your life? No matter how clever your tongue is, it's useless. Dauber sneered. Is it really useless? Are you really not willing to cooperate with me? If you continue to suffer here, how long can your Dao heart last? Do you really want to die? Or do you want to die for someone who controls you and uses you as cannon fodder? Zhou Tong continued to tempt him. The Sith Exalt, Dauber, glanced sideways at Zhou Tong, then let out a cold snort. Do you think you're the only one who's ever said something like that? The autarchs of your cultivator civilization have already said similar words to me many years ago. I don't mind telling you this. I've told you everything I can tell you long ago. The rest are things I can't tell you. If I do, I'll immediately die. The Sith Exalt remained unmoved. Zhou Tong chuckled. I know. It's nothing more than a lifeblood oath that binds you. But what if you were able to break free from it? Lifeblood oaths are extremely binding, but they aren't without weaknesses. I swear on my very life that I won't attack Exalt Dauber for 2 hours. Zhou Tong casually swore an oath. Dauber was stunned by this. What the hell was going on? You, how dare you? Just as Dauber was about to voice his suspicions, Zhou Tong slapped him across the face so hard that his mouth went crooked. He wanted to continue, but he quickly froze as he stared blankly at Zhou Tong. You aren't bound by a lifeblood oath? What's going on? You broke the lifeblood oath? Azure light exploded from Dauber's eyes, and a hint of fervor appeared on his face. How in the world did you do it? He felt more and more stunned. Zhou Tong chuckled. Weren't you being stubborn earlier? Weren't you dismissive of my suggestion? You were just certain that I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. You've probably reached your limit long ago, right? Once your Dao heart crumbles, you'll perish within our chaosverse. In the end, you're still afraid of death. Zhou Tong looked at Dauber. You're right. I'm afraid of death. I'm not willing to let someone else take advantage of me. I'm not willing to die here. I'm not willing to die in such a humiliating manner. I'm not willing to die under such terrifying torture. Dauber no longer had any of his previous arrogance or anger. He stared at Zhou Tong, his eyes filled with hope. After enduring countless years of torment, Dauber had long ago reached his limit. Soon, his Tao heart would crumble, and his true soul would naturally crumble as well. In the future, he would no longer exist in this chaos-verse. Faced with such a hopeless future, he naturally wasn't willing to accept it. He hadn't come to invade this chaos-verse of his own volition. He had been forced to do so. He wasn't an Omega autarch. Even if the Sith took over this chaos-verse, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. In his heart, he wasn't willing to risk his life for someone else. If he had a chance to live, he wouldn't care about so many other things at all. Right now, he had been forced to the brink of death by his own race. If he could break the lifeblood oath in his body, he wouldn't mind becoming a Sith traitor. Zhou Tong looked at the Sith exalt before him, then said leisurely, "You should know that you Sith are completely different from us cultivators. You have to modify your techniques before you can train in them. The method I used to break the lifeblood oath might not be suitable for you." "I'm willing to take a gamble," Sith Exalt Dauber said. "I can't beat you in my current state anyways. Indeed, if this continues, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. If you are willing to promise to spare my life, I'm willing to cooperate with you and take this gamble," Dauber continued. He didn't ask Zhou Tong to swear any oaths, because he had personally witnessed Zhou Tong break the lifeblood oath. He knew that no oaths would be able to do anything to Zhou Tong. The only thing he could gamble on was Zhou Tong's character. He had no choice but to trust this cultivator who had broken through to become an Omega Emperor on his own. Chapter 1357. What should I do? Dauber asked. Don't fight back. Zhou Tong was silent for a moment, then his body expanded explosively as he sat down in the lotus position in front of Dauber. He grabbed Dauber's head with one hand and calmed himself down. At the same time, a mysterious brand appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. This was the brand which the Mirror of Samsara had placed on his body before he had arrived in this world. With but a thought, countless golden runes instantly appeared within his body. These runes wrapped around the brand of the Mirror of Samsara, causing it to explode with terrifying power. Whap! A short while later, however, the brand suddenly emitted a soft sound as a small, slightly illusory brand of the Mirror of Samsara split off from it. It really is just as I imagined. As my true body grows stronger and stronger, my control over the Mirror of Samsara is becoming more and more stable. Zhou Tong stared at the brand of the Mirror of Samsara that had split off from his body, a hint of delight in his heart. When he had trained in the Thousand Bodies Sutra, Zhou Tong had personally seen the brand of the Mirror of Samsara split into 1,000 copies. This was nothing more than a simulation. With but a thought, a strand of Zhou Tong's God sense instantly fused together with the brand of the Mirror of Samsara. He then sent it straight into the Sith Exalt's Sea of Consciousness. The Sith truly are different from the rest. Upon entering this Sea of Consciousness, Zhou Tong was rather surprised. This Sith Exalt's Sea of Consciousness was very different from the Seas of Consciousness of cultivators. Rather than calling it a Sea of Consciousness, it was more like the Azure Flower region which had been created by the 9 Chaos Seals. The Sith themselves were more similar to that sort of thing. This is the result of perfecting the 9 Chaos Seals and then popularizing them into a brand new cultivation system. This is a brand new life form. Zhou Tong was able to sense a hint of mysteriousness just by inspecting the Sith Exalt's Sea of Consciousness. He now had a better understanding of the 9 Chaos Seals. However, I still need to speed up the process. Zhou Tong immediately began to examine Dauber's memories. This Sith Exalt's memories were simply too vast. They were like countless droplets of water as far as the eye could see, each droplet containing an enormous amount of memories. In fact, the memories contained within any single droplet were enough to cause a world-level cultivator's sea of consciousness and soul to collapse. Moreover, some of the water droplets had extremely complex patterns on them, which were impossible to detect. Those patterns represented life oaths. It also meant that the water droplet was protected by an oath. 1. Zhou Tong sent his God sense into some of the Sith Exalt's watery memories, filtering out some of the jumbled memories. Instantly, one exquisite technique after another began to flood into his mind. The first was the Sith script. Their script was different from the script used by cultivators. Their script was like an azure flower seal that contained terrifying Tao rhythms. Just by looking at the script, one could tell how terrifying the Sith civilization was. This script is rather similar to the imperial script of the Shrouded World, but it is also somewhat similar to the script of the Immortal Era. Zhou Tong said inwardly. However, there is still a large chunk more than immortal ancient characters, and it is also more complex. As he stared at the script, Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel a sense of perfection. In addition, according to the Sith's techniques, the final power one would gain would be similar to the power of the 9 Chaos Seals. Externally, one would be able to control magic treasures while internally, one would be able to strengthen one's body. In fact, when one became a Tao Lord or during the Tao Merge, one's true soul wouldn't be in danger of collapsing. Script represents the height of a cultivator's civilization. If even script is this profound, then it means that every single cultivator who has embarked on the path of cultivation has been baptized by the rhythms of the Grand Tao from the very beginning. Naturally, in terms of talent, comprehension ability, and insight, they would all be vastly superior to other civilizations. Zhou Tong came to this conclusion. At the same time, he turned his attention to the brand of the Mirror of Samsara. He couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart. According to the Sith, this brand of the Mirror of Samsara could be considered a type of script, an even more profound type of script that was difficult to comprehend. Perhaps if I take a step further, I'll be able to understand the true meaning behind this brand of the Mirror of Samsara? From there, I'll be able to completely understand the mysteries of the Mirror of Samsara, Zhou Tong mused to himself. Still, let's get down to business first. Zhou Tong's heart stirred, and he immediately sent the order to Dauber. Dauber, you should know what I need. The True Soul Everlasting technique, one that is suitable for our civilization. Tell me which memory it is. Soon, Dauber responded. One of the water droplets, covered with incomparably complex runes, immediately flew over and drew close to Zhou Tong's God sense. Clearly, this strand of God sense contained the thing Zhou Tong needed. After confirming his target, Zhou Tong immediately sent his God sense and the brand of the Mirror of Samsara into a water droplet covered with countless runes. Dauber, it is time for you to gamble with your life. Your lifeblood oath is far too stable. Immediately tell me the contents of it. Only when you violate the oath and cause it to backfire will you be able to break it. Zhou Tong's voice once more rang out within Dauber's mind. A hint of struggle appeared on the imprisoned Sith Exalt's face. In the end, he came to his decision. This is one of the 9 novescence arts which my ancestor created. It was created for the sake of assimilating the cultivator civilizations. One of them was the True Soul Everlasting technique, which my ancestor created specifically to deal with cultivators. Although his experiments were never successful, he forcibly broke the oath and began to recite the contents of his memories. Just as he was about to touch the item he had sworn to protect, rumble, the runes on the surface of the water droplet were instantly activated. Countless streaks of light lit up, and the countless runes began to rapidly detach themselves from the water droplet. They then attempted to move towards Dauber's true soul and completely annihilate it. Mirror of Samsara's brand, it's up to you now. As soon as the runes lit up, Zhou Tong immediately controlled the brand of the Mirror of Samsara to fly towards it. Rumble, in virtually the same instant, the runes which had been charging towards Dauber's true soul were suddenly reversed. The brand of the Mirror of Samsara was like a giant glutton which had its maw wide open, furiously devouring the power of the lifeblood oath. Success! The brand of the Mirror of Samsara really is a terrifying thing. Zhou Tong felt a surge of joy. After losing the protection of the oath, Zhou Tong's god sense was able to smoothly enter Dauber's memories. Immediately after, an enormous amount of information about the technique swarmed towards Zhou Tong's divine will like a tidal wave. Come back. After accepting all of the memories within the water droplet, Zhou Tong's god sense immediately brought the brand of the Mirror of Samsara back to his main body. After the brand of the Mirror of Samsara returned to his main body, it quickly merged back into the original brand, as though the split had never existed. At the same time, Zhou Tong quickly transformed into a streak of fiery light and left Dauber's side. He once more sat down in the lotus position within 1,000,000 kilometers of Dauber, quietly digesting the memories. Dauber was imprisoned, and so he was only able to attack for 1,000,000 kilometers at most. Although Zhou Tong had come to an agreement with Dauber, it was nothing more than a verbal agreement which had no binding power whatsoever. In addition, Dauber was a Sith Exalt. Before Zhou Tong had absolute power to control him, Zhou Tong still had to be on his guard. Chapter 1358. I didn't die? Dauber was stunned for a moment, but then a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Haha, success! Success! You really did help me break a lifeblood oath. Dauber then turned to look at Zhou Tong, a look of wild joy in his eyes. According to our agreement, you will release me, right? Dauber looked at Zhou Tong, somewhat nervous. There are many other profound techniques in my memories. They are all things that your cultivator civilization needs. According to our agreement, I will indeed release you, but I'd like to ask you to hold on for a period of time. Once I become an Omega Autarch, I'll definitely keep my end of the bargain. Zhou Tong opened his eyes. However, before that, I'd like you to swear a lifeblood oath once more. You are not to divulge what I did to you, nor are you to divulge my existence. Fine. I'll trust you one more time. The Sith Exalt had seen a ray of light in the darkness. He didn't want to let it go, and so he immediately swore a lifeblood oath. Zhou Tong nodded slightly, then immediately took out the Azure Flower Estate. After entering it, he once more closed his eyes and began to quietly meditate on the techniques which he had just acquired from the Sith Exalt's memories. As soon as he did, Zhou Tong grew excited. After he read through the 9 unique techniques which the Sith Lord of Chaosverse had created, his mind began to glow with boundless light. It was as though a brand new door had been opened in front of him. This was a completely new way of thinking, a completely new world. The Sith Lord of Chaos had been able to use his incredible insights to develop 9 unique techniques that were specifically designed to deal with the cultivator civilizations of this Chaosverse. However, because the Lord of Chaosverse had never personally visited the desolate Chaosverse, his understanding of the Daos of this Chaosverse was somewhat skewed. Thus, when he tried to train in these 9 techniques, he would fail at a certain level of mastery. But even so, Zhou Tong needed the thinking and height of the 9 great techniques. It wasn't just the 9 techniques. The Sith also had their own True Soul Everlasting technique. Although this was a Tao that was suited to the Sith Chaosverse and was suited to their race's True Soul Everlasting technique, it was easy to see that these techniques would be of incalculable use to Zhou Tong in perfecting the 9 Chaos Seals. With Autarch Awakener's experiences, Autarch Skyfeeder's insights into the 9 Chaos Seals, and the 9 techniques developed by the Sith Lords of Chaosverse, I'll definitely be able to develop a True Soul Everlasting technique in a short period of time. Zhou Tong's heart burned with eagerness. The True Soul Everlasting technique was a necessary step in order to reach the 10th level of the 9 Chaos Seals. Only by perfecting this technique would one be able to push the 9 Chaos Seals to a whole new level of power, one that would allow one to match the Sith in power. As he continued to meditate, Zhou Tong slowly began to understand that the Sith's techniques were also based on the path of True Soul Everlasting. Not even the Sith themselves, not even the Lord of Chaosverse, had been able to develop a path of infinity everlasting. Infinity everlasting, in a way, if I can truly reach that level, I'll be on par with another Chaosverse. Zhou Tong mused to himself. The true souls of all living beings in this universe came from the prime essences of the Chaosverse. If he could repair his broken true soul, why would he need the prime essences of the Chaosverse? Wouldn't he be a different kind of prime essences? But in truth, even the lords of Chaosverses had only been able to bind the prime essences of the Chaosverse. They themselves hadn't reached the same level of power as the prime essences. Infinity Everlasting is on a slightly higher level than True Soul Everlasting, but it has its flaws as well. This is because the prerequisite for Infinity Everlasting is that a hint of the True Soul must be left behind. If the True Soul is completely destroyed, there's no way it can become Infinity Everlasting. The Tao of Infinity Everlasting gives birth to one. First of all, you need a Tao that can give birth to one. But True Soul Everlasting is much simpler. This is because the so-called crumbling of the True Soul in this world is actually the True Soul returning to the prime essences of the Chaosverse. True Soul Everlasting means that your will is so strong that the prime essences of the Chaosverse are unable to absorb your True Soul fragments away. To put it simply, even if you die, you'll be able to come back to life for a short period of time. But of course, the prerequisite for that is that your true soul hasn't been destroyed. Even if only a small part of your true soul has been destroyed, it won't be enough. True Soul Everlasting is both simple and in line with the laws of this world, which is why it is the most suitable path for me. In truth, this is one of the characteristics of immortal emperors, and in some ways they are even more powerful than most immortal emperors. Zhou Tong began to analyze the various techniques of this world's True Soul Everlasting. However, in the end, he still chose the path of True Soul Everlasting. This was because Infinity Everlasting wasn't practical for a short period of time. Only True Soul Everlasting was possible for a short period of time. In the following period of time, Zhou Tong completely immersed himself in studying the True Soul Everlasting technique. He had Autark Awakener's experiences, the Sith techniques, and his own understanding of the grand Daos of this world. As a result, his rate of improvement was extremely fast. During this period of time, he encountered quite a few troublesome situations. However, he had a Sith Exalt by his side, whose memories were like an endless treasure trove. In addition, for the sake of survival, he was willing to become a Sith trader and work with Zhou Tong to sell out the techniques and secret arts of his race. Zhou Tong had acquired countless precious techniques from the Sith Exalt, all of which would have a major impact on his development of True Soul Everlasting. This allowed him to make even more progress in his numerancy. Time flowed on like water. For the sake of speeding up his numerancy, Zhou Tong even set up a temporal acceleration spell around himself to further accelerate his numerancy. Time flowed on, one day at a time. Zhou Tong's understanding of True Soul Everlasting grew deeper and deeper. Finally, after a full chaos cycle of sealing away the Earthfire continent, he was finally able to develop an True Soul Everlasting technique. It seems you've finally succeeded in developing an True Soul Everlasting technique suitable for cultivators like you. Sith Exalt Dauber spoke out upon seeing the delighted look on Zhou Tong's face as he walked out of his estate. Not bad. I've succeeded in my numerancy, but I still need to conduct another experiment before I can truly succeed, Zhou Tong said. You cultivators have so many failed downlords in your Tao merge. It's easy for you to acquire test subjects. Even if you fail, all you need to do is make some minor adjustments to your numeracy and you'll succeed. Congratulations! Dauber congratulated him. I won't keep you company any longer. Remember our agreement. Once I become an Omega Autarch, I'll set you free. With but a thought, Zhou Tong undid the seal on the entire Earthfire continent. Next, he used his right hand to slice through the void and create a spacetime tunnel. He took a single step forward, disappearing from the Earthfire continent before any other cultivators could arrive. Chapter 1359. It's easy to find someone to test out the void everlasting technique. After leaving the Earthfire continent, Zhou Tong swept out with his enormous divine will and found a suitable target in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the Blaze Sun domain, I failed the Tao merge, ah. I endured humiliation for 1372 chaos cycles and experienced 368 samsara tribulations, but this is the result. Ah. There's no hope left. I want revenge. I want to kill. A man's eyes seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time, and there was even a hint of madness in them. Baleful aura surged from his entire body, and his originally light blue eyes had turned scarlet. A samsara downlord had bitterly pursued the eternal realm, but had failed at the final juncture. This sort of drastic change was an unimaginable blow to any cultivator's Tao heart. Some cultivators with strong mental fortitude might be able to keep their composure, but those with weaker mental fortitude would find it hard to do the same. Thus, many samsara downlords who had failed the Tao merge were in the most danger. Countless samsara downlords who had failed the Tao merge would choose to go on a rampage, dragging countless living beings down with them. Some downlords who had failed the Tao merge would choose to seek out powerful experts for a life and death battle. They wanted to be the most dazzling figure they could be before they died. As his emotions changed, his Tao heart began to crumble, and his true soul began to crumble at an even faster rate. However, just as he was about to attack, his scarlet eyes suddenly froze for a moment. The red light in his eyes quickly faded away, and his light blue eyes reappeared. There was no longer any hint of madness in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of hope and anticipation. Autarch, is there really a way to save me? He couldn't help but fall to his knees and kowtow towards a certain direction in the void. Swear a lifeblood oath that you will not tell anyone that you failed the Tao merge or that I helped you. Zhou Tong's voice passed through the Daelord's body and into his sea of consciousness. Yes, I will obey your orders, Autarch. The Daelord immediately swore a lifeblood oath. As soon as he swore the oath, an extremely profound technique flowed into his mind. This technique was so profound and so beautiful that the Daelord couldn't help but be attracted to it. He even subconsciously began to follow the guidance of this technique and began to gather the fragments of his shattered true soul. On the other side, Zhou Tong stood quietly by the side, studying the Daelord's situation. The recovery speed of this technique is a little slow, and the recovery method is a little different from what I thought before. The efficiency of this section of the technique seems a little off. As he looked at the results of the Tao Lord's cultivation, Zhou Tong was constantly deducing new dermic formulations. Finally, after several days, the Daelord's dissipated true soul finally returned. Thank you, Supreme. After recovering his true soul, the Daelord who had failed the Tao merge immediately knelt to the void and repeatedly expressed his thanks. However, Zhou Tong had already left his side. As expected, I haven't experienced the collapse of a true soul, so there are still some flaws in my dermic formulations. I still need to make some adjustments, Zhou Tong said as he walked. Although the Daelord's true soul has recovered, there are still some flaws in his dermic formulations, so he hasn't fully recovered and his true soul is still somewhat damaged. Of course, although a part of his true soul was damaged, it didn't affect his Tao merge and he could still continue. However, if he failed the Tao merge again and reformed his true soul again, his true soul would continue to be damaged. If I'm not wrong, if the Tao Lord continues to fail the Tao merge, he'll directly die on his 10th failure. Zhou Tong silently deduced in his mind, then sat cross-legged in the void and improved his dermic formulations. 100 years later, Zhou Tong stood up again, his eyes filled with confidence. After this improvement, the next Tao Lord will probably have the possibility to complete the Tao merge more than 100 times. Although he still hadn't solved the problem of the depletion of his true soul, his dermic formulations had improved after the previous experiments and were closer to the final dermic formulations. Next, I have to find the second test subject. Zhou Tong's divine sense expanded and quickly found the second target. It was also a Tao Lord who had failed the Tao merge and whose true soul had collapsed. Time passed year after year. Every time he experimented with a Tao Lord who had failed the Tao merge, he would spend 100 years or so to solve some of the minor problems in his dermic formulations. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Finally, after the last Tao Lord had perfectly recovered, Zhou Tong's experiments finally stopped. This was because he knew that the dermic formulations he had created had been successful. He had successfully created the True Soul Indestructible dermic formulations using the Void Indestructible approach. This dermic formulations could perfectly restore one's true soul. As long as he used this technique, even if he failed the Tao merge, he could reform his true soul and complete the Tao merge again. As long as his Tao heart could endure, no matter how many times he completed the Tao merge, his true soul wouldn't be affected. The Void Indestructible dermic formulations have finally been completed. The next step is to further improve the 9 chaos seals and transform them into a completely new dermic formulations. I'll even be able to completely integrate the Ki refinement, Heart Force refinement, and Body refinement into a completely new system. Zhou Tong mentally mused. Zhou Tong had long since come up with many ideas for this completely new cultivation system. The main reason was that the cultivation system of this world was, to a certain extent, very similar to the Shrouding Heaven technique of the Shrouding Heaven realm. The Shrouding Heaven technique of the Shrouding Heaven realm was to use the body as a seed. One's body would be a Tao seed that would slowly grow into a towering tree that could rival the universe itself. Later on, one would create a 6th secret realm or even the final immortal emperor realm. That would be the blossoming of the tree. The cultivation system of this world followed the same principle. The 5th stage of Force X was known as the Deity X level. The primary manifestation of this level was the Tao seed, which was to transform the corresponding energy into a Tao seed. The 6th stage was the world level. Upon reaching this level, one would be able to infuse a Tao seed into one's body. After the Tao seed was planted, it would transform into a Tao tree, which would then grow, blossom, and bear fruit. From the perspective of the Shrouding Heaven technique, the cultivation system of the Desolate Era was actually a different sort of using the body as a seed. However, their body as a seed was simply too obvious. The Tao seed and Tao tree could all be seen. Unlike the Shrouding Heaven technique, the Tao seed was an illusory thing that couldn't be seen or touched. Actually, compared to the Shrouding Heaven technique, the cultivation system of this world is actually much closer to the immortal art. With the True Soul Indestructible as the core, one can combine the Ki refinement, Heart Force refinement, and Ki refinement. Using the Sith as a reference, a completely new cultivation system has been born. In fact, I don't even need to change the names of the levels. In this instant, Zhou Tong's mind was completely filled with ideas. Chapter 1360. Boom! Zhou Tong unleashed a burst of fire, instantly causing an enormous passageway to appear within the Chaosverse that led to the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Zhou Tong took a single step forward, re-entering the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Although he already had a rough idea of how to create a brand new system, he still needed to perfect it. The prime essences of the Chaosverse were naturally the prime essences of this world. After re-entering the prime essences, Zhou Tong once more returned to Autarch Skyfeeder's little wooden cottage. "You're back? The Sith Exalts shouldn't have anything left to give you, right?" Autarch Skyfeeder smiled as she looked at Zhou Tong. The Autarchs had long ago searched through all of the Sith Exalt. Aside from the things they had sworn to protect, they knew pretty much everything else. "No, I've learned quite a bit. At the very least, I've come up with a plan for the 10th Chaos Seal." Zhou Tong shook his head. "I came back just to enter secluded meditation and complete the 10th Chaos Seal." "The 10th Chaos Seal? You actually succeeded?" Autarch Skyfeeder was shocked. Zhou Tong nodded, then took out the Azure Flower Estate and placed it off to the side. "I'll help you accelerate time and complete the 10th Chaos Seal as quickly as possible. This will determine the fundamental difference between us cultivators and the Civ," Autarch Skyfeeder offered. "Don't worry. I'll succeed." Zhou Tong nodded, then dove into his own estate. After Zhou Tong entered the estate, Autarch Skyfeeder immediately began to accelerate time within the estate, causing it to flow 1,000 times faster than before. As for Zhou Tong, he sat there quietly atop the stone dais, constantly pondering over this brand new cultivation system. This brand new cultivation system was, of course, based on the original cultivation system of the Desolate Era. It was a fusion of Ki refiners, body refiners, and heart force cultivators. I can use the Azure Flower space of the 9 Chaos Seals as the golden pill for Chi refiners, as well as the mental world for heart force cultivators. As for the divine body, that's much simpler. Every single divine crystal in the divine body can be treated as a product of a completely new mist energy. The more he thought about it, the more he understood this completely new system. What Zhou Tong wanted to do was different from what Ji Ning did in the original work. Ji Ning had only perfected the 9 Chaos Seals and created the 10th one. The cultivation system of the cultivator civilization was still the Qi refinement school, the body refinement school, and the heart force school. It was just that the perfected primal chaos seal could freely convert the power of the 3 schools of thought. However, what Zhou Tong wanted to do was not just the conversion of power, but the conversion of the entire cultivation system. He wanted to use the Chaos Seal as the core and the Azure Flower space as the core. He wanted to create a completely new cultivation system. He wanted the heart world of heart force cultivators to be the Azure Flower space, the Tao tree of Ki refiners to grow in the Azure Flower space, and the divine crystals of body refiners to crystallize the Azure Flower mist. This was far more difficult than what Ji Ning had faced in the original work when creating the 10th Chaos Seal. Fortunately, Zhou Tong had acquired enough information from the Sith Exalts to serve as a reference, as well as some useful information from the heaven-shrouding art and immortal ancient technique. Thus, he was able to create a completely new cultivation system quite quickly. Time flowed like water. Half a chaos cycle had passed since Zhou Tong had entered secluded meditation. "I've finally succeeded. A completely new cultivation system." Zhou Tong opened his eyes, a hint of joy in them. He then glanced at the estate spirit of the Azure Flower estate. Smiling, he said, "I've already exceeded the requirements of your master's mission. Not only have I created the 10th Chaos Seal, I've also improved a completely new cultivation system." The estate spirit was so excited that his face was covered with tears. "Master, you can now die without regrets. Let the brand new cultivation system begin with me." Zhou Tong immediately began to execute his newly improved cultivation system. The God Gems, the Golden Pill, the Heart World, and the Azure Flower space, all of them have been nullified. With but a thought, the gently swaying azure flower within Zhou Tong's sea of consciousness slowly began to wither and collapse. At the same time, the god gems within his body began to combust, while the golden pill's chaos region began to slowly collapse as well. During this process, the Tao tree within the golden pill's chaos region instantly transformed into a streak of light that merged into Zhou Tong's soul and true soul. As the saying went, a tree dies if it moves. The Tao tree followed the same principle. For it to hide within his soul and true soul was nothing more than a temporary measure. What he had to do next was quickly establish a completely new dimension. Only then would the Tao tree be able to take root once more. Rumble Zhou Tong's divine body and soul began to combust. His already crumbling heart world, the golden pill, and the god gems all began to collapse as well. Everything began to dissipate within the flames. In the end, the phoenix underwent nirvanic rebirth and was reborn from the ashes. Zhou Tong's figure appeared within the flames once more. At the same time, Walala! Chaos seals appeared one after another. 10 of them densely stacked together before transforming into a golden seed. The golden seed split open and took root within Zhou Tong's body. It sprouted and grew. After Zhou Tong had completely perfected the cyan chaos seal, even its color had turned golden. Finally, a dazzling golden flower bloomed amidst the dazzling leaves. Every pattern on this golden flower contained boundless mysteries. It was completely incomparable to the azure flower from before. It gently swayed before gradually becoming illusory. In the end, it transformed into a completely new space that was similar to the golden pill and his heart world. After transforming the 10 chaos seals into a completely new system and mastering them, Ning no longer had any seeds or flowers within his body. There was only this space, a space that combined all of the mysteries of his heart world and the chaos region within the golden pill. And then, Zhou Tong's Tao tree appeared once more, taking root within this enormous space. Rumble! The prime essences of the Chaosverse began to tremble violently as an enormous amount of energy poured into this space. Moments later, the entire space began to expand, and the things within it began to grow more and more corporeal. The vast amounts of prime essences began to transform into a brand new type of energy, which Zhou Tong controlled to fill his entire body. Crack! Every single part of Zhou Tong's body began to transform under the nourishment of this energy. In addition, in the place where the eternal god gems had once been, solid crystals of power began to form. This was a brand new type of energy, a perfect type of energy that surpassed divine power, immortal energy, and heart force. This was a type of energy that was extremely similar to the prime essences of the Civ. It could be used to temper the body, temper the heart, and control magic treasures. In addition, it was even more powerful than before. His brand new divine body was quickly reconstructed, and the brand new space began to fill with boundless amounts of energy. This brand new type of energy, just as Autark Awakener left behind, I'll call it elemental key. This brand new system of cultivation, I'll call it the elemental key system. Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to come up with a name, and so he named it after the words Autark Awakener had left behind. This was how Ji Ning had named things in the original work. Chapter 1361. This brand new system should be able to increase my combat power by roughly 30%. Zhou Tong quietly sensed the changes to his body as he mentally assessed them. After his elemental key system was completed, his divine body had become significantly more powerful than before. At the same time, his soul was constantly being nourished by his new divine body and his brand new elemental key dimension, causing it to rapidly grow in power. It's not just my combat power that has increased. Now that my soul has strengthened, the speed at which I can meditate on the various grand daos has increased by roughly 30% as well. Zhou Tong began to meditate on the Tao of Light, which he hadn't been able to meditate on in the past. Soon, countless new insights began to fill his mind, allowing him to visualize Taos much faster than before. After creating this technique, Zhou Tong continued to train in seclusion. He wanted to become an Omega Autarch as soon as possible. The Sith were still a variable, and Zhou Tong had no idea when they would launch another attack. He had never been willing to hand over the initiative to others, and so his only option was to strengthen himself. Once he became an Omega Autarch, he would no longer be in any danger. After Zhou Tong had been training for 3 chaos cycles, he had fused the celestial horned ant's Tao of Force into his own Tao of Fire, creating the Tao of Force. After spending 5 chaos cycles in seclusion, he had fused the Thunder Emperor's Tao of Lightning into his own Tao of Fire, creating the Tao of Lightning and Fire. However, right at this moment, Zhou Tong's seclusion was interrupted. Autarch Titanos had arrived with a piece of news. Yet another person from the primordial chaos had mastered an Omega Tao and become a Tao Lord of the 4th step. This news caused Autarch Skyfeeder and the other Autarchs to be overjoyed. Yet another Omega Tao Lord of the 4th step meant that the cultivator civilizations had a very good chance of giving birth to a second Omega Emperor. Autarch Skyfeeder and Autarch Titanos both turned to look at Zhou Tong. They knew that whether or not this new Omega Tao Lord would succeed in the Tao merge would depend on Zhou Tong. If he was willing to give this new Omega Tao Lord some pointers, his chances of success would be much higher. If he wasn't willing to give this new Omega Tao Lord some pointers, his chances of success would be much lower. Yet another Omega Tao Lord? He reached the level of a Tao Lord of the 4th step? Zhou Tong was rather surprised as well. Yet another Omega Tao Lord of the 4th step had appeared? That's right. That Tao Lord walked the path of the Omega Sword Tao, unlike you. By the way, his name is Jining. Even as he spoke, Paragon Titanos waved his right hand, causing a flower scroll to appear, upon which was a drawing of Jining. Not bad, not bad. After such a long time, it's time to meet him. Seeing Jining's image, Zhou Tong was stunned and then smiled. You know him? Autarch Titanos was surprised. Before I reached the world level, when I was still living in the Chaosverse, I took on a disciple. It was him. Zhou Tong laughed. What? He was born in the same chaotic universe as you? I never would have thought that a single Chaosverse would give birth to 2 Omega Tao Lord. Autarch Skyfeeder was shocked. Zhou Tong said, All right. I'm going to leave seclusion for a while. As he spoke, Zhou Tong put away his estate, then turned and left the prime essences of the Chaosverse. He reappeared within the Chaosverse, following the threads of karma that had been connected to him. He quickly found Jining's location. He's actually in Vast Heaven Palace? Right. Jining later went to Undermoon Lake, which was established by world god Northrest. Thus, according to his oath, he had to make a trip to Vast Heaven Palace. As for why he joined Vast Heaven Palace, he probably knew that he was my disciple, which was why he was invited. Zhou Tong was able to quickly divine the location of Jining's seclusion. With a wave of his hand, he tore through the void, transforming into a streak of light that instantly flew towards Vast Heaven Palace. Meanwhile, within Vast Heaven Palace, Haha, brother Jining, you've been keeping me in the dark for quite some time. I didn't expect you to train in an Omega Tao. Emperor Soulsky was chatting and drinking with Jining. When Zhou Tong had been alive, Soulsky had been nothing more than a Tao Lord. Now that multiple chaos cycles had passed, he had succeeded in the Tao merge and become an eternal emperor. Although Omega Taos are formidable, the Tao merge is far too difficult. No one in history has ever succeeded in the Tao merge with an Omega Tao. Jining was rather worried. Don't worry. Since someone has already told the Autarchs about you, I imagine they'll have a way to deal with you. At the very least, they'll have a way to increase the difficulty of your Tao merge, Emperor Soul-Sky said. Right at this moment, both Emperor Soul-Sky and Ji Ning seemed to sense something at the same time. They suddenly turned to stare at the empty space not too far away, a hint of surprise on their faces. The void cracked open, and Zhou Tong walked out of the void step by step. Brother Tribulation Fire, you've returned. You succeeded in the Tao merge? Emperor Soul-Sky was shocked. Master! Ji Ning turned to look at Zhou Tong as well, a look of delight on his face. I heard that you've embarked on the path of the Omega Sword Tao, so I came to take a look. Perhaps I'll be able to give you some pointers on your Tao merge. Zhou Tong smiled at Ji Ning. Brother Tribulation Fire, although you've succeeded in the Tao merge, ordinary Tao Lords like us probably won't be able to give you any pointers on Omega Das. The nearby Emperor Soul-Sky shook his head. Perhaps. However, I do have a few things here that will be beneficial to Omega Das. First of all, this. As he spoke, Zhou Tong waved his hand, causing 12 jade slips to appear within it. This is... Both Ji Ning and Emperor Soul-Sky were stunned. The 12 jade slips simply hovered there in the air, emanating terrifying auras of their own accord. Although they couldn't compare to the aura of a hegemon, the two of them still felt a sense of pressure. These are the Omega Daos left behind by 12 Tao Lords of the fourth step who once embarked on the path of Omega Daos in our Chaosverse. I've left some notes within them as well. I imagine that after you read them, your understanding of Omega Daos will improve further. Zhou Tong waved his hand, causing the 12 scrolls of Omega Daos to float towards Ji Ning. 12 Omega Tao Lords of the fourth step? Did any of them succeed in the Tao merge? Emperor Soul-Sky had a solemn look on his face. If they succeeded in the Tao merge, then the Daos I'm going to show you right now are the Daos of Omega Emperors. Why would they be Tao Lords of the fourth step? Zhou Tong picked up a gourd of wine from the table, then poured himself a cup of wine as he spoke leisurely. All failed. Ji Ning instantly felt a mountain of pressure weighing down on him. However, he was still able to suppress his impatience and began to read the first scroll of the Omega Daos. Just as Ji Ning was reading through the Omega Daos, Zhou Tong said to the nearby Emperor Soul-Sky, Brother Soul-Sky, I'd like to ask you to leave us for a moment. There are some things which the autarchs have ordered that are not to be made public. The autarchs? Tribulation Fire? You are able to contact the autarchs? Emperor Soul-Sky was shocked. Zhou Tong nodded. I am indeed able to contact the autarchs at any time. So that's how it is. So this is the assistance which the autarchs spoke of. Emperor Soul-Sky nodded. All right. Since this is an autarch's order, I'll leave you for a moment. He now had a general idea of where these 12 scrolls of Omega Daos came from. They had to have been given to him by the autarchs. Chapter 1362. This wine tastes pretty good. You really know how to enjoy yourselves. Zhou Tong leisurely poured himself another cup of wine, then drained it in one gulp. For countless years, Zhou Tong had been cultivating, and cultivating. Very rarely did he enjoy a life at the peak of power. On the other side, Ji Ning was meditating on the Omega Daos left behind by his predecessors, one scroll after another. These Omega Daos left Ji Ning utterly stunned. Although none of the scrolls contained the Tao of the sword which he had trained in, the Omega Daos left behind by his predecessors had given him a much deeper understanding of the Omega Tao, allowing him to gain a better understanding of the Tao merge of an Omega Tao. Omega Daos truly are Omega Daos, but Master's notes. Ji Ning carefully inspected the notes which Zhou Tong had left behind. Many things which he hadn't noticed in the past suddenly became clear to him. Why is it that Master's notes seem to be of a slightly higher level? Every single one of the Omega Daos, he explained, hit the nail on the head. I feel as though if I follow Master's instructions, I'll be able to succeed in the Tao merge? The more Ji Ning meditated, the more stunned he felt. He had already embarked on the Omega path, and had become a Tao Lord of the fourth step. In fact, he had seen countless hegemonic grand Daos during the past few chaos cycles. But now, when faced with the master he had taken on as a child, he still felt as though he was filled with unfathomable mysteries. Master's power is most likely at the very top of the hegemons. In fact, he's probably on par with those so-called Otherverse lords, Ji Ning speculated. A long time later, Ji Ning opened his eyes once more, emerging from the endless sea of insights he had gained into the Grand Tao. You're awake? How do you feel? Zhou Tong looked at the awakened Ji Ning and asked. Omega Daos live up to their reputation. They are unfathomably vast and unfathomably deep. Ji Ning replied, after meditating on these 12 scrolls of Omega Daos, I feel somewhat confident in my chances of succeeding in the Tao merge. A little bit of confidence isn't enough. The Tao merge for an Omega Tao is extremely difficult. If I only have a little bit of confidence, the chances of failure will be extremely high. Zhou Tong said. If you wish to fuse with an Omega Tao, the conditions are extremely harsh. You need to have a perfect Tao heart, a perfect divine body, and a perfect Tao tree. You also need to meditate on other Daos and gain insights into the fragments of your Omega Tao. Ji Ning nodded. Many of these things had been recorded in the 12 scrolls of Omega Tao, and most of them had been annotated by Zhou Tong. Master, has no one ever succeeded in cultivating an Omega Tao before? Ji Ning asked. Yes. In the Chaosverse, there are still people who have succeeded in their Tao merge with an Omega Tao. Zhou Tong laughed. Really? How come I've never heard of it? Ji Ning was a little anxious. Because he has never publicly announced that he succeeded in his Tao merge using an Omega Tao, Zhou Tong said. Our Chaosverse has an Omega Emperor hidden away? Ji Ning stared, tongue-tied. He had never heard of this before. All he knew was that no one had ever succeeded in fusing an Omega Tao. Master, who is it? Ji Ning asked urgently. Haven't you already met him? Zhou Tong said. Met him? Ji Ning was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses. He stared at Zhou Tong. Master, could it be that you, if I hadn't succeeded in my Tao merge, how would I know so much about Omega Daos? As Zhou Tong spoke, he once more produced a jade slip. As soon as this jade slip appeared, it instantly exploded with a terrifying aura of might. Ji Ning felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy blow. This aura of might was completely capable of crushing an ordinary hegemon. This is your master's eternal Omega Tao of Fire. Although it is a different Tao of Fire from your Tao of the Sword, I trust that your chances of succeeding in the Tao merge will be much greater after you read it, Zhou Tong said. Eternal Omega Tao of Fire. Thank you, Master. The moment Ji Ning reached out and touched the scroll, a huge amount of information surged into his mind, shocking him greatly. The 12 scrolls of Omega Tao that he had read before also contained a Tao of Fire. However, Ji Ning felt that the difference between that scroll and his master's eternal Omega Tao of Fire was too great. He had only roughly comprehended it once, but he couldn't help but feel that it was complete and perfect. Compared to this eternal Omega Tao of Fire, he felt that whether it was his Omega Sword Tao or the other 12 scrolls of Omega Tao, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. It was too perfect, too perfect. This time, Ji Ning immersed himself in it for a longer period of time than when he had read the other 12 scrolls of Omega Tao combined. This Tao of Fire can actually be like this. After a long time, Ji Ning opened his eyes. I'll give this jade slip to you. You can meditate on it whenever you want, but remember not to let anyone else know about it. That includes the fact that I succeeded in the Tao merge with an Omega Tao, Zhou Tong warned Ji Ning. Master, you've already succeeded in the Tao merge and become an Omega Emperor. Why do you have to keep it a secret? Ji Ning was rather puzzled. It's not just me. If you succeed in the Tao merge, don't tell anyone either. Our universe is still in danger, and Omega Emperors aren't strong enough yet. We need Omega Autarchs. If word of this gets out, we'll probably start a new war. Zhou Tong gave Ji Ning a rough summary of what had happened. The Sith, other Chaos Verses, Omega Autarchs. Ji Ning fell silent. Many things had exceeded his expectations. He had thought that the Sith had been defeated long ago, but they had actually survived. And it seemed as though they still had a trump card that was capable of toppling the entire universe. How about this? When you prepare to attempt the Tao merge, let me know. Or perhaps find a way to notify the other autarchs. We'll arrange for a safe place for you that will completely conceal all of your Tao merge manifestations, Zhou Tong said after pondering for a moment. He then handed a talisman to Zhou Tong. This talisman can be used to contact me and the other autarchs of our Chaosverse. If I'm in secluded meditation when you attempt the Tao merge, you can notify Titanos, Skyfeeder, or Bolin. However, don't use this thing recklessly. Aside from the two of us, I imagine that only a few of the other autarchs have access to this talisman. Yes, your disciple understands. Ji Ning accepted the talisman solemnly. Finally, Zhou Tong produced a small estate and handed it to Ji Ning. Before I attempted the Tao merge, this place was of great help to me. I'm going to give it to you now. This estate was filled with more than 100 billion scrolls of techniques which Autarch Awakener had collected. Ji Ning accepted the estate, then scanned it with his God sense. He was instantly stunned by how many techniques and legacies there were. It was simply astonishing. I've done everything I can to help you. Whether or not you succeed in the Tao merge will be up to you. I don't understand the eternal Omega Sword Tao, so I won't be able to teach it to you. Zhou Tong said one last time, then turned and left. He didn't teach Ji Ning the True Soul Everlasting technique, as it wouldn't be of much use to him during his first Tao merge. If he risked everything during the Tao merge, he would be much closer to mastering an eternal Omega Tao. If he relied on his True Soul Everlasting to attempt the Tao merge without limit, he would probably relax his already tense heart, which would be detrimental to his mastery of an eternal Omega Tao. It wouldn't be too late to give this technique to him after he succeeded in the Tao merge, or after he failed the Tao merge. Most importantly of all, given that there were no Omega Autarchs, it wouldn't be wise for him to spread the word of this technique. This was because many people already knew that Ji Ning was training in the Omega Sword Tao. It was inevitable that some people would try to spread the word. Chapter 1363. Zhou Tong told Ji Ning everything he needed to say and showed him everything he needed to show him. Ji Ning quickly entered secluded meditation. Afterwards, Zhou Tong spent a few more years lecturing on the Tao to the members of Vast Heaven Palace. This time, the content of his lectures was even more profound than the previous ones. It could be said that most of the content was completely incomprehensible to them. However, even if they didn't understand, they were still able to memorize it and slowly analyze it when they had the time. After doing all this, Zhou Tong returned to the prime essences of the Chaosverse and continued his secluded meditation in pursuit of the Tao of Omega Autarch. This time, after spending 2 chaos cycles in seclusion, Zhou Tong had fused the Tao of Yang into his Tao of Fire and formed the Tao of Pure Yang. 3 chaos cycles later, he had formed the Tao of Purine. 5 chaos cycles later, he had formed the Tao of Radiant Light. 7 chaos cycles later, he had formed the Tao of Darkness. Every 1 or 2 chaos cycles, Zhou Tong would be able to fuse one of the myriad Taos into his Tao of Fire. He had fused the Tao of Formations into the Tao of Fire, the Tao of Talismans into the Tao of Talismans, and the Tao of Karma into the Tao of Flames. There were so many Taos that his Tao of Eternal Omega Fire could contain them all. Although he still hadn't reached the level of one Tao begets all Taos, His Tao of eternal Omega fire continued to expand, expand, and expand. Originally, the only difference between him and a true autarch was the breadth of his Tao. Now, however, that difference was slowly being resolved as he fused countless Taos into his Tao of fire. In the blink of an eye, 100 chaos cycles had passed since Zhou Tong had entered secluded meditation. Of course, Autarch Skyfeeder had been maintaining Zhou Tong's 1,000-fold temporal acceleration. In truth, Zhou Tong had already been cultivating for 100,000 chaos cycles. On this very day, Zhou Tong finally emerged from the Azure Flower estate. You've emerged. Autarch Skyfeeder halted the temporal acceleration and walked towards Zhou Tong. Thank you for maintaining the temporal acceleration for me, Autarch Skyfeeder, Zhou Tong said gratefully. It's just a small matter. I'll only be able to accelerate time by 1,000 times for 100 chaos cycles. To me, it's nothing. The more powerful you are, the more powerful we cultivators will be. Autarch Skyfeeder smiled. 100 chaos cycles, but to me, that's 100,000 chaos cycles. Zhou Tong sighed. This was a long period of time that he had never experienced. Whether it was the shrouding the heavens world, the sun spirit world, or the world of immortals, he had never experienced such a long period of time. Even the coiling dragon world was only close to this period of time. I almost forgot. You are still so young. The amount of time it took you to succeed in your Tao merge from birth was even shorter than the lifespan of some world-level cultivators. 100,000 chaos cycles is an extremely long period of time for you. Autarch Skyfeeder smiled. Still, it's been a long time. How has your cultivation progressed? I've reached my limit. Zhou Tong shook his head. My ultimate fire Tao has already reached a limit. Even if I integrate more Taos, it won't be of much use. I can sense that right now, I'm just a tiny bit away from becoming an Omega Autarch. However, I've been in secluded meditation for many years. I've been painstakingly searching, but I still haven't been able to grasp that tiny bit of inspiration. Zhou Tong sighed. I'm planning to leave seclusion for a period of time. I'm going to wander the universe and see things that I've never seen before. Perhaps I'll be able to grasp that tiny bit of inspiration. It's incredibly difficult to go from an eternal emperor to an autarch. It'll be good for you to go out and see things. The more you experience, the better your chances of making a breakthrough will be, Autarch Skyfeeder said. Based on what I know, even in the Sith Chaosverse, there are many Omega Emperors who remain stuck at the Eternal Emperor level, unable to break through. You train at an incredibly fast rate and your comprehension of the Tao far surpasses ours. Your chances of becoming an Omega Autarch should be higher than those of other Omega Emperors. However, you'll have to rely on yourself to gain insights from the various things in the universe. The prime essences of the Chaosverse are indeed a holy land for cultivation, but there are some things that can be said about the Tao that might be of use to you, Autarch Skyfeeder warned. Zhou Tong nodded, then once more left the prime essences of the Chaosverse and entered the vast, endless Chaosverse. As he walked, he saw all sorts of strange and wondrous sights in the universe. Many of them were stunning, formed from the workings of the Chaosverse itself. Zhou Tong's horizons were especially broadened when he saw all sorts of wondrous terrains and landscapes hidden within the Quintessence 8 regions. As he walked, Zhou Tong didn't interact with any of the other cultivators. All he did was stare at the mysteries of the Chaosverse, or take the form of a mortal and wander the mortal world. Finally, after a chaos cycle, Zhou Tong arrived at the borders of the Chaosverse. This is the border of the Chaosverse. This is the border of the Chaosverse. Zhou Tong stared ahead. It was still pitch black in front of him. If he simply flew, he would never be able to touch the so-called border. This was the place where all of the dimensions of the Chaosverse intersected. It was a border that was invisible to the naked eye. Only Omega Emperors or Autarchs like Zhou Tong could be certain of it. These intersecting points would eventually converge to form the endless border of the Chaosverse. An untouchable border. For cultivators below the autarch level, the Chaosverse is still endless. They can't see the border. Zhou Tong gained a hint of understanding. Cultivators who had yet to reach the level of supremacy would never be able to reach the border. To make a simple analogy, if the boundary of the chaotic universe was a line, then every step taken by an existence below the autarch level would shrink in size by half. As a result, they would never be able to touch the boundary that was so close to them for the rest of their lives. It was like a converging sequence of numbers, a converging function. If anyone below the autarch level were to see this sort of converging universe, they'd probably feel despair. Zhou Tong subconsciously simulated how ordinary eternal emperors would feel upon seeing such a scene. This was the first time he had ever seen such a border. Whether it was the shrouded heaven world, the world of longevity, or the coiling dragon world, the borders of those worlds were all similar to the borders of the desolate era's Chaosverse. There was no way they would have converging sequences of numbers or functions. Everything is converging. It's like a black hole with no end in sight. It's like the entire universe is being swallowed up by an invisible black hole. Whether it's space-time, yin and yang, the five elements, or the grand Tao, they're all being swallowed up. Looking at the border from the perspective of an ordinary eternal emperor, Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel a hint of emotion in his heart. One is all things return to one. Chapter 1364. All things become one, whether it's time and space, yin and yang, the five elements, even sabers, spears, swords, halberds, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, all the Daos in the world can be retracted and transformed into the most primitive one without any difference. At this moment, countless clues were connected in Zhou Tong's mind. So that's how it is. So this is the so-called Great Destruction. Zhou Tong suddenly understood. At this moment, the scorching flames around Zhou Tong devoured everything. Whether it was the yin and yang, the five elements, light and darkness, even time and karma, everything was devoured by the flames around Zhou Tong. Fire was the most destructive power, and Zhou Tong's understanding of great destruction was naturally more advantageous than other Daos. Especially when he saw the boundary of the chaotic universe up close, the Daos that had been accumulating in his heart for a long time exploded in his heart, destroying and devouring everything, and finally forming the so-called Great Destruction. So this is the first step towards becoming a supreme being, Great Destruction. So it wasn't that difficult after all. The flames on Zhou Tong's body emitted a heart-palpitating, destructive power. This power caused his flames to turn pitch black. Crash! The flames erupted almost instantly and blasted a huge hole in the dark void ahead, revealing the dazzling scenery outside the chaotic universe. It was a dazzling, beautiful, and boundless space that caused one's heart to tremble. It was filled with multicolored colors. The boundless infinity dimension was filled with countless celestial bodies, the largest of which were naturally the Chaosverses. Endless time and endless space intersected there. Those who were not strong enough could get lost at any time. Outside the world, that is the endless space outside the world. Zhou Tong's eyes were filled with curiosity and desire. He wanted to explore that endless space. Wait a bit. Wait until I become an Omega Autarch. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged, and the huge hole in front of him naturally healed. At this moment in Zhou Tong's mind, endless mysteries of fire were constantly evolving. Great Destruction was only the first step in becoming an ultimate Autarch. One still had to realize the other side of Great Destruction, life force. Only after mastering Great Destruction and mastering the opposite of destruction and vitality could one finally step into the realm of ultimate Autarch. Destruction and rebirth were like two sides of a piece of paper. Some ultimate supremes would need a long period of cultivation to master this, But Zhou Tong was different. He only had a phoenix true fate, and one that was most adept at being reborn in the midst of nirvana. With this kind of talent, he had understood the other side of the great destruction almost as soon as he had comprehended it. At this moment, as the endless flames of great destruction spread, the life force within the flames was also being nurtured. As time passed, the life force became more and more vigorous. Finally, boom! After the life force at the core of the flames of great destruction reached its peak, it suddenly exploded. All the destruction and darkness disappeared. All that was left was the most dazzling, surging life force, endless life force. Previously, the so-called Great Destruction did not destroy any life, but the Great Tao, the destruction of all Great Tao. Naturally, the other side of the Great Destruction was also the vitality of the Great Tao. Time, space, yin and yang, the five elements, light and darkness, karma, the endless Great Taos were nourished by the life force, forming a mysterious connection with each other. They then transformed into a complete universe, a complete Tao. Slowly, stars were born. The void was born. Primordial chaos was born. In the blink of an eye, a complete world was born. This world was not like the worlds of the world-level cultivators, which only had a single great Tao. This was a world that encompassed everything and had no limits. The destruction of all Taos and the rebirth of all Taos. In the end, everything returns to one. This is what it means to be an Omega Autarch. Zhou Tong succeeded in becoming an Omega Autarch in the instant that endless life force exploded forth. At the same time, within his elemental key dimension, atop the towering Tao tree whoosh. The flower of eternity, which had been shining brilliantly, wilted at this moment. At the same time, a fruit gradually grew from it. The more the fruit grew, the more marvelous it became. In the end, it transformed into the shape of a phoenix. The inside of the fruit was filled with endless flames, as well as the essence of life and death. In the end, the fruit completely took shape, transforming into a dazzling phoenix that spread its wings and soared into the skies. At the same time, an endless amount of energy began to gather around Zhou Tong. His body began to transform, and his consciousness began to grow infinitely more powerful. It was as though he had broken through to a completely new dimension. His consciousness and his divine will spread to every corner of the entire Chaosverse, resonating with the prime essences of the Chaosverse. At the same time, the prime essences of the Chaosverse responded to Zhou Tong with joyous cheers. They didn't resist at all, allowing Zhou Tong's consciousness to naturally permeate every inch of the prime essences. It was as though he could refine them at any moment. As expected, only after becoming an Omega Autarch can I truly see the true face of the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Endless eternal Omega Taos. Zhou Tong was somewhat intoxicated. In this moment, everything about the prime essences of the Chaosverse was branded into his mind. The eternal Omega Fire Tao he had previously mastered was merely a part of the prime essences of the Chaosverse. The complete prime essences of the Chaosverse were formed from countless eternal Omega Taos. The eternal Omega Time Tao, the eternal Omega Space Tao, the eternal Omega Five Elements Tao, the eternal Omega Yin Yang Tao, the eternal Omega Karma Tao. There was no end to them, and all of them were eternal Omega Tao. But of course, although they were all on the same level, there were still differences in the power of each Tao. For example, Zhou Tong's own eternal Omega Fire Tao was one of the most powerful eternal Omega Taos in the prime essences of the Chaosverse. As for the Tao of painting, the Tao of chess, and the like, they were the weakest eternal Omega Tao. These eternal Omega Taos of varying levels of power interacted with each other, becoming a part of how the Chaosverse operated. Eternal Omega Taos. Autarch Omega Taos. The Taos of other autarchs are all at the hegemonic level. However, the Taos of my Autarch Omega Fire Tao are all eternal Omega Tao. Zhou Tong quietly meditated on the changes in his body as boundless insights flooded his mind. After becoming an Omega Autarch, one would have mastered all of the Omega Daos in the Chaosverse. Moreover, they would have mastered all of the eternal Omega Daos. However, no matter how powerful the eternal Omega Daos are, they can't compare to my Autarch Omega Dao. They aren't on the same level at all. Chapter 1365. At the same time, countless autarchs throughout the Chaosverse began to move. What's going on? What's going on? The prime essences of the Chaosverse are trembling. What's going on? Quite a few autarchs opened their eyes, a look of shock on their faces. The autarchs who were fine all turned to look at the trembling, then immediately warped through spacetime. Rumble! The boundless energy of the prime essences of the Chaosverse began to converge on Zhou Tong's body, constantly modifying Zhou Tong's body and causing his elemental key world to transform. All of the autarchs stared in amazement at Zhou Tong, who was within that terrifying vortex of energy. This is the first time I've ever seen such a flood of energy. I feel as though the prime essences of the entire Chaosverse are pouring into him. Autarch Titanos sighed in amazement. Success! The tribulation flame has finally reached the Autarch level. Autarch Bolin revealed a look of delight as well. Right. Given how terrifying this is, he must have broken through to become an Omega Autarch. Autarch Akong was excited as well. Ahahaha! Our Chaosverse has finally given birth to an Omega Autarch. In the future, we won't have to worry about being invaded by other Chaosverses. Autarch Stonerule couldn't help but feel overjoyed as well. He's probably the youngest Autarch in history. There are probably many world-level cultivators who are older than him. Autarch Skyfeeder laughed as well. All of the Autarchs were excited as well. Over the course of countless eons, they had always been worried that the Sith would invade and wipe them out. Even though they had already beaten back the first wave of Sith, it was still possible that they would be invaded in the future. Only by giving birth to an Omega Autarch, a Lord of Chaos, would they be able to resolve this problem once and for all. So this is what it feels like to become an Omega Autarch. Zhou Tong was intrigued. His god sense instantly reached out to the region where the Sith had been sealed off, and he saw the Sith Omega Autarch who was peacefully enjoying himself within it. Given my current level of power, killing you will be no problem at all, Zhou Tong mused. Sith Omega Autarchs who had come to this desolate Chaosverse would naturally be suppressed. Given the circumstances, how could they possibly be a match for Zhou Tong? But to avoid any unexpected complications, I'd better refine the Chaosverse first. Zhou Tong's consciousness instantly entered the quintessence of the Chaosverse and began to refine it. The quintessence of the Chaosverse didn't stop him in the slightest, and everything went smoothly. Rumble! Following Zhou Tong's refinement, the great Daos in the origin of the chaotic universe that had been operating naturally began to undergo drastic changes. Originally, it had relied on the mutual influence between the Daos to circulate, but now that Zhou Tong had refined it, all of the eternal ultimate Daos within the quintessence of the Chaosverse had begun to revolve around Zhou Tong's paragon ultimate fire Dao. Rumble! In an instant, the Autarch ultimate fire Dao became the brand new foundation of the entire Chaosverse. One Dao was supreme, and all Daos were auxiliary. It was as if the entire Chaosverse had gained a new backbone. It was as if a small animal that was originally ignorant and could only rely on its instincts to move had suddenly gained intelligence. Just as Zhou Tong was refining the quintessence of the Chaosverse. Within the endless void, there was a small wooden hut atop a boulder that was several kilometers in circumference. A skinny, dark-skinned figure emerged from the hut. He was dressed in green robes, and had a pair of ox horns on his head. He stared at Zhou Tong's Chaosverse with a hint of astonishment on his face. This is refining the chaos verse? The man instantly understood what was happening. In front of him, the chaos verse, which had been a vast expanse of gray mist, suddenly began to transform. The primordial chaos began to condense into a terrifying aura that emanated scorching heat. In the end, it formed the aura of the Tao of Fire, which caused him to tremble in fear. This was the aura of the autarch ultimate fire Tao. It was a supreme Tao that caused the entire chaosverse to instantly become the most dazzling existence within the endless void. It was as though it had transformed into an incomparable sun. The autarch ultimate fire Tao, the Tao of fire, the Tao of destruction. The horned, azure-robed man frowned. A second Lord of Fire has finally appeared within the endless void, and it's a troublesome Tao of fire. It seems Ayer is beyond saving. There were differences between autarch ultimate Taos as well. The autarch ultimate fire Tao was the most destructive of all Taos. In terms of destructive power, aside from the autarch ultimate destruction Taos, the autarch ultimate fire Tao was the most terrifying of all. The Sith Lord of Chaos stared at the towering chaosverse that seemed to have transformed into a sun that illuminated the entire endless void. Even he felt that this Lord of Chaos was going to be difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong had finished refining the chaosverse within the desolate chaosverse. He opened his eyes once more. So this is what it feels like to be a Lord of Chaos. Compared to the Universe Lords who created the chaosverse on Coiling Dragon World, there are many differences. Still, if I had signed the primordial golden rankings back in Coiling Dragon World, many of those differences would have disappeared. Zhou Tong quietly meditated on the changes that had occurred to his body. Although refining a chaosverse was a bit stressful, it was nothing to him now that he had become an autarch. After becoming an autarch, his body, soul, and true soul had all transformed once more. He was more than 100 times stronger than before, and so he was naturally able to endure the pressure. However, he wasn't in a rush to kill Ayer. He had already completely locked down all of the Sith's chaosverse, ensuring that no one would be able to escape. Ayer was like a turtle in a jar that could be dealt with at any time. Zhou Tong focused all of his attention on the brand of the mirror of samsara within his body. This feeling, I've never felt anything like this before. Why is the brand of the mirror of samsara giving me a sense of powerlessness? Zhou Tong frowned. He could sense that this situation was going to be a bit troublesome. He had the feeling that if he continued to maintain his status as a Lord of Chaos, there was no way he would be able to return to his true body. The only way was to give up his status as a Lord of Chaos. In the end, the brand of the mirror of samsara is nothing more than a brand. It isn't the mirror of samsara's true body. There's no way it can carry such an enormous chaosverse and bring it back. Zhou Tong mused to himself. Is it because of the living creatures of this chaosverse? Zhou Tong once more turned his attention to the living creatures of this chaosverse. The chaosverse was filled with boundless amounts of energy, but half of that energy was distributed to various experts. The emperors, Tao lords, world-level cultivators, and other cultivators all had an enormous amount of energy gathered within them. When I returned, I brought a world with me, but those worlds weren't very large or they were created by me. I didn't have to refine a world like I did now. Zhou Tong began to analyze his current situation. I'm afraid that if I want to bring the chaosverse back with me, I'll have to come up with a way to upgrade the elemental energy within my body to the chaosverse level. Zhou Tong began to come up with a plan. In truth, in a way, the elemental energy within his body was on the same level as the chaosverse. This was because Zhou Tong had mastered both the autarch Omega Tao and the eternal Omega Tao of all Tao. These two were on the same level as the chaosverse, or perhaps even more powerful. However, the reason why they were inferior to the chaosverse was because they lacked sufficient material foundations. Without sufficient material foundations, so-called levels and insights, were nothing more than illusions. Chapter 1366. It seems that only the universes which I personally created or created are qualified to be taken away by the mirror of reincarnation. Zhou Tong now understood many things. Still, first of all, I need to wipe out the sieve. After meditating for a long period of time, Zhou Tong finally rose to his feet and stared towards the sealed Sith headquarters. Come to think of it, I still haven't forged a lifeblood weapon yet. Zhou Tong murmured to himself. His only weapon was his personal sin weapon, the Tribulation Fire Bow. He had upgraded this weapon to a new level of power long ago when he had become an Omega Emperor. Sin weapons generally grew through slaughter, but Zhou Tong hadn't killed that many people. Thus, his Tribulation Fire Bow was merely comparable to a top-grade eternal weapon. It wasn't even comparable to the weapons used by many powerful hegemons. Perfect. I'll use this Civ headquarters to forge a weapon. Zhou Tong looked towards the Sith and said, "Retreat." Instantly, space-time around them began to twist and distort. Just the word "retreat" caused all of the cultivators who had taken part in the sealing of the Civ headquarters to feel space-time shift around them. In the blink of an eye, they were teleported to a place fairly far away from the Civ headquarters. Even the autarchs stationed there were no exceptions. All they could do was stare at the Civ headquarters from afar. Although it didn't seem to be very far away, their god sense was no longer able to reach it. It was as though they were standing at the edge of the world. Zhou Tong took a single step forward, arriving at the center of the retreating cultivators. He then stretched out his hand towards the Civ headquarters, clenching his fingers together as his sonorous voice boomed out across the entire battlefield. Whoosh! Void Forge! At the same time, on the Civ side, as soon as the cultivators had retreated, Ayer, who was still within the Sith castle, was alerted. What's going on? Why did all of the cultivators leave in an instant? How did they leave? Why do those spacetime ripples feel as though they belong to the eternal Omega spacetime Tao? Can it be that an Omega Emperor has appeared in this chaos verse? No, I have to go take a look. Ayer waved his right hand. Alas, nothing happened. What's going on? This. Why can't I tear this spacetime apart? Ayer's face sank. Earlier, he had wanted to tear open spacetime and enter the outside world to see what was going on. However, the surrounding spacetime was incomparably sturdy, rendering him incapable of shaking it at all. Spacetime can't be torn apart. Can it be? An extremely terrifying thought flashed through Ayer's mind. There was only one reason for this to happen. This Chaosverse had already been refined by someone else, and a Lord of Chaos had appeared in this Chaosverse. When he thought of this, Ayer was terrified. He knew he was done for. But at the same time, an unparalleled fury burned in his heart. Damn it! These cultivators are too cunning. They didn't leak any information at all for so many years, and then an ultimate autarch suddenly appeared. Even an ultimate emperor would be easy to deal with, but it just had to be an ultimate autarch. How patient! Ayer's face was completely twisted with rage and terror. Alas, this was his final thought. In an instant, a wave of scorching heat swept through the entire Sith headquarters. The terrifying flames instantly annihilated all living creatures within it. Even ultimate autarch Ayer himself was only able to last a few moments longer than the other autarchs before he was vaporized. Rumble, the power of the scorching flames swept through the Chaosverse, causing terrifying heat to spread throughout the Chaosverse. All living creatures were instantly transformed into the most primordial energy of the Chaosverse. However, this energy didn't immediately return to the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Instead, it was intercepted by Zhou Tong within the Sith headquarters. Rumble! All of the cultivators within the Chaosverse stared in shock at the scene before them. They saw spacetime twist and distort into the shape of a cauldron, and then the scorching flames within the cauldron annihilated everything. Annihilated, the Sith have been completely annihilated. It was just a single blow, but this is the power of a Lord of Chaos. He was able to transform space into a cauldron. The Autarka's Omega Tao of Fire lives up to its reputation. He is simply too powerful. Upon seeing Zhou Tong's actions, all of the autarchs and the emperors who had been stationed here revealed excited looks on their faces. The Sith which had plagued them for countless years had finally been wiped out. However, the destruction of the Sith wasn't the end. The cultivators continued to stare at the scene before them in utter shock. They could clearly see the war machines, fortresses, and golems which the Sith had painstakingly created instantly melt into liquid. Countless materials began to be separated from the liquid, then reformed in a mysterious fashion under the control of an invisible hand. A short while later, a golden cauldron appeared in the void. Artificing. This autarch is artificing. Many of the cultivators stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. This was the first time they had ever seen such a magnificent artificing process. Many of the cultivators who were skilled in the Tao of artificing had looks of awe on their faces. In this instant, Zhou Tong's techniques and artificing techniques had completely surpassed their imaginations. It was simply too marvelous. Can he have become an autarch through the Tao of artificing? In fact, many of the hegemons couldn't help but wonder. The level of artificing which Zhou Tong had just displayed was simply far, far too high. I wonder what level of weapon this autarch will be able to create. Many of the hegemons began to speculate. This was a weapon which had been created using the entire Sith headquarters. It must be understood that Sith weapons were treasures which they could only dream of. How powerful would a weapon which had been created using the entire Sith headquarters be? Time flowed on. 10,000 years went by in a leisurely manner. Zhou Tong sat there in the lotus position within the void of space as he continued to forge artifacts. During this process, he was gaining a deeper understanding of the eternal Omega Tao of artificing, and he was constantly improving and upgrading his artificing technique. During this period of time, he was constantly analyzing the artificing techniques which the Sith had created. This was the Sith headquarters, after all. Although Zhou Tong had destroyed this place, he had also imprinted all of the formations and artificing techniques of the Sith headquarters into his mind, transforming them into a foundation which he could use to improve his understanding of the Tao of artificing. Finally, after 10,000 years, a golden cauldron flew out from the Sith headquarters and landed next to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's palm split open, causing a large amount of blood to flow into the cauldron. After using up half of the blood in his body, the cauldron finally came to a halt. Next, Zhou Tong once more used his own God sense and his autarch Omega Tao of Fire to nourish the cauldron. As the nourishment continued, the cauldron slowly began to undergo some strange transformations. A series of phoenix runes began to appear on the surface of the cauldron, and the power of the cauldron continued to rise. The temperature of the flames within the cauldron skyrocketed as countless mysterious flames began to appear within the cauldron. A short while later, the cauldron had surpassed the level of a universe treasure and reached an unprecedented level of power. This was a level of power which had never been seen in the Chaosverse before. Now that the lifeblood artifact is complete, I'll call you the Tribulation Cauldron. Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction. Next is the quintessence core within the cauldron. Chapter 1367. Zhou Tong stared into his furnace, only to see that it was filled with an unfathomably vast amount of prime essence energy. This prime essence energy had come from the Sith cultivators who had devoured the prime essences of the desolate Chaosverse over the years. Half of the prime essence energy of the desolate Chaosverse is in the hands of the various cultivators. Over the course of countless years, the Sith have devoured an enormous amount of prime essence energy from the cultivators of the desolate Chaosverse. This amount of prime essence energy has already taken up 10% of the entire Chaosverse. As for the Sith, the living beings of the Sith Chaosverse, who came from the Sith Chaosverse, were able to absorb 10% of the prime essences of the entire Chaosverse. Combined, I now have 20% of the quintessence's worth of matter and energy in this furnace. Zhou Tong willed it, and then, rumble, half of the enormous amount of prime essence energy within the furnace was instantly returned to the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Instantly, all of the autarchs could sense that the prime essences of the Chaosverse had grown noticeably stronger. After all, this was equivalent to 10% of the prime essences of the desolate Chaosverse. I've returned all of the prime essences of this Chaosverse to you. Now, I'll gladly accept the remaining prime essences of the Sith's Chaosverse. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. He immediately fused this energy into his own elemental world. Rumble. As this energy fused into the prime essences, Zhou Tong could instantly sense that the elemental world within his body was beginning to change dramatically. The area where his Dao tree had been hidden away and transformed into something similar to the prime essences of the Chaosverse. As for the remaining 10% of the prime essences, it quickly transformed into a miniature Chaosverse. Suddenly, Zhou Tong seemed to sense something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. My mirror of samsara's brand is actually changing? Zhou Tong stared at the brand of the mirror of samsara within his body. It seemed as though the brand was sending out strands of energy that were fusing into the elemental Chaosverse within his body. So this is the reason why I can bring the space back? The mirror of samsara's brand will seep into the dimension I created, which is why I can bring it back. But the Chaosverse refined by the outside world doesn't have such a brand, which is why I can't take it away? Zhou Tong instantly understood why he had been unable to take away the desolate Chaosverse. As expected, I have to rely on myself for everything. Only what is mine is mine. The desolate Chaosverse is nothing more than an external object, Zhou Tong said to himself. At the same time, he began to study the brand of the mirror of cyclic within him. He could sense that the birth of his elemental Chaosverse had something to do with it as well. If any other Omega Autarch had received 10% of his quintessence, they wouldn't have been able to create a Chaosverse like this. When Zhou Tong had killed Ayer, he discovered that the quintessence he'd refined could only be stored outside his body. He couldn't refine it into his own body. Oh, now that I have a Chaosverse within me, my body seems to have begun to transform as well. Is this the level of cultivation above the Omega Autarch level? Zhou Tong could vaguely sense that he had discovered a brand new path, one that would lead him to the Lord of Chaos. He didn't necessarily need a complete Chaosverse. If he was strong enough and refined enough energy and quintessence, he could become a master of Chaosverse without relying on the power of the Chaosverse. I need to carefully study this path. Who knows, it might be the key to reaching the limit and transcending this world. Zhou Tong calmed his heart and continued to study the brand of the mirror of samsara within him. He knew that the reason he'd been able to discover this path was because of the brand of the mirror of samsara. It hadn't been easy for him to find a path to a higher level. He didn't want to give up just like that. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to give up his status as a master and return to this world as an ordinary Omega Autarch. Zhou Tong spent several chaos cycles trying to understand the mysteries of the mirror of samsara's brand, as well as some of his experiences from other worlds. In the end, he finally made some progress. Although he wasn't able to create a complete path, it should be enough to help him advance. 10% of my quintessence, my elemental Chaosverse, should be about 1/10 the size of the desolate Chaosverse. Zhou Tong silently compared the quintessence of his Chaosverse with the quintessence he'd refined. Where should I go next to find enough power? If I don't use up the original Chaos Verse, then there's only one place. Zhou Tong turned his gaze towards the infinite void outside of the Chaos Verse. I've never really paid any attention to the places outside of this world. With but a thought, Zhou Tong immediately took control of the quintessence of his Chaos Verse, then condensed it into an avatar that had at least 80% of his true body's power. The avatar took a single step forward, leaving the Chaos Verse and entering the endless infinite void. This place was filled with dazzling light and dazzling light. Space-time and karma were in complete chaos here, and one could even see a series of enormous celestial bodies and strange lifeforms. However, upon seeing Zhou Tong, those lifeforms immediately fled in terror. Although this was just an avatar, Zhou Tong still radiated with the aura of an entire Chaos Verse. This was why Lords of Chaos Verses were so terrifying. A single glance from them was enough to wipe out ordinary Omega Autarchs. 9 of the largest Chaos Verses. Aside from my Omega Tao of Fire, there's also this Sith Chaos Verse. This Chaos Verse contains the Omega Tao of Yin-Yang. Zhou Tong quickly located the 9 most eye-catching Chaos Verses. Judging from their appearances and auras, it was easy to tell whether or not someone had bound a Chaos Verse. Zhou Tong's Chaos Verse was like a dazzling sun, dazzling to behold. The Sith Chaos Verse, by contrast, was much more low-key. The Tao of Yin-Yang gave it a mysterious, unfathomable aura. Still, the Sith Chaos Verse is quite powerful. Even though I've bound so much of the quintessence of this Chaos Verse is still slightly stronger than my Chaos Verse. Zhou Tong couldn't help but sigh. A Chaos Verse with or without a Lord of Fire would be completely different. Although Chaos Verses would instinctively devour the energy of the infinite void to strengthen themselves, if they had an Omega Tao as their core, the rate at which they would devour energy would increase exponentially. If an unbound Chaos Verse was like a dire monster that hadn't gained sentience and could only instinctively devour spiritual energy, then a bound Chaos Verse would be like a dire monster that had gained sentience and acquired the correct legacy. The difference between the two was enormous. Thus, the Chaos Verse which gained a Lord of Fire would grow far more powerful than the other Chaos Verses. Thus, the longer a Lord of Fire was born, the more powerful a Lord of Fire would be. Chapter 1368. However, there are many ordinary celestial bodies in the infinite space, and they're hidden in various spacetime dimensions. Most importantly, the endless spacetime dimensions are changing irregularly at every moment. It's impossible to draw anything like a map. Zhou Tong shook his head. Rewind the past. With a thought, Zhou Tong's vision began to rewind, and scenes of the past appeared before him. It didn't take long for the scenes of the past to appear before Zhou Tong's eyes, including the origin of the Chaos Verse. In the distant past, there had been a vast continent called the Genesis continent. A consciousness had been born there, and it had become a black-robed emperor who ruled over the entire world and enslaved all cultivators. However, he was only a life form formed from the consciousness of the Genesis continent, and not a cultivator. Thus, he only knew eternal Omega Taos, not Autarch Omega Taos. Thus, with the birth of an Omega Autarch, his rule had been in danger. In the end, there had been a great battle. More than 100 Omega Autarchs had joined forces to set up a grand formation to kill the black-robed emperor. However, the black-robed emperor had naturally refused to give up, and so he detonated the entire Genesis continent, causing an unprecedented mass extinction. He'd taken all of his opponents down with him. After the Genesis continent had exploded, the scattered matter had gradually gathered into the various celestial bodies of the infinite space, as well as the various universes. The ones with the most matter were the 9 Chaos Verses. After skimming through it, Zhou Tong quickly learned the language of the previous epoch. Then, he went back in time again. He wanted to see the three ultimate fire Tao sovereigns of the origin continent in the previous epoch. The Tao of Fire had always been a path of many cultivators. Of the 100 or so Omega autarchs who'd fought in the last era, 3 of them had cultivated the ultimate Tao of Fire. The ultimate Tao of Fire of these 3 is somewhat different. It's also somewhat different from mine. Zhou Tong carefully studied the past of these 3, carefully studying the differences between their ultimate Tao of Fire and his own. If everyone's eternal ultimate Tao of Fire was the same, then the autarch ultimate Tao of Fire was distinctly different. One Tao gave birth to 10,000 Taos, and there would be some differences due to the different forms of Taos. It's a pity that although there are differences, the differences aren't that great. There's only about 20% difference, and it's not very useful for me as a reference. Zhou Tong thought to himself. The infinite space really is a treasure trove. If I rewind the past, I'll be able to see the Tao of those 100 Omega autarchs, and I'll be able to take a small step forward. As he spoke, Zhou Tong looked at the infinite chaosverse, and continued rewind the infinite space. As Zhou Tong continued to rewind time in the endless space, the Sith Chaosverse Master of Chaos revealed a look of surprise. It's difficult to find an opportunity to communicate with him. It seems that this Master of the Chaosverse is an ascetic cultivator. People like him are difficult to deal with, but they're also not difficult to deal with. I hate ascetics the most. The Master of the Sith Chaosverse, Alpha Primordium, was still having a headache. Cultivators like the ascetic cultivators were very stubborn. They would never compromise once they decided on something. That was why they were very difficult to deal with. However, cultivators like them did not like to interact with other cultivators. That was why they were not difficult to deal with. How troublesome! He's rewound the infinite space for so long. Could it be that he wants to completely grasp the cultivation civilization of the previous era and see through everything? Perhaps he wants to see through all the Taos of Omega autarchs? The more Alpha Primordium thought about it, the more he felt that this person was terrifying. After reaching the peak of cultivation, he didn't enjoy himself, nor did he seek revenge for his past grievances. Instead, he continued to pursue the unknown. What was he trying to do? This clearly showed that he had greater ambitions. Forget it. I'll just let him do as he pleases. It's fine as long as he doesn't pay attention to that chaos verse. Alpha Primordium finally looked towards the center of the Genesis continent, where a chaos verse was still slowly taking shape. Alpha Primordium's true body remained within his Sith chaos verse, but he had an incarnation that remained in the infinite space all year round to protect the slowly taking shape chaosverse where the Genesis continent was located. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Tong's incarnation continued to traverse the infinite space. He was both rewinding time and observing the civilizations of the previous era, and at the same time absorbing the energy and matter within the infinite space. When the Genesis continent was destroyed, the remaining matter formed the 9 most powerful chaos verses. What's left isn't enough to form the 10th chaos verse. Rather, it's because the matter is too scattered, and because the 9 most powerful chaos verses are constantly devouring it. That's why the 10th chaos verse has been destroyed. The more Zhou Tong traversed the infinite space, the more he came to understand this point. There were simply too many space-time dimensions hidden within the infinite space. Unless one was like Zhou Tong, searching through them one by one, not even a Lord of Chaos would be able to know everything. It must be understood that prior to the destruction of the Genesis continent, the infinite space had been filled with countless dimensions and miniature chaos verses. The destruction of the Genesis continent didn't necessarily have to do with the miniature chaos verses hidden in other dimensions. When all of these things were added together, however, they were more than enough to form an enormous chaos verse. If my suspicions are correct, then Alpha Primordium probably hasn't been searching for the chaos verse at all. He's probably been waiting for the central chaos verse to take shape this entire time. Zhou Tong mused. Keep searching for matter. Keep collecting energy. Zhou Tong's incarnation returned with a bountiful harvest. After fusing all of the items it had collected into Zhou Tong's elemental dimension, it once more set out and continued to sweep through the infinite space. One chaos cycle after another passed. Finally, after 1,000,000 chaos cycles, Zhou Tong finally came to a halt. Aside from a few fairly obvious chaos verses, most of the matter within the infinite space has already been fused into my true body's elemental dimension. Zhou Tong's true body was seated quietly in the lotus position within the desolate chaos verse, but when he peered into himself he could see that there was an enormous chaos verse within his body. This chaos verse was already 70% the size of the desolate chaos verse. The remaining 30% is going to fall into the central chaos verse of the Genesis continent. Zhou Tong silently calculated. All I have to do is wait for the right moment to strike. Chapter 1369. Meanwhile, outside the Sith Chaosverse, the clone of the Sith Lord of Primordium continued to quietly stand guard atop an enormous boulder. However, one day, he suddenly had a thought. It's been a long time since that Autarch Omega's clone has appeared. Has he given up on exploring the infinite void? Or has he discovered some sort of major secret within the infinite void? Has he gone off on his own to meditate? When he thought of this, he couldn't sit still any longer. His enormous god sense began to search through the infinite void, searching for any places Zhou Tong might have gone. There are no secrets. There are no traces of any secrets here. Nothing here. Arbiter had spent 1,000,000 years searching, but he still hadn't discovered any secrets. He stared in the direction of the desolate chaosverse, a frown on his face. What's going on? Has he really given up? Or wait. Something's off. I've been searching for so many years, but where are the materials? Why is it that the materials in the celestial bodies of the infinite void have disappeared? Almost instantly, Alpha Primordium understood what was going on. His face darkened. I knew it. I knew this guy wasn't a pushover. He's been preparing to attack the Sith Chaosverse. That's why he's been preparing for war all these years. Damn. I lost the initiative because I had to protect the central Chaosverse from forming. Arbiter's heart was filled with the desire to kill. I can't let this continue. If this continues, the Sith Chaosverse won't be at a complete disadvantage. I have to use some special measures. Arbiter's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at the clearly visible small and even medium-sized Chaosverses. You treacherous autarch of the Fire Tao. You intentionally gathered materials and energy from those remote corners of the Chaosverse, and you didn't even touch those fully formed Chaosverses in order to numb me. You really are something. The more Arbiter thought about it, the angrier he became. Kid, you're trying to start a war. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being heartless. Small and medium-sized Chaosverses like yours no longer have any meaning in continuing to exist in the infinite void. Times have changed. Ever since the birth of a second Lord of Chaos, the entire infinite void has changed. In the future, there will no longer be peace. In the future, the infinite realms will go to war again. Apart from the giant Chaosverse, nothing else is worth living. You weaklings have been free and unfettered for so many chaos cycles. It's time for you to perish. As for the other Chaosverses, we'll have to act before you give birth to a Lord of Chaos. If you want to blame someone, blame that bastard from the ultimate Tao of Fire. Absolute Primordium's eyes flashed with a cold light as he made his move. Finally, after 10,000 chaos cycles, the quintessence of the entire desolate Chaosverse began to boil once more. Vast amounts of quintessence energy poured madly into a certain direction. The Chaosverse had finally given birth to its second Omega Autarch, Ji Ning. Ji Ning! Zhou Tong exclaimed after Ji Ning completed his breakthrough. Master! I've finally become an Omega Autarch. Ji Ning's face lit up with joy as he reported the good news to Zhou Tong. I see. Congratulations. However, there's one more thing I need you to do, Zhou Tong said. Master, please instruct me. I'll do it. Ji Ning was unprecedentedly confident. Outside the Chaosverse, in the infinite realms, Zhou Tong appeared once more. Of the 9 Chaosverses, the remaining 7 still haven't given birth to a Lord of Chaos. Zhou Tong's gaze swept across the other 7 Chaosverses. Something's not right. Those Chaosverses seem to have been weakened. Did Absolute Primordium do it? He actually dared to take the initiative to attack the other giant Chaosverses? Did he do it to plunder matter and energy to strengthen his Sith Chaosverse? Zhou Tong stared at the Sith Chaosverse. However, the Sith Chaosverse seemed to have been weakened as well. No changes? Does that mean those things have all fallen into the central Chaosverse? Did Absolute Primordium go crazy? Zhou Tong suddenly turned to look at the place where the Genesis continent had once been. There was a Chaosverse there, and it was almost fully formed. Zhou Tong had been able to hide this from Absolute Primordium in the beginning, but after 1,000,000 chaos cycles had passed, how could he possibly hide this from him? In truth, after Zhou Tong had stopped, Absolute Primordium had sensed that something was wrong. Thus, he had taken action as well. There was nothing he could do about it. If he waited until Zhou Tong had finished plundering all of the Chaosverse, the central Chaosverse where the Genesis continent had been would have no more nourishment. Thus, Absolute Primordium had taken action as well. Even more viciously, he had destroyed all of the miniature and medium-sized Chaosverses that had given birth to countless living creatures, using them as nourishment to hasten the formation of the central Chaosverse. In fact, he had even secretly attacked the other giant Chaosverses, plundering a portion of their quintessence and matter to strengthen his central Chaosverse. Thus, after so many years, the central Chaosverse had more or less taken shape. By now, it was roughly a third of the size of a giant Chaosverse. However, Zhou Tong was heading straight for the central Chaosverse. With a single step, he arrived next to the central Chaosverse. The instant Zhou Tong arrived, an azure-robed, ox-horned man suddenly appeared next to the central Chaosverse. The second Lord of Chaos to have been born in the endless space. The azure-robed, ox-horned man smiled as he looked at Zhou Tong. It's been so long, but this is the first time we've formally met. I am the Lord of the Sith Chaosverse, Absolute Primordium. I am the Lord of the desolate Chaosverse, Tribulation Flame. Zhou Tong turned to look at Absolute Primordium. Tribulation Flame, since you've come here, you must have come for the final Chaosverse, right? Let me tell you, that's impossible. You've been gathering so much matter from the endless space behind my back. What exactly are you planning? Absolute Primordium didn't beat around the bush. What am I planning? You're the only one who's allowed to attack our Chaosverse, but I'm not allowed to ruin your plans? Zhou Tong chuckled, and then a golden furnace appeared in his palm. This was Zhou Tong's lifebound weapon, the Tribulation Flame Divine Furnace. Its power was boundless, and now that it was fully unleashed, its terrifying power instantly illuminated the entire endless space. No, there's something wrong with your power. You're not an avatar, but your true body. Absolute Primordium looked at Zhou Tong in horror. The moment he saw Zhou Tong erupt, he realized that the person in front of him was definitely Zhou Tong's true body, and definitely not an avatar like him. Damn it, you actually came with your true body. Aren't you afraid of dying here? Absolute Primordium looked at Zhou Tong in shock. He wanted to protect the central Chaosverse, but how could an avatar be a match for Zhou Tong's true body? In just an instant, he was sent flying by the scorching flames. Then, the terrifying divine power of the tribulation flame divine furnace instantly tore apart the entire chaos-verse. Although the chaos-verse was almost complete, it was still fundamentally incomplete. How could it possibly withstand a full-powered attack from a Lord of Chaos? The flames pierced through the incomplete chaos-verse origin, causing the entire chaos-verse to collapse. Chapter 1370. No, no. Seeing the universe he had waited for countless chaos cycles for to be destroyed, Alpha Primordium's avatar bellowed in agony. An eye for an eye. This is the price you have to pay for invading our universe. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and all the matter in the collapsing universe swarmed towards Zhou Tong. Humph. Even if this universe collapses, don't even think about taking it away. A roar came from the Sith Chaosverse. Alpha Primordium's main body moved as well. He wanted to compete with Zhou Tong for the remaining matter. He had spent countless years to condense this central Chaosverse, and it was the result of countless years of waiting. Now that it was collapsing, he absolutely didn't want an outsider to take advantage of it. Most importantly, this Chaosverse contained far too much energy and matter. If the Desolation Chaosverse were to acquire it, it would most likely surpass his Sith Chaosverse by a large margin. When that happened, his own Chaosverse would be in danger of being counterattacked. Compete with me? Let's see if you have the courage to do so. Zhou Tong chuckled as he watched Alpha Primordium's main body take a step forward and leave the Chaosverse. Rumble. At this moment, the desolate Chaosverse that was as dazzling as the sun suddenly underwent a drastic change. The change was so intense that even Alpha Primordium was dumbstruck. In Alpha Primordium's eyes, the Chaosverse that was as perfect as the sun rapidly dimmed, as though it had returned to its original state. But then, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from the Chaosverse. This was the aura of the Supreme Ultimate Sword Tao. Fierce sword intent crisscrossed the Chaosverse, and the entire Chaosverse was refined by someone else in an instant. Moreover, it was refined using the method of Sword Tao. You actually withdrew your Supreme Ultimate Fire Tao and gave the Chaosverse to someone else? You abandoned your status as the master of the Chaosverse? You actually dared to. Alpha Primordium was stunned. The scene before him was simply too shocking. A master was actually willing to give up a Chaosverse? This was simply a fantasy. Clang. At this moment, a fierce sword light erupted from the desolate Chaosverse, pointing straight at the Sith Chaosverse with great momentum. Not good! Genesis, who had already stepped out of his Chaosverse, immediately retreated. He no longer cared about the wreckage of the central Chaosverse. He needed to guard his own Chaosverse. Otherwise, it was very likely that the new master of the desolate Chaosverse would take advantage of the situation and invade. If his Sith Chaosverse was seriously damaged, it wouldn't matter even if he managed to get his hands on the wreckage. Rumble. In this moment, the Sith Chaosverse and the Desolation Chaosverse were at loggerhead. On one side was the oldest controller of the chaotic universe, who had lived since the previous era. On the other side was a newly ascended controller of the chaotic universe, a controller of the Sword Tao and the Tao of Slaughter. Neither was willing to give an inch. The terrifying aura of the Supreme Ultimate Tao covered the sky and covered the earth. The divine might was vast and mighty, and it spread out in all directions. Zhou Tong, on the other hand, continued to devour the remains of the entire central Chaosverse at a leisurely pace. You planned this all along? Genesis' avatar didn't return. Instead, he glared hatefully at Zhou Tong. That's right. I could have done it long ago, but I needed someone to help me. Fortunately, my disciple broke through to the Omega Autarch level not too long ago. After waiting for so long, the time has finally come. Zhou Tong smiled. Humph. Help you? You're playing with fire. Be careful not to burn yourself. Genesis Avatar snorted coldly. Burn myself? Ah. No one knows fire better than I do. Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh. You extracted your supreme ultimate Tao and gave the Chaosverse to your disciple. You're no longer a controller of the Chaosverse. A mere Omega Autarch can be destroyed with a flick of your finger, Genesis Avatar said coldly. Then why don't you try? Zhou Tong suddenly looked at Tai Chu's incarnation, and a terrifying divine might erupted from him, suppressing Tai Chu in an instant. Thump! 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 Genesis Avatar suddenly retreated a dozen or so steps, each step taking him 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers away. Only when he was near the Sith Chaosverse did he suddenly raise his head, staring at Zhou Tong with a terrifying gaze. How is this possible? You can actually unleash the power of a controller of the Chaosverse? Genesis stared at Zhou Tong. Can it be that you've refined other Chaosverses? Impossible. The other Chaosverses don't show any signs of being refined. You definitely aren't a controller of the Chaosverse. Genesis' heart was in complete chaos. He didn't even know what he was saying anymore. He repeatedly tried to guess the reason for this, but he repeatedly denied it. In the end, he seemed to think of something inconceivable. He stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. Can it be that a controller of the Chaosverse can be reached without relying on the Chaosverse itself? No. Zhou Tong looked at Genesis with a smile. By now, he had completely absorbed the remains of the Sith Chaosverse. In the entire endless space, there was nothing but the 9 Chaosverses. Everything else was gathered in Zhou Tong's elemental energy space, forming a primal Chaosverse that belonged solely to him. An inner verse? But this path has already been rejected. The ultimate space-time autarch of the previous era rejected this path. How did you cultivate it? Even an ultimate autarch's innerverse shouldn't be able to reach the level of a Chaosverse. Genesis seemed to be certain of Zhou Tong's path and continued to ask questions. Because there is an essential difference between you and me. I am special. After saying this, Zhou Tong retreated to the edge of the desolate Chaosverse. This time, he didn't enter the desolate Chaosverse because the primal Chaosverse within him had already taken shape. If he entered now, he would have to suppress it with all his strength. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to 2 Chaosverses going to war. At this time, a person flew out of the desolate Chaosverse. It was Ji Ning. Master, are you really going to leave? Ji Ning looked at Zhou Tong, somewhat reluctant to part. I am different from you. I wholeheartedly pursue supremacy. Becoming a controller of the Chaosverse isn't the end. I feel that there is an even higher level. From now on, I will leave the matter of protecting the Chaosverse to you. Zhou Tong patted Ji Ning on the shoulder, then turned and fled into the endless space. After putting some distance between Ning and Primogenitor, Zhou Tong glanced towards the desolate Chaosverse. He murmured softly, "Time to go back. As for whether or not we'll meet again in the future, that'll depend on fate." He activated the Mirror of Reincarnation brand within him and then disappeared into the endless space. Chapter 1371. Heaven-shrouding world, divine realm, under the world tree. Zhou Tong quietly sat here, comprehending the endless great Tao and the heavenly horned ant's true fate within his body. Ever since the immortal phoenix's true fate was sent out, it had already been 100,000 years. During these 100,000 years, Zhou Tong already gradually absorbed the great Tao insights the heavenly horned ant's true fate brought back. Sigh, it still isn't enough. The heavenly horned ant's true fate is too powerful. I can't find a way to turn it into a 6th secret realm at all. Zhou Tong suddenly released a sigh, opening his eyes. His eyes were who knew how many times deeper than 100,000 years ago, his divine force and cultivation even more so many times more powerful. The heavenly horned ant's true fate was a half-immortal emperor-level existence. The Tao it carried was naturally not a small matter, definitely not something immortal kings could casually comprehend. If it wasn't for Zhou Tong being one with the heavenly horned ant's true fate, there was no way he could completely comprehend all of this in just a few 100,000 years of time. If it was other immortal kings, they might not be able to completely comprehend it even after 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years. However, even if he completely comprehended those Tao, it would still be difficult for him to turn the heavenly horned ant's true fate into one of his own sixth secret realms. It was because this true fate really was too powerful, who knew how many times more powerful than Zhou Tong's original body. At this level, if he wanted to completely turn it into a sixth secret realm, it was no different from a snake devouring an elephant, the difficulty just too great. The heavenly horned ant's true fate is stuck. It is also difficult for the divine patterns tangled together in my body to improve. Zhou Tong examined himself. Countless divine patterns similar to those produced by the heaven-shrouding technique appeared in his sea of reincarnation. However, the number and strength of these divine patterns had long reached the limit 100,000 years ago. Later on, they didn't improve in the slightest. Of course, once he used these divine patterns, Zhou Tong's strength could completely increase by a level in a short amount of time. By using these divine patterns, Zhou Tong had confidence that without the heavenly horned ant's true fate interfering, he could rely on his own strength to last for 15 minutes in front of a half-immortal emperor without being defeated. A single heavenly horned ant's true fate is already so troublesome, the other true fates that return might be even more troublesome, for example, my immortal phoenix true fate. Every time Zhou Tong thought about the immortal phoenix true fate, his mind couldn't help but jump. He always felt like if the immortal phoenix true fate returned, it might be even more terrifying than his own heavenly horned ant true fate. My immortal phoenix true fate won't return until I become an immortal emperor, right? Zhou Tong couldn't help but shiver. If that was the case, then it would be even harder for that true fate to become his sixth secret realm. Sigh. Thinking of this, Zhou Tong also felt a headache coming on. What's wrong? What happened? Yan Ruyu, who was sitting not far from Zhou Tong, asked. In these 100,000 years, this was the first time she had seen Zhou Tong move. This also indicated that he had come out of seclusion. But after coming out of seclusion, she first sighed. What was going on? It's nothing. I'm just lamenting the difficulty of the road ahead. My 100,000 years of bitter cultivation have come to an end. There's no point in continuing to sit here, Zhou Tong said softly. The difficulty of the road ahead. Yan Ruyu nodded. She also felt the difficulty of the road ahead. Ever since she became a secular immortal, she had been in seclusion here for hundreds of thousands of years to comprehend the trajectory of the universe's Daos and the various mysterious Daos and techniques left behind by Zhou Tong. However, her progress was not fast. She didn't know when she would be able to comprehend the sixth secret realm and become a true immortal king. If she couldn't comprehend the mysteries of the sixth secret realm, she could only rely on time to slowly improve. Maybe I'll become an immortal king after Ru'er. Yan Ruyu was also a little helpless. Zhou Tong was the third son of Yan Ruyu and Zhou Tong. It was also very likely that he would be their last child. This was because when Zhou Rui was born, Zhou Tong was already an immortal king who was infinitely close to becoming an immortal emperor. Yan Ruyu was also a quasi-immortal king at that time. With their cultivation level at that time, it was already very surprising that they could give birth to a child like Zhou Rui. In the future, as their cultivation level increased, it was very unlikely that they would give birth to a new descendant. However, it was also because of this that this last child's talent was too high. He had the supreme physique and was born with the supreme Tao fruit. Only a few years had passed, and his cultivation level was already infinitely close to becoming a secular immortal. Who knew when he would break through? Therefore, Yenryu felt that she might become an immortal king after Zhou Rui. Zhou Tong also looked at his youngest son, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side of the world tree. The supreme physique has undergone nirvana. It has undergone nirvana once. Zhou Tong saw through his path with a single glance. Although the supreme physique's nirvana was dangerous, it was indeed an unparalleled longevity method. As long as one could survive it, they would directly obtain an immortal grade Dao fruit in their second life. This was especially true for Zhou Rui. His Dao fruit in his first life was at the peak of a great emperor. After undergoing nirvana, his Dao fruit in his second life was close to that of a secular immortal. It was at least at the level of a great emperor of 5 or 6 lives. Who knew how many lives he had saved by undergoing nirvana? Therefore, at such a young age, he was infinitely close to becoming a secular immortal and could break through at any time. Don't think too much. The more anxious you are, the harder it will be for you to break through. Let's go out and travel together. Perhaps the opportunity for us to break through is not among the countless divine abilities. Perhaps it is in the mortal world. Zhou Tong said. Speaking of which, ever since the universe leveled up, we haven't seen this gorgeous and mysterious universe together. Okay. Yenryu nodded with a smile on her face. Although they had been together for so many years, they rarely went out. Apart from cultivation, they spent most of their time doing their own things, not to mention traveling together like this. After making the decision, Zhou Tong and Yenryu immediately left the divine realm. They turned into the most ordinary couple and traveled together in the mortal world. They traveled from one place to another and traveled for many years. Of the two of them, one was immortal King Diguang, who was infinitely close to becoming a quasi-immortal emperor, and the other was a secular immortal. Both of them were immortals, and time could hardly leave a mark on them. The mortal world was filled with all kinds of phenomena and the various forms of life. The two of them traveled all over the world. Along the way, the two of them rarely used any divine abilities or discussed Tao. Most of the time, they just supported each other like ordinary mortals and comprehended the various forms of life in the mortal world. The two of them had been ordinary villagers in the countryside, farming, fishing, and raising chickens. The two of them had also been ordinary peddlers in the ordinary world, doing business all over the world. The two of them had even been ordinary workers in an ordinary city. Occasionally, when they were touched by the mortal world and were inspired, they would directly record it in some places nearby and engrave their imprints, which could be considered as leaving a bit of fortune for the future generations. The two of them left their traces in the heavenly reaching, eternal, and crepe myrtle star domains. The continents of the divine silkworm clan, the heavenly court, and the tyrant body clan also left their traces. Chapter 1372. Zhou Tong and Yenryu had been traveling in the mortal world for tens of thousands of years. And on this day, their travels were interrupted. Rumble! Endless great Tao runes descended from all directions in this universe. This change instantly alarmed the entire universe. Zhou Tong and Yenryu couldn't help but look into the void of the universe. Endless great Tao runes descended on a figure in the universe. Countless terrifying tribulations descended at the same time, and countless laws of heaven and earth judged that figure together. Immortal King Tribulation? Who is it? Yenryu looked at the terrifying figure in shock. The light that belonged to an immortal king illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was a mysterious figure. Above his head was a blinding light that illuminated the universe, and above that light was a large bell. It vibrated slowly, and the sound waves swept through the 9 heavens and the 10 earth. No Shur has finally broken through to the immortal king realm. He has already found his own 6th secret realm. With such a breakthrough, he should be considered an immortal king realm giant. Zhou Tong looked at the figure in the universe and said softly, "If one only relied on their own foundation and spent hundreds of thousands of years slowly grinding to the immortal king realm, they would only be considered a peak immortal king, just like when Huang Tian Emperor returned to the immortal realm. However, if they spent hundreds of thousands of years and still found their own sixth secret realm, they would be an immortal king realm giant." Rumble. The immortal king Tribulation descended, but No Sure had already found his own sixth secret realm, and his strength had reached the level of an immortal king realm giant. The power of the immortal king Tribulation could no longer do anything to him. In the heavenly court, Yi Fan also looked in the direction of No Sure's tribulation with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Emperor No Sure has finally succeeded. He is indeed the first one to discover the sixth secret realm. However, I will be there soon. With this thought, Yi Fan closed his eyes again and quietly comprehended the great Tao. There is one more immortal king in our universe, Emperor Qing said as he looked at No Sure's figure. He had reached this level long ago. His cultivation method of the inner world system was already different from the heaven-shrouding technique. It wouldn't trigger the immortal king Tribulation. Last time, in the battle against the other side, his gains were just too great. Taoist Wu Shi is truly amazing, the God Emperor exclaimed as he looked at Wu Shi, who was deep in the universe. The time it took for Wu Shi to reach the immortal king stage was much shorter than his. All the cultivators in the 9 heavens and 10 lands were shocked to see boundless tribulation, especially those who had once followed boundless great emperor. They were ecstatic. At this moment, the immortal king Tribulation was still ongoing. The test of the physical body was soon over, and the next test was the primordial spirit. Endless laws turned into rays of blinding light that pierced his head, and at the same time, the sixth secret realm above his head. 1. Almost in an instant, the vast river of time surged and roared, circling around the sixth secret realm above No Sure's head. There was no beginning and no end, making him almost invulnerable. So this is No Sure's sixth secret realm. It's really similar to Heavenly Emperor Huang's all-seeing God. It's also similar to the Golden Pill nascent soul system that I taught before, but it's also clearly different. Zhou Tong looked at No Sure's tribulation from afar and analyzed his sixth secret realm. A few days later, the monstrous waves finally disappeared. No Sure had successfully passed the tribulation and became the new immortal king of this realm. Another immortal king has been born. This realm has improved, Zhou Tong said softly. At the same time, he looked at his own divine realm and the world tree. After No Sure had successfully passed the tribulation, all the Daos in the universe rumbled. The immortal king's legacy was returned to the world. The most obvious change was that more than 10 fruits had appeared on the world tree. The world tree was Zhou Tong's ultimate treasure to help this realm recover. It was also something that Zhou Tong used to further restrict the living beings in this realm. It would absorb the excess immortal matter in the universe and turn them into fruits similar to the immortal divine medicine. I'll let No Sure handle these fruits himself. With a thought, Zhou Tong made the dozen or so fruits on the world tree turn into streams of light and fly in the direction of no beginning. Immortal King. Yenryu looked at No Sure enviously. Don't worry, you'll find the 6 secret realms soon and become an immortal king, Zhou Tong comforted. Boom! However, as soon as Zhou Tong's voice fell, large swathes of immortal light suddenly appeared in the entire universe, causing the various star regions and even the continents to dim. Immortal ascension light? And there are 2 of them? 2 people have become immortals at the same time? Yenryu was stunned. Then, she looked at the void of the universe in shock. There were 2 more figures there. One of them was covered in golden light like a scorching sun. The other was covered in an extremely cold aura that seemed to be able to freeze everything. The lunar human emperor and the solar emperor have finally become immortals. Zhou Tong said. It had been countless years since he had resurrected the two human emperors. He had organized many immortal techniques for the two human emperors to study. Now, he had finally succeeded. Holy Emperor of the Sun and Human Emperor of the Moon. Yen Ruyu nodded. She also knew about the two human emperors. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, the two human emperors often came to the deity plane to comprehend the great path under the tree of world. She also knew that the two human emperors had agreed to be the guardians of this realm a long time ago. It was very likely that they would cultivate under the world tree in the divine realm and protect it in the future. Two human emperors becoming immortals at the same time. It's quite a story, Zhou Tong said at last. The Immortal Ascension Tribulation was much shorter than the Immortal King Tribulation. The two human emperors passed the Immortal Ascension Tribulation in the end and floated away with the immortal light. Boom! However, not long after the two human emperors' Immortal Ascension Tribulation dissipated, another beam of immortal light covered the sky and earth. A terrifying aura spread throughout the entire universe. The third person to become immortal is Rui. He broke through at this time too. Yen Ruyu was surprised to find that the third person to become immortal was her son. 3 people become immortals in a day. Not long ago, No Sure even became an immortal king. The entire universe is finally beginning to recover. Zhou Tong's gaze swept across the entire universe. He had already seen many people who had been cultivating in secret. These people were all people who had achieved Tao in the past hundreds of thousands of years. To be able to attain Tao in this golden era, they had relied on themselves to live a second life. Since they could live a second life, there was a high chance that they could live a third life, a fourth life, and finally embark on the path of immortals in the mortal world. The strength of a universe was not only determined by the number of immortal kings, but also the number of true immortals. The current 9 heavens 10 earths was gradually recovering the glory of the immortal ancient era. However, he was also a little worried because it was often the time when geniuses appeared in large numbers and countless people took a step forward. It was the time when the Great Tribulation was about to descend. The Great Tribulation is about to descend. The Great Tribulation is about to arrive. The previous otherworld was only a prelude to the battle. Now, those strange and ominous things will soon sweep through the Great Tribulation again. Zhou Tong secretly sighed in his heart. The good days were numbered. What followed next might be the most tragic period of his life. But my strength is still not enough. I need to be at least an immortal emperor to have a chance of controlling my own fate. I need to be at least an immortal emperor to have a chance of fighting. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Huh! At this moment, Zhou Tong's expression changed slightly. He felt his reincarnation mirror glowing as if a huge monster was approaching. My immortal phoenix true fate has returned. Chapter 1373. It really is the return of the immortal phoenix true fate. Zhou Tong looked at the terrifying radiance on the reincarnation mirror. This was an unprecedented radiance, even more shocking than when the heavenly horned ant true fate entered. Damn, it can't really be an immortal emperor, right? Zhou Tong was a bit bewildered. Last time, the return of the heavenly horned ant true fate already made him feel incomparably uncomfortable, to the extent where his 10 heavenly passage divine ring almost collapsed. Now, if the immortal phoenix true fate was even stronger, wouldn't his 10 heavenly passage divine ring have a chance of collapsing again? But no matter what, it was already impossible to stop it now. On the reincarnation mirror, Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix true fate spread its wings and flew. It didn't even appear, yet Zhou Tong could already feel an incomparably scorching flame aura. The immortal phoenix true fate was just like Zhou Tong's previous setup, walking the path of fire. Now, it finally returned, moreover bringing back an incomparably terrifying Tao fruit. Wang Long. Finally, the reincarnation mirror shook slightly, and the immortal phoenix true fate accurately returned to Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly passage divine ring. However, this time, the 10 heavenly passage divine ring wasn't as unbearable as Zhou Tong had expected. Instead, it wasn't affected in the slightest, as if what returned was just a very ordinary creature. My immortal phoenix true fate didn't bring back a universe as a local product? Zhou Tong was also a bit surprised, but soon after, he knew that he was wrong. As soon as the immortal phoenix true fate returned, he immediately sat down and suppressed his body with all of his strength. I knew it. Turns out it still brought back a universe. However, for the immortal phoenix true fate to suppress it with all of its strength, this universe isn't small. Zhou Tong immediately used his own divine sense to connect with the immortal phoenix true fate. Immediately, an enormous amount of memories and information poured into Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. The amount of information was simply inconceivable, countless times greater than the information of any true fate's return in the past. It was to the extent where under the impact of this information, Zhou Tong's mind went blank, as if it was going to crash. To be able to make an existence infinitely close to a half-immortal emperor so shocked, one could see how terrifying this piece of information was. In particular, this information was mixed with endless comprehension of the Great Tao. This comprehension of the Great Tao allowed Zhou Tong to instantly make up for some of his shortcomings. This sort of understanding of the Great Tao, is it the eternal Omega Life Tao? The eternal ultimate Tao of destruction? Eternal Omega Sword Tao? Eternal Omega Yin-Yang Tao Dam, 100 eternal Omega Taos in a row, the desolate era? Zhou Tong instantly realized where his immortal phoenix fate had gone. So, it's that world. For so many eternal Omega Taos to be transmitted over at once, it must be an Omega autarch. Does that mean my immortal phoenix fate brought back an entire chaos-verse? Zhou Tong looked at the immortal phoenix true fate in shock. He could already feel the universe within the immortal phoenix true fate. If it wasn't for the suppression of the immortal phoenix true fate, the entire 10 heavenly paradise divine ring might have collapsed once again. However, it's still alright this time. The immortal phoenix true fate still has the power to suppress this universe, so the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring isn't damaged. Seems like it shouldn't be too difficult to merge this universe into the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring this time. From the suppression of the universe, it could be seen that the immortal phoenix true fate was probably a step further than the heavenly horned ant true fate. However, as to what extent it was a step further, Zhou Tong didn't know too much. What he could be sure of now was that the heavenly horned ant true fate should be a half-immortal emperor, and it was extremely likely that it was on par with the world eradication elder, the kind of half-immortal emperor that had undergone a transformation. If the immortal phoenix true fate was a step further on this foundation, then it might be the kind of half-immortal emperor that had created an immortal emperor technique and undergone a second transformation. This kind of half-immortal emperor could occasionally erupt with true immortal emperor might. However, regardless of whether it's a half-immortal emperor or an immortal emperor, I should first digest those eternal Omega Taos. Zhou Tong didn't think too much. He immediately sat down cross-legged, and his entire being was instantly immersed in those eternal Omega Taos. Is this an epiphany or something? After several people became immortals in succession, he gained an epiphany? On the side, Yen Ryu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw Zhou Tong suddenly sit down cross-legged. However, her reaction was also fast. With a wave of her hand, a set of formation restrictions immediately appeared, completely enveloping the space the two of them were in, isolating them from the outside world. Meanwhile, a moment after Yen Ryu took action to isolate them, Wang Long. Wisps of Tao sounds gradually sounded from Zhou Tong's body. His body couldn't help but shine. His entire being was like a bright sun, radiant and dazzling. This immortal light feels like a very special path? Yen Ryu carefully observed the changes on Zhou Tong's body. Wisps of comprehension vaguely appeared, but she still couldn't grasp it. Zhou Tong had spent a total of 20,000 years in seclusion this time before he finally opened his eyes once more. Just 100 eternal Omega Daos of Omega Emperors took me 20,000 years to fully comprehend them. The Daos of the desolate era truly are boundlessly profound. No wonder the cultivators of that world would spend chaos cycles in seclusion, Zhou Tong mused to himself. If even eternal Omega Daos are like this, then what are the even more terrifying autarch Omega Daos like? Are they on the level of immortal Emperor arts? Or are they close to the level of immortal Emperor arts? Zhou Tong was still pondering the power of those 100 eternal Omega Daos. However, that was just eternal Omega Daos. 20,000 years of meditation wasn't enough to cause Zhou Tong to undergo any qualitative changes, because this wasn't his own Tao. These eternal Omega Daos could only serve as a reference. It's a pity that if I want to improve, I'll still have to rely on my various true fates. Without fusing with a brand new true fate, it's virtually impossible for any qualitative changes to occur. Zhou Tong felt rather regretful. At his current level of cultivation, he could only advance on his own Tao if he wanted to improve. The other Daos could only serve as references and support at most. "You're awake?" Yen Ryu asked when she saw Zhou Tong open his eyes. "I'm awake." Zhou Tong nodded. "I've troubled you during this period of time. However, I had a sudden feeling that I might need to enter seclusion for a period of time. Let's go home." "Alright, I'll come with you. Your Tao just now gave me a rather profound feeling. It seemed to give me a vague sense of touch." Yen Ryu looked at Zhou Tong. "Touch? Could it be the sixth secret realm? You've comprehended the sixth secret realm from my Tao just now?" Zhou Tong was rather surprised. Could it be that the desolate era's cultivation system was Yen Ryu's future Tao path? "I'm not sure either. Tell me about it when we get back. Perhaps I'll understand." Yen Ryu looked at Zhou Tong. "Alright, let's go back right now." Chapter 1374. Zhou Tong brought Yen Ryu back to the realm of the gods and returned to the world tree. Looking at Yen Ryu's impatient expression, Zhou Tong smiled and said, "Don't be impatient. Wait for Rui to come with you. He's also immortal now, so perhaps these things will have some effect on him." Yen Ryu nodded and quietly waited for her son to come back. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong sat down quietly and carefully looked at his 10 Heavens divine ring. During the 20,000 years he had been in seclusion, the entire 10 Heavens divine ring had undergone tremendous changes. These changes were beyond Zhou Tong's expectations. The most obvious feature was that the space and environment within the 10 Heavens divine ring had almost doubled. He looked at the 10 Heavens divine ring in front of him in a daze. He felt that his 10 Heavens divine ring was no longer an ordinary world, but a heaven previously. He thought that his 10 Heavens divine ring had already surpassed the celestial realm. There were many continents, and between the continents was the vast and boundless universe sea. But now, the continents and the universe sea were just huge bubbles. The entire 10 Heavens divine ring had already turned into a large expanse of primal chaos. Endless primal chaos filled the air and turned into a sea of primal chaos. Meanwhile, the terrifying worlds formed by the continents and the universe sea were just bubbles floating in the primal chaos. Heavens, it's only been 20,000 years. The entire 10 Heavens divine ring actually turned into something like this? Zhou Tong was extremely shocked. During the 20,000 years he had been in seclusion, the entire 10 heavens divine ring had already undergone such changes? It was originally a super realm that far surpassed the celestial realm, but now it had turned into a myriad of worlds? No, it can't be. In just 20,000 years, the flow of time within the 10 heavens divine ring has changed. My immortal phoenix true fate and heavenly horned ant true fate are accelerating time at the same time. The flow of time within the 10 heavens divine ring is 1,000 times faster than the outside world. Only 20,000 years have passed in the outside world, but this place has already experienced 20 million years of construction. No wonder it has changed so much. With this thought in mind, Zhou Tong subconsciously looked at the world tree inside his 10 paradise ring. This tree was the most important thing in his 10 paradise ring. However, when he looked at it, he was shocked. The world tree in front of him had become somewhat unrecognizable. The original world tree was the immortal divine medicine, the Fusang divine tree. It was also the world tree born in the ancient chaos era of the shrouded heaven world. It was also the sun treasure tree left behind by the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan. The entire tree emitted a sun-like radiance with boundless solar immortal energy. This was the most brilliant divine tree. It was to the extent where the world tree in the past even carried the heavenly horned ant's true fate from the coiling dragon world, the lowest of the 3 layers of the universe. The millions of universes at the bottom merged with the leaves of the world tree. At that time, the world tree was already able to breed the golden crow, a species that was infinitely close to the ferocious 10. But now, the aura of the entire tree was somewhat unrecognizable to Zhou Tong. Although this tree was still incomparably hot, the aura it emitted was no longer the sun-like aura from before. Instead, it emitted an all-encompassing and terrifying aura. The most important thing was that the universes on each leaf had disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by oceans of different shapes and filled with endless power. This aura, the world tree's aura, has transformed once again. The entire tree is emitting a supreme and perfect aura. That is the aura of the eternal ultimate Tao, and the oceans on the leaves, that aura should be the desolate era world, the aura of the origin of the chaotic universe. Zhou Tong was very shocked. He didn't expect the immortal phoenix true fate to have done so many things in the 10 paradise ring while he was in seclusion. I'd better ask the immortal phoenix true fate for the specifics. Zhou Tong's consciousness instantly communicated with his immortal phoenix true fate and understood everything. 20,000 years in the outside world was 20 million years in the 10 paradise ring. During these 20 million years of time, the immortal phoenix true mandate and heavenly horned ant true mandate split the great world within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring into several tens of millions of pieces. Moreover, the universes on the world tree leaf were also split apart. Afterwards, the brand new world had merged with the chaotic universe brought back by the immortal phoenix true fate. The tens of millions of universes had also merged with the billions of worlds in the chaotic universe, causing the size of each world to not be inferior to the original 10 paradise ring. In the end, this scene of tens of thousands of worlds was formed. As for the world tree, the immortal phoenix true fate had perfectly merged the origin of the chaotic universe into the world tree. The various origins that originally belonged to the chaotic universe, such as the fire Tao origin, sword Tao origin, void origin, time origin, light origin, darkness origin, and so on, had all merged with the world tree's leaf. Now, the entire world tree had become an amalgamation of the myriad laws of the universe, as well as the place where the myriad laws of the universe converged. Right now, the world tree probably doesn't just nurture the golden crow. It can even easily nurture all the creatures in my 10 paradise ring. Zhou Tong clearly saw creatures being born on those leaves. Those were the origins of the entire 10 paradise ring that were nurturing life. He could see the golden crow and phoenix being nurtured in the fire Tao origin, the thunder emperor and thunder spirit being nurtured in the thunder Tao origin, the Koan Pung being nurtured in the yin yang origin, and the nine-leaf sword grass being nurtured in the sword Tao origin, the vicious ten, and even the countless extinct creatures in the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient, as well as the surviving creatures, had all begun to be reborn in the 10 paradise ring. There were quite a few of them. Moreover, because of the nurturing of these extremely powerful origins, the first batch of creatures that were born were at the level of immortal kings. It's not just the world tree that's changing. The 12 artifacts that I had previously merged with the entire world and refined with the black and yellow chi should have also undergone some changes. Previously, they were already immortal king artifact. Now that the entire world has been upgraded to such a level, my 12 artifacts shouldn't have become quasi-immortal emperor artifacts, right? Zhou Tong's heart suddenly tightened. He immediately looked at his 12 artifacts. Now, the positions of the 12 artifacts had also undergone some changes. The 3 black and yellow bells that suppressed the long river of time remained unchanged, but the other 9 artifacts had undergone some changes. The 4 black and yellow tablets had been placed at the edge of the entire world, causing the edge of the entire world to exhibit the characteristics of convergence and infinity, like the edge of the desolate, chaotic universe. The 3 black and yellow cauldrons were used to suppress the chaotic sea. The 2 black and yellow pagodas were placed near the world tree to protect it. Most importantly, these 12 artifacts were really quasi-immortal emperor artifacts. Chapter 1375. Is it really a quasi-immortal emperor weapon? My Tao-proving weapon isn't even a quasi-immortal emperor weapon, but the 12 weapons in the 10 heavens divine ring are quasi-immortal emperor weapons? Zhou Tong was speechless. He had only been in seclusion for 20,000 years. He didn't expect his 10 heavens divine ring to have undergone such a huge change. Oh, but the 10 heavens divine ring's time acceleration function is already so powerful. Maybe my Tao comprehension time can also be sped up. Zhou Tong suddenly thought of a problem. Maybe his cultivation could be sped up. However, many of the rules and orders in the 10 heavens divine ring come from the myriad world. They are slightly different from the rules and orders in the outside world. When I really comprehend Tao, I can't just copy them. I still need to verify them with the outside world. If that's the case, it won't be 1,000 times faster, but 10 times shouldn't be a problem. The more Zhou Tong looked at the changes in the 10 heavens divine ring, the more excited he became. The 10 heavens divine ring had unknowingly become so powerful. Logically speaking, if the power of the 10 heavens divine ring was reflected back to the body, it should also become stronger. With such a powerful origin, such a powerful 10 heavens divine ring, I should be able to obtain great benefit. As long as I can digest the great Taos brought back by the immortal phoenix life, becoming a quasi-immortal emperor will be a sure thing. Zhou Tong couldn't help but think to himself. If all the beings in the all heavens were to vote together, they would be able to vote for a quasi-immortal emperor. But now, Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly paradise divine ring had become a different kind of all heavens. Naturally, the quasi-immortal emperor position would belong to no one else. As long as he completely grasped the additional ultimate Taos in the 10 heavens divine ring, he would be a real quasi-immortal emperor. The upgrade of the 10 heavens divine ring gave me a different quasi-immortal emperor opportunity. Does this mean that after my 6th secret realm is completed, I will be a quasi-immortal emperor? If I advance according to my previous plan, maybe there really is a realm above the quasi-immortal emperor realm? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more excited he became. Let's advance to the quasi-immortal emperor realm today. After making up his mind, Zhou Tong's primordial spirit immediately flew out of his body and entered the 10 heavens divine ring. Buzz! In an instant, all the universes within the 10 heavens' divine ring lit up and resonated with Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. Vast amounts of immortal light gathered above his primordial spirit. At the same time, Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix fate opened its eyes on the world tree. It turned into a ray of divine light and arrived next to Zhou Tong's origin spirit in the blink of an eye. Qi. Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix fate emitted a supreme and eternal divine light. This was the Tao he comprehended in the desolate era, the supreme ultimate fire Tao. This was especially true when the autark ultimate fire Tao appeared. Countless other eternal Omega Taos began to converge and resonate with the autark ultimate fire Tao. This was an autark Omega Tao. One Tao gave birth to all Taos, and traces of the eternal Omega Taos of all Taos could be seen within the autark Omega Tao. An autark ultimate Tao. So this is the autark ultimate Tao of the desolate era. Zhou Tong's origin spirit wholeheartedly sensed the insights of the autark Omega Tao, and accepted them wholeheartedly. He was one with the immortal phoenix fate to begin with, so all of his insights were connected. At the same time, the spacetime around Zhou Tong and the immortal phoenix fate began to accelerate. In the blink of an eye, it had accelerated by over 1 trillion times. Because he was purely accepting and comprehending the various grand Taos of the desolate era, there was no need for him to corroborate them with the Taos of the outside world. This was why he was able to accelerate time to such an extent. In just a single breath of time in the outside world, he was able to comprehend an eternal Omega Tao. By relying on the countless eternal Omega Taos that he had comprehended, Zhou Tong gradually began to touch upon the core of the autark Omega Tao. Rumble. For a moment, the interior of his 10 paradise divine ring was filled with countless phenomena that shook the heavens and the earth. In an instant, countless grand Taos appeared and revolved around Zhou Tong. The illusory image of the world tree appeared behind Zhou Tong. The leaves of the world tree danced, and countless essences emitted different auras that fused into Zhou Tong's origin spirit. As countless eternal Omega Taos were comprehended, Zhou Tong could see the true face of the autark Omega Tao of fire that the immortal phoenix fate had given him. It was an image of a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring. Billions of flames twined around the phoenix's body. There were also other eternal Omega Taos that revolved around the phoenix and clustered around it. Zhou Tong was increasingly shocked as countless grand Taos manifested in his mind. Like pulling silk from a cocoon, the myriad Taos that the core of the phoenix activated each time caused Zhou Tong's mind to tremble. He watched very carefully and saw every change in the rules in his heart, causing his mind to be stirred. Zhou Tong's origin spirit sat cross-legged in the most fundamental place of the 10 paradise divine ring, quietly comprehending the infinite Omega Taos of the desolate era and even the autark Omega Tao. In the outside world, after Zhou Tong's origin spirit left his body and entered the 10 paradise divine ring, Yen Ryu, who was sitting cross-legged not far from him, opened her eyes and looked at Zhou Tong in surprise. At this moment, in her eyes, Zhou Tong's aura seemed to have completely disappeared. His entire person seemed to have entered an inexplicable state. It was as if he had died, but also as if his cultivation was rapidly improving. For a moment, he seemed even more unfathomable. Did he comprehend something again? Yen Ryu was extremely surprised. How long had it been since he had comprehended the Tao? For 20,000 years. How could he have comprehended something again? Is the difference between our comprehension abilities that big? Yen Ryu was a little depressed. Suddenly, there were specks of light not far away, and a young figure walked out. There was an eternal blue sky floating above his head, and there were endless sacred Tao patterns surrounding him. There were also 4 spirits revolving around him. With just a raise of his hand, he suppressed the entire world to the point of trembling. Mother! The young man walked to Yen Ryu's side and bowed. This person was Zhou Tong's youngest son, Zhou Rui. Yan Ruyu nodded with a smile. Father, what's wrong with him? Zhou Rui looked at Zhou Tong's current state and was a little shocked. That unfathomable aura was much stronger than the immortal kings he had seen before. He had seen the Azure Emperor and the Divine Emperor, but none of the immortal kings had the strange feeling Zhou Tong had now. It was like an empty shell that was wandering outside the heavens, but also like a state of cultivation that was advancing bravely and breaking through infinitely. Perhaps he might be about to break through, Yan Ruyu said softly. Break through? Break through the immortal king realm? Zhou Rui was shocked. Chapter 1376. At the same time, within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, Zhou Tong's communication with the immortal phoenix True Fate also came to an end. Right now, within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, all types of terrifying power surged like waves. The light of the great Tao rose, rolling over, descending towards Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. For a time, Zhou Tong's primordial spirit was completely submerged by all types of runes and light. If it was the heavens of the outside world, then the half-immortal Emperor Tao fruit, promoted by the heavens, would still have future troubles. However, Zhou Tong's was completely different. The 10 heavenly passage divine ring was originally a world established by Zhou Tong himself. Even if it was upgraded to the level of the heavens and myriad worlds, that was also the result of Zhou Tong's many true fates' hard work. This Tao fruit that contained the status of the entire world naturally belonged to Zhou Tong's original body. At this moment, within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, the various heavens and great worlds were all resonating with Zhou Tong. The great Tao resonated, auspicious energy surged, heaven and earth surged with astonishing radiance, continuously gathering towards Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. His primordial spirit was the first to transform. This was the transformation of a creature that surpassed the immortal king level. The original body is finally going to transform. Right at this time, Zhou Tong's heavenly horned ant True Fate also appeared beside Zhou Tong's primordial spirit, quietly watching Zhou Tong's primordial spirit transform. If we don't become half-immortal emperors, our true fates won't be able to truly return. After all, the two of us grew too strong in our respective worlds. The immortal phoenix True Fate also spoke. Weng Long. The heavens resonated, the worlds resonated. Within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, the 12 artifacts that suppressed the entire world also appeared at this time, each of them releasing a streak of light, supporting Zhou Tong. Not only these 12 artifacts, the world tree's radiance also enveloped Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. Dang! The bell sound was long and drawn out. Zhou Tong's Tao confirming artifact also flew into the 10 heavenly passage divine ring at this moment. The overlord bell rumbled, ring after ring of bell waves engulfed the heavens and myriad worlds. The vicissitudes of time, within the 10 heavenly passage divine rings heavens, a new era began. Boom! The order of the heavens and the laws of the worlds all appeared. They shone on Zhou Tong's soul, causing all the living beings within the divine ring to resonate. The 10 heavenly paradises divine ring had already been inhabited for a long time. This was especially true after Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix True Fate had returned. During the 20 million years of accelerated time, this place had become even more prosperous. At this moment, all the existences inside the 10 heavenly rings understood that an emperor's throne was finally born in the myriad heavens. Boom! At this moment, Zhou Tong's aura was incomparably terrifying. The sky lit up, the sea dried up, and the earth shook. At this moment, his primordial spirit was guiding the power of the various worlds and the fate and karma in the 10 heavens divine rings. Everything was like a brilliant river of stars that poured into his primordial spirit. At this moment, all the living beings in the myriad heavens, could sense that a living being that broke through the limits of a mortal king had appeared in this world. A true emperor had appeared. At this moment, a divine might that surpassed immortal king realms swept through the entire world. It was like a divine sea that interweaved and rippled. The sea of stars in the universe rose and fell along with it. Endless laws and order revolved around his primordial spirit, condensing in his true spirit imprint. At this moment, he obtained the Tao, becoming a half-immortal emperor-level existence. Is this the feeling of a half-immortal emperor? Zhou Tong's primordial spirit woke up. He quietly sensed his current state. Only after a long time did he open his eyes. You're still only a half-emperor. What you've transformed is only your primordial spirit. You're still lacking a physical body. The heavenly horned ant True Fate said. Only after your primordial spirit returns can the power of the myriad heavens within the 10 heavenly rings further baptize your physical body and establish the Emperor's Tao. The immortal phoenix True Fate also spoke. Zhou Tong nodded. His primordial spirit instantly escaped from the myriad heavens, returning to his body. And the moment he returned to his body, Hong Long, large amounts of divine light erupted above Zhou Tong's head. That terrifying aura was something that even Yan Ruyu and Zhou Rui at his side couldn't endure. When a half-immortal emperor-level primordial spirit returned, just the aura it released was already so terrifying. This aura. Yan Ruyu's entire body trembled, her eyes carrying a strong expression of shock. Vaguely, she seemed to have seen an unmatched primordial spirit seated above Zhou Tong's head. It was impervious to all methods, eternal and indestructible. It released terrifying divine chains of laws, surging towards his entire body. The unmatched half-immortal emperor-level divine chains of order and half-immortal emperor-level symbols interweaved within Zhou Tong's flesh, tangling about his bones. His entire body also began to transform a step further. In that instant, the great Tao sensed something, the laws resonating. The entire universe was resonating with him. The world tree not far from him also released auspicious light because of his appearance, releasing auspicious power. Amidst the resonance and auspicious signs, the immortal light on Zhou Tong's body also transformed a step further. The light that belonged to a half-immortal emperor level was rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it was extremely powerful. The realm that surpasses the immortal king realm. This is the realm that surpasses the immortal king realm. Seeing Zhou Tong's transformation up close, Yan Ruyu, Zhou Rui, and the others all had fanatical looks on their faces. This was a realm that was currently unattainable for them. I've finally broken through. Zhou Tong opened his eyes. In that instant, it was as if a brand new era had begun. An aura that surpassed the immortal king realm bloomed here, penetrating the various formations and restrictions that Zhou Tong had set up here, penetrating the restrictions of the entire divine realm and the outside world, and spreading to the entire great world. Almost in an instant, all living beings in the entire universe seemed to feel as if a great danger had appeared beside them, causing their hair to stand on end. Even immortal kings and half-immortal kings were no exception. This is... Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, who was comprehending the Tao, was shocked. The terrifying aura made him tremble all over, like a mouse that had seen a cat. This was the difference in the essence of life. Completely surpassing the immortal king realm. Is this the half-immortal emperor level that celestial tyrant emperor mentioned before? Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi understood almost instantly. The aura is coming from the divine realm. Does this mean that celestial tyrant emperor has broken through to the immortal king realm? Broken through to the immortal king realm? You actually succeeded? The divine emperor, who was far away on the continent of the celestial silkworm clan, was also shocked. The aura was so terrifying that it made him uncomfortable. I admire you. I admire you. Even I barely managed to find the direction of the next metamorphosis, But you actually succeeded. The Divine Emperor's eyes were filled with admiration. He then stood up. It seems that I have to make a trip to the Divine Realm. In the heavenly court, Yi Fan was also shocked. This aura is very similar to the Emperor light on your body, but it's obviously stronger and has undergone a qualitative change. Zhou Tong, which step did you break through? I have to make a trip to the Divine Realm. Yi Fan also stood up after a moment of silence. Celestial Tyrant Emperor is truly fearsome. The Lotus Emperor also exclaimed. He also stood up and hurried to the Divine Realm. At this moment, everyone who sensed Zhou Tong's aura, whether they were immortal kings or human Dao sovereigns, put down what they were doing and rushed to the Divine Realm. Chapter 1377. In the Divine Realm, Zhou Tong closed his eyes again. The aura on his body began to slowly recede, and the incomparably intimidating quasi-immortal Emperor aura gradually dissipated. At the same time, he also looked inside himself. After truly advancing to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm, his body also underwent some changes. First of all, it was his Tao-confirming artifact. It was a towering and majestic bell, incomparably resplendent with all kinds of immortal gold light, as well as all kinds of mysterious divine materials from various realms in the heavens. The bell's walls emitted wisps of light, illuminating the 33 heavens. This artifact had already transformed along with his primordial spirit inside the 10 heavenly passages divine ring, and was already a quasi-immortal emperor artifact. Previously, the 7 demonic stars from the longevity realm's little stone emperor were still a bit conspicuous on the bell's walls, but now they had already dimmed and were no longer conspicuous, perfectly merging with the bell. Not bad, there are no more problems with the bell. Zhou Tong was incomparably satisfied. Next, it was time to look at the changes in his body. His entire body had undergone a transformation. Whether it was divine power or physical strength, compared to before, it was simply heaven and earth. He was confident that he could kill more than a dozen of himself with a single slap of his hand. The most important thing is the systematic divine patterns in my body. This thing might be related to me becoming a true immortal emperor. Zhou Tong checked his body a little, and immediately looked at the sea of reincarnation. The systematic divine patterns were still there, and each divine pattern didn't have any special changes, but the number was already 1,000 times more than before. The quality hasn't changed, but the number has skyrocketed. If I want a qualitative change, I still have to rely on the 6th secret realm. This thing is the foundation of my future advancement to the immortal emperor realm. Zhou Tong was even more certain of this point. Finally, he focused his attention on his 10 heavenly passages divine ring. At this moment, after the birth of an emperor-level Tao immortal, the entire 10 heavenly passages divine ring had undergone an all-round change. At the same time, Zhou Tong also felt that his control over the 10 heavenly passages divine ring had reached a new limit. Yes, although I could also control the 10 heavenly passages divine ring before, it was still quite difficult. After all, I merged with the 3 layers of the universe brought about by the heavenly horned ant's true fate. The reason why I created the 12 artifacts back then was because I couldn't perfectly control this world. But now that I've fully grasped the Imperial Tao Immortal Realm, I'll have no problem even if I have a chaos verse I brought back from the desolate era. The 12 artifacts, on the other hand, are used to suppress and stabilize the world. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, at that moment, Zhou Tong suddenly became stunned. He glanced at his 10 paradise divine ring once more, gazing at the vast heavens. This must be the path to the next advancement of the inner world system. Zhou Tong thought to himself, When the inner world system is cultivated to the point where it can produce large amounts of immortal matter, one can already be regarded as an immortal king. In the future, if one can cultivate the true myriad heavens and realms, one might become a quasi-immortal emperor. I just don't know how many realms I have to cultivate before I can be considered a myriad heavens and reach the standard of a quasi-immortal emperor. Zhou Tong was also a bit curious. Just what level did the Azure Emperor and Prince Tian's incarnation need to reach in order to be considered a quasi-immortal emperor? However, I don't have the time to manage this myriad heavens. I need someone who can carry out my will to manage it. With a thought, Zhou Tong's blood phoenix incarnation appeared in the endless primal chaos. Ever since the blood phoenix incarnation gave the territory it established to Yi Fan, it directly returned to Zhou Tong's side. In the end, it even entered the 10 Paradise Divine Ring to cultivate. It was now an immortal king powerhouse. While Zhou Tong was quietly comprehending the changes in his body, outside the divine realm, figures with intimidating auras gradually gathered here. Countless quasi-immortal emperors and cultivators who had achieved their Tao through different means had arrived at the divine realm. Of course, standing at the front were the 6 figures who had already become immortals: the Divine Emperor Yi Fan, Ruthless Emperor Tai Yin, Tai Yang, and Duanda. Is the one at the front the ancestor of the divine silkworm lineage? A quasi-emperor asked a red-haired Taoist beside him who was carrying a long sword on his back. Of course, I didn't expect that even the ancestor of the divine silkworm lineage would come to the divine realm and even willingly wait outside. The same goes for Yi Tiandi, the female empress, and the others. The Taoist with a long sword on his back was also somewhat shocked. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the aura emitted from the divine realm. It was vaguely different from the aura of the other immortals and immortal kings and seemed to be stronger. However, that was only a vague thought in his mind. Now, however, seeing that the divine emperor, who was already an immortal king, had such an expression, he felt that he had guessed correctly. Is there really a level above the immortal king level? The celestial tyrant emperor is indeed worthy of his name. Even in the current era, there's no one who can shake him. The cultivator with the longsword on his back was shocked. He wasn't the only one to feel this way. Many of the cultivators present felt that things were getting out of hand. It was possible that an expert who surpassed all others was about to be born. Clang! Just as everyone was discussing, the sound of a bell suddenly rang out. The sound of the bell was peaceful, making people feel as if they were about to comprehend the Tao. They all felt a deep sense of enlightenment. A majestic figure appeared. He seemed to have walked out from the river of time, and there were specks of flowing light on his body. That's right, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi is here too. The ancients didn't lie to me. Many of the geniuses who had achieved Tao through other means sighed. Right at this moment, an azure path opened up the eternal azure sky, extending over from the outer realm with extreme speed, directly arriving in front of the divine realm. At the same time, a hazy figure arrived on the great path. He was untainted by even a speck of dust and carried with him a faint fragrance of lotus. The lotus fragrance even made many aged cultivators feel refreshed, as if they had become a few years younger. Lotus Emperor, that's the Lotus Emperor. The Lotus Emperor is here. Many people immediately stood up to welcome him. Taoist Wu Shi, Taoist Qi Qing, you're here too. The Divine Emperor warmly greeted Taoist Wu Shi and the Lotus Emperor. I had to come, the Lotus Emperor said. I also want to know how to break through the Immortal King's domain. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi said. Are you sure that he broke through the Immortal King's domain? Yi Fan was also a little hesitant as he looked at Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and the others. Although he was only half a step away from the Immortal King realm, he wasn't an Immortal King yet. Therefore, he didn't feel as strongly as Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and the others. The Lotus Emperor said, Although we haven't seen him yet, there's no doubt that his aura is far beyond the Immortal King realm. In fact, we can't even muster up the will to resist. Only those who have broken through the Immortal King realm and reached the quasi-immortal Emperor realm have this kind of power, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi added. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.